we present Rachel Gurney and Richard Herndl in A Day by the Sea by N.C. Hunter, adapted for broadcasting by Molly Greenhouse. A Day by the Sea.
Lily, look what I found. Mattie, where's Lily? I can't find her.
Shh! Not so much noise, Toby. Your Uncle David's asleep.
Asleep? He's only just got up.
Never mind. When you're over 80, you'll want to sleep too. Now, run away now and take Lily up to the field and fly your kite. Here's your mother and Mrs. Anson, and they'll be wanting to talk.
All right. Lily!
Not so much noise, I said.
But why, Francis? Why? Oh, good morning, Mattie.
Good morning, Mrs. Anson.
Oh, Mattie, don't let me forget to go through the children's school list with you before you pack, will you?
Very good, Mrs. Farrer.
Really, Francis, if you hadn't come this time, I should have despaired of ever seeing you again. I should really have been offended.
I felt so ashamed, I only wanted to hide. Do you know, when I got out of the train last night, I imagined people were staring at me and saying, "Look, there she is."
Oh, my dear girl, I don't suppose anyone gave it a thought. You're not the first woman to be divorced.
No, but the circumstances, Laura, you must admit, were... And then to come back here, where the village people knew me as a child.
Yes, but do remember that's nearly 20 years ago. Why did you never come back, dear? We were all so fond of you, and you left us married and simply disappeared into thin air. Why? Mysterious creature.
It's so difficult to explain. You must have thought me dreadfully ungrateful, but it wasn't that.
Really, I began to wonder whether you'd been unhappy here.
Unhappy? Oh, this is the only house that's ever meant home to me.
I dare say it looks much the same. I'm too old to make any changes, and of course Julian never suggests anything. By the way, how do you think he's looking?
Not very well, rather thin and harassed.
Well, of course, he works far too hard. Simply ridiculous. He's ruining his health, and for what? He could hardly take life more seriously if he were the foreign secretary. And the fact is, he hasn't been particularly successful.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, he doesn't talk about it much, but I know he's disappointed. If only he wouldn't worry so. If only he'd be a little more tolerant and easygoing.
He was never that.
Really, the way he talks, sometimes you'd think the fate of Europe depended on him. However, when he's at home, I take good care to bring him down to earth. After all, although I run it, this place is actually his. Ian made it over to him years before he died. So I insist that he takes an interest in it and goes through the accounts with old Gregson. You remember Willie Gregson, Ian's solicitor? Julian can't bear him.
Poor Julian. I'm afraid he wasn't very pleased to see me.
Oh, really, I felt extremely angry with him last night. When one remembers that you and he were brought up here together like brother and sister.
He disapproves of me.
Oh, how can he be so stupid?
Oh, I don't blame him.
Well, of course, he's absurdly single-minded. Julian! Oh, if only I could have persuaded him to marry. Just think of the difference it would have made to him. Julian, dear.
Yes, I'm here.
No, not you, David, dear. Go to sleep again.
What about my medicine? He's getting very forgetful.
Doctor? He worries about his medicine, and it's probably only peppermint.
I keep hearing children. Whose are they?
I've told him half a dozen times. They're Francis's children, David. You remember Frances, the Ledward's little girl who came to live with us after her parents died? You remember, surely.
Yes, of course I do. You've been away some time.
I have indeed, Mr. Anson.
Some time.
What's funny about that?
Nothing, dear. Here's the doctor with your medicine.
Here I come with my elixir. There you are. I'll swallow it up.
Filthy stuff. Still, I don't suppose it does me much harm.
Much harm? It's making a new man of you.
Very funny.
Now for your little walk, dear.
I don't want a little walk.
Just to the pond and back. Up you get. You always feel better after some exercise, don't you? Then this afternoon you shall sleep. We shall all be out, and no one will disturb you.
Where are you going?
Just to the beach for a picnic. It's the children's last day.
Can't I come?
You wouldn't like it, dear.
Yes, I should. I'm sick of the garden.
But there's no shade. You'll get hot and uncomfortable.
Hot? My dear girl, I've been in places where a day like this would be considered bitterly cold. 1 year old, of course, no one knows what the devil to do here. Well, come on, Doctor. Come to the pond. And this afternoon to the picnic.
18 years he's been here. When he first came, he was wonderfully active. But now, of course... Julian, do come out. I promised Ian that David should live here, but you've no idea how difficult it was to find someone suitable to look after him. It had to be a man of a certain education, and if you want that, then you've got to pay. In this case, the price is gin.
Gin?
Rows of bottles we found behind his dressing table this morning. Julian, dear, didn't you hear me calling?
I'd forgotten we had all those azaleas. When was I last here in May?
Oh, you may well ask. He's never at home now. Never. He's always organising Europe. Oh, do for goodness sake relax, Julian. Sit in the sun and put your feet up. You look as if you lived underground for the past 6 months. Francis thinks so, too.
I'm perfectly well, as it happens, and sitting in the sun doesn't agree with me. After 10 minutes, I'm simply exhausted.
Oh, nonsense, dear. And this afternoon we're going for a picnic on the beach.
A picnic? That's a good idea. I'm only sorry I shan't be able to come.
There. You see, Francis? He instantly dissociates himself from our childish amusements. Why can't you come?
I told you surely last night. Humphrey Caldwell is coming over to see me.
Well, then he shall come to the picnic too. Why not?
I gathered he particularly wants to talk business. He isn't motoring 30 miles to eat jam sandwiches on the shore.
Well, if you must talk business, nobody's going to stop you. You can go off together and whisper your secrets behind a rock. We shall be very disappointed indeed if you don't come, won't we, Francis?
Yes, very.
Mother, dear, how can we possibly discuss
of course
business?
you can, dear. Now, come and help me with the flowers, Francis.
Yes, of course.
Now, just forget the troubles of Europe for half an hour anyway. Oh, now, Willie, what do you want?
Oh, just a few matters.
Oh, do stop chasing him about with bills and accounts. Sit down, both of you, and enjoy God's sunlight for once.
A great character, your mother, Julian.
Yes. I sometimes think she believes I selected my profession solely with the idea of annoying her. Every time I come home, it's the same story. For about 10 minutes, she seems pleased to see me, and after that, she never stops making derogatory remarks about my work and interests. You and your ridiculous foreign politics, and so on.
Oh, I see.
And her ignorance of everything that goes on outside this house and garden is simply astonishing. Mention Europe or America, and she instantly looks bored and changes the subject. Ask her the simplest question about world affairs, and she couldn't answer it. Yesterday, for instance, she said to me, "Let me see, who is the foreign secretary nowadays?"
Well.
To my mother, no doubt. This tiny world of hers seems very peaceful, very secure. No doubt it's pleasanter to saunter in a rose garden than to face the facts of our situation. That's why she derives such pleasure from obliging me to do rather trivial things, with the excuse that it's teaching me about human nature. Now she insists on inviting you here every time I come home, in order that I may be shown the accounts. Well, please don't think I'm not delighted to see you here at any time.
Oh, thank you.
But to be perfectly frank with you, Gregson, I'm just not interested in playing the part of a country squire. The business of running an estate seems to me an irrelevance, an anachronism. I can assure you that sometimes, after a day's work, I have the feeling that all of us are like a lot of children, absorbed in a game of marbles at the foot of a mountain, while overhead a great avalanche is beginning to rumble and slide.
Matty! Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you want something?
No, thank you. It was just to tell Matty we found the spotted flycatcher's nest.
I see. I dare say she's in the house.
It doesn't matter. Thank you.
How long have these children been here?
Oh, about 10 days, I believe.
Seems rather curious.
Well, I think your mother likes having them. I remember their mother when she first came here from India. A little orphan girl of 10 or 12, very pale, nothing to look at. Well, you'll remember, of course.
Yes.
She's certainly grown into a fine-looking woman. But what misfortunes! Her first husband killed in the war, and then this other unhappy affair. Oh, it's bad luck.
Bad luck? That's certainly a charitable way of describing it. However, it's no business of mine. Well, we may as well finish these accounts and have done with them.
There are just two matters. Firstly, your mother promised Adams to rebuild their pigsty. The drainage is the trouble. With pigs, it's essential to have a good runaway, as you can imagine, and the ground necessitates... let me show you the plans.
Oh, never mind about the plans. If it's necessary, do it. I agree. What's the other matter?
Now, this, I fear, is rather unpleasant.
I can't read it. Looks like gin.
It is gin. Now, I can hardly believe that your mother and the old gentleman consume that quantity of spirits.
Of course not. The doctor drinks it. Surely you know that.
I've suspected it for months. Oh, really? This has been a most unsatisfactory appointment. I do think the time has come when we should consider getting someone more suitable. A doctor who drinks in a house with a lady and an elderly gentleman. I beg pardon?
The governess was listening.
Oh.
We've discussed all this before. The difficulty, as you know, is to find anyone else. Besides, Uncle David likes him.
Then what's to be done? Are we to continue to tolerate his behavior?
We must keep a sense of proportion. He drinks, certainly, but it's not the end of the world. He only talks too much and gets boring.
When one remembers that your uncle only asked him for the weekend, and now he's been here 7 years.
A long weekend, certainly.
Oh, really? I must say I consider this a very serious situation.
Oh, my dear fellow, don't let's use such enormous words to describe a trivial annoyance. I mean, look what's happening to Europe. What's a drunken doctor, more or less, in such a world?
Well, yes, by comparison, no doubt.
Before he came, my mother was run off her feet looking after the old man. Peace isn't too expensive at 30 bob a bottle.
Yes, I dare say, but am I to pay this, then, without a word?
You're not disputing the fact that the gin has been consumed?
No, but
I pay it, of course. I'll speak to my mother about the doctor. It'll be absolutely useless.
I hope I'm not disturbing any serious business.
Not at all. I was just saying, I remember when you first came here from India, a little girl with a pigtail.
Don't say how long ago.
You were shy at first and rather serious and thin. But how you used to run and climb trees, perfectly astounding. Do you remember, Julian?
Yes, I do.
And swim. I remember Mrs. Anson standing at the sea's edge shouting for you, and there you both would be, 100 yards out, splashing away as happily as anything. Oh, that takes us back some time. Yes, well, I'm here to work. I shall have a few papers ready for your signature later, if I may trouble you.
Certainly.
Then, if you'll excuse me, I expect you have a good deal to talk about.
Your mother put me back in the room I always used to have. When I woke this morning, it felt as if I'd never left here at all. It's a curious sensation to come back to a house after 20 years and see one's children playing where one once played oneself. It's rather eerie, as though one were watching one's own ghost. What do you think of my children?
They seem very nice.
Their father was a very nice man.
I never met him.
No, you did. I was forgetting. Of course, he hardly knew his children. They were so young when he was killed.
I believe he was a good deal older than you.
Yes, he was nearly twice my age.
I should hardly have imagined that that was altogether satisfactory.
No, not altogether. On the other hand, he possessed what was to me at that time an exceptional virtue.
And what was that?
He wanted to marry me.
I see.
And you? You've been all over the world, I suppose. I heard of you from time to time. Weren't you second secretary in Rome when Michael French was there?
Yes, I was.
You've enjoyed it all? The travelling, the life, the work? Has it all come up to expectations?
I don't know whether enjoyed is the word. I've never regretted my choice of profession, if that's what you mean.
Yes, that's what I mean. Oh, it's peaceful here. You must find it a pleasant change from Paris.
I'm fond of Paris. One feels at the heart of things. To come back here is like stepping out of the world into a kind of never-never land. People who live permanently in the country seem to inhabit a sort of vegetable world. It's another civilization.
Yes, everything's so slow and quiet. I like that.
Evidently you like Paris, too. I saw you there a few months ago.
Oh, where?
Dining in a little restaurant near the Madeleine.
And you never came to speak to me.
You were not alone.
Would you expect to find me dining alone in a Paris restaurant? What an odd person you are.
Well, to be perfectly candid, I didn't think it would be very profitable to either of us to renew a friendship after... after so many years.
I see. Then my coming here must have embarrassed you. When I accepted your mother's invitation, I didn't know you would be at home. But we are going tomorrow.
I've no objection to your coming here, but surely you must understand that in the circumstances, it is a little difficult.
Yes, it was nearly tragedy. For a whole day they were doubtful whether he'd live.
You talk about it so calmly.
I've lived with it for so long.
It's true, then, he attempted suicide?
Oh, yes, quite true. He poisoned himself with sleeping tablets.
Dreadful.
For 24 hours he was on the danger list.
Such a young man.
Yes, he was very young.
I really cannot understand how you could possibly... However, no doubt you prefer not to discuss it.
Well, there's nothing to discuss. I was to blame entirely.
Julian, I must tell you, this morning the housemaid found 6 empty gin bottles behind the dressing table in the doctor's room. Now, what am I to do? Ignore it? Oh, why on earth must people drink? Filthy, disgusting habit. But yet, if I ask him to go, what are we to do? I can't look after the old man. Julian, are you listening?
Hmm? Oh, yes, Mother, of course.
Well, then what am I to do? Can't you speak to him?
Me?
Well, you could do it tactfully with your experience. It isn't much to ask.
Oh, very well, Mother, if you wish.
Why should I be plagued by these miserable old men? They spoil everything. Oh, I really must put a few scarlet rhododendrons over there to brighten that expanse of mauve. There's a lovely new variety with some name like Eastern Seas. Oh, I can see you're thinking of something quite different, Julian.
Excuse me, Mrs. Farrer. I think you meant to run through the children's school lists before I started packing.
Indeed I did, Mattie. I'll come now. I think we'll need some new handkerchiefs.
Yes, I'm afraid you will.
Julian, why are you so uncivil to Frances? I really don't understand it. I thought you'd like to see her again, instead of which you simply ignore her.
What seems extraordinary to me is that you should invite her here after what happened.
Well, it's not extraordinary at all. She's gone through a most unhappy experience. And to whom else should she turn? I elected to bring up that girl because I was fond of her mother. Do you think I can ignore her existence now? She's never been very communicative, and I think she's behaved outrageously. All the same, I'm fond of the girl, and I don't care what people think.
Well, it's hardly a comfortable situation, is it? After all, she and I were brought up together here from the time she was 10 years old. There's not a corner of this house and garden that doesn't hold some memory for me of Frances as a child. And naturally, I've always had a particular sort of affection for her.
Well?
What has she turned into now? A woman who takes some stupid youth as a second husband, leaves him after 6 months, gets involved in his attempted suicide, scandal, divorce. Well, really, it's difficult to imagine that she has anything in common with the girl who used to run in this garden. We're simply strangers. What am I to say to her now? Are we to sit and chat about old times? It's embarrassing. Her very name seems to stick in my throat. How could she bear to come back here?
She came because I insisted she should. I thought it might help her. Now I'm beginning to regret it. Oh, you're very like your father in some ways.
If I'm being impolite, I'm sorry. I'll apologize. But really, when one thinks... Ever since she left school, her behavior has been quite incomprehensible to me. I could never understand why she had to rush off and marry Edison before she was out of her teens. He was old enough to be her father. And since the war, if half of what one hears is true...
Oh, poof! Everybody talks scandal about a pretty widow. Don't be so puritanical.
I'm not puritanical.
Then you're jealous, perhaps?
Jealous? Me? Oh, that's very good.
Here comes the doctor with David. Now, please don't say anything about the gin. If he feels he must drink, then drink he shall, and that's all there is to it.
It took us another 4 days steady climb, and there we were, over 19,000 feet up, on the highest pass in the world, looking away north to Tibet. They call it Nangpa La. Mountain peaks as far as the eye could see, white and barren, like the surface of the moon. Few Europeans have ever made that journey. In those days I could walk.
Now sit down, dear, and I'll read to you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, these damn legs of mine are worn out. Oh, the whole bag of tricks is falling to pieces. And so, from hour to hour, we rot and rot out.
Oh, he's gone to sleep. Now I can get on with my book.
Oh, what a household. Round and round we go, day after day, like elderly goldfish in a bowl. Oh, mark you, I'm not complaining. If your good mother hadn't employed me when she did, I should probably be in a home by now. At one time, you know, I acquired an unfortunate taste.
Oh, yes?
Yes. Oh, you'd be surprised what a devil of a habit it is to break. One's disgusted with oneself, one makes up one's mind never to touch the stuff again, but by God, when the craving comes, I tell you, it's overwhelming. Yes, people don't quite understand. However, all's well that ends well.
You, succeeded?
Oh, yes, I mastered it, I'm glad to say. Ah, that's a good noise to hear. I'll be perfectly frank with you. I do take a drink occasionally.
Yes, I imagined you did.
Well, where's the harm? Cut out every pleasure and one might as well be dead.
You're wanted on the telephone, Mr. Anson.
Oh, thank you. Excuse me.
Can I speak to you, Doctor?
Oh, go on.
Well,
He's asleep.
they were talking about you, he and Gregson.
Ah, enumerating my virtues.
Gregson was saying you were unsuitable to stay here because you drink.
You saw what I drank at dinner last night, barley water.
And what was it you had before you came downstairs that made you so talkative and your face so red? Was that barley water?
Oh.
Well, why do you take us all for fools?
Well, let them sack me. What do I care?
You've taken a drink just now. I can always tell.
I felt dreadful this morning. You wouldn't understand, of course.
What will become of you? Where will you go? How will you live? You'll just end in the gutter.
Well, who cares?
I do. It's terrible to see an educated man slipping into degradation. Have you no willpower? I mean, surely, for your own self-respect.
Oh, this damned Scottish Calvinism. A man has a couple of drinks and it's a tragedy. Degradation? Leave me alone, will you?
It seems I'm very clumsy. I meant to help you, to encourage you, and I only succeed in making you angry.
Oh, there, I'm not angry. You're a good girl. Don't take it to heart. Bless you, it's not worth a frown to anybody. You've got a pretty face. Now, let's see it smile.
Don't touch me. Oh, what's the use?
Oh, my dear girl.
Is something wrong with Mattie? She looks as if she was crying.
It's nothing.
She hasn't been looking well lately. I've asked her twice to see a doctor.
How old is she?
35. She's been with me 7 years. And all that time I don't believe she's made a friend or had an admirer. I feel sorry for her.
Yes, there it is. God knows some of us make fools of ourselves, fall in love stupidly, marry the wrong person, are disappointed, suffer. But, Lord, better that 1,000 times than to be 35 and still waiting.
She's been so loyal to me in spite of everything. But lately I've noticed her looking at me in an odd way, as if she hated me.
Well, perhaps she does. The fact is, there's no equality of opportunity in sex, no fair shares for all. She's one of the have-nots. She's probably envious.
Envious? If only she knew how gladly I'd have changed places with her sometimes.
I dare say, sometimes.
Oh, you think me hypocritical? Oh, I don't deny I've sought admiration and enjoyed it. And I never thought that one day I'd become the sort of woman that respectable people are embarrassed to meet.
You don't embarrass me. I'm not offensively respectable. Well, mark you, I wasn't struck off the register or anything of that kind.
Of course not.
There's no of course not about it. One night, I was called out to a case when I was drunk. I blundered out to the car, drove 5 miles, swerved all over the road, And what happened? Nothing. Nothing at all. Well, we all take risks, my dear gal, and as long as we're lucky, we're respectable. Use every man after his deserts, and who shall escape whipping?
There'll be no more risks for me from now on, that I promise you. Never again.
Never is a long time.
I mean it, never.
Now, where has Julian gone?
He was wanted on the telephone.
Oh, why can't they leave him alone? You know, he used to be quite interested in the place, but now his heart's in Whitehall. Oh, I've no illusions. When I die, he'll sell it.
It's disappointing.
What can one do? Where are the children? Coy! Toby, Lily.
That was Humphrey Caldwell. He hopes to be here about 3 o'clock.
Who is he exactly, dear? What does he do?
We were in Stockholm together some years ago. Now he's head of the personnel department. His brother has a house in Dorchester. I couldn't quite make out why he wanted to see me.
As a diplomat, he would naturally be reluctant to make himself clear.
I'm afraid it may mean that I shan't be able to stay here very long.
You've only just arrived and now you're talking of going. Oh, it's all such nonsense. No, here they are. Well, dears, what have you been doing?
The cat has just killed a bird.
Oh, the wretch!
Look, a young thrush.
What a shame.
We chased the cat and shouted, but the bird was dead.
It just fluttered in my hand for a few seconds and then it died. And the cat shan't have it anyway.
Certainly not. Now come with me and I'll show you where you can bury it deep in the ground and safe from any cat.
Yes.
And you know, we're all going to the beach this afternoon for a picnic.
Oh, lovely.
Do you think we could make it a tombstone?
Yes, there you are. There's nature for you, red in tooth and claw. And that's a nice pussycat, too. A gentle, friendly, furry creature. But show her a bird or a mouse, and she's a murderess, a ruthless killer.
Yes, it's horrid.
Ah, but don't forget the other side of the picture. Think of the poor, innocent little worms that pretty bird would have torn from the ground with its cruel beak and swallowed alive. Murder most foul, wherever you look. Yes, and what about man? He's tarred with the same brush. The instinct's there. Give him an excuse. Dress him up in a uniform, tell him he's a hero, and he'll go out and kill with no more conscience than that cat. Oh, you look as if you didn't altogether agree with me.
I hardly imagined you were serious. To draw an analogy between a cat killing a bird and nations going to war... Well, really, Doctor, isn't that a little far-fetched?
Oh, what's a nation? Just a pack, just a herd, ready to follow the loudest voice or the sharpest teeth. Let's have no illusions. We inhabit a jungle. Wolves, that's all. Oh!
Damned noise.
I'm sorry, old man. We were having a discussion.
There's no need to howl like a blasted hyena.
It was a wolf.
Oh.
It's no good. I'm for the individual. For instance, I like talking to you. I like talking to Mrs. Farrer here. I recognize civilized, intelligent persons with whom one can reason, joke, and argue. But put 2 million of you together, and I'd hate the sight of you. Now, take my advice. Leave the masses alone. You're wasting your time, my dear fellow. You might as well go and bang your head against that tree.
Oh, thank you very much, Doctor.
Oh, you don't believe me, of course. You're an idealist. I know. You'd much better resign, believe me. I can suggest a dozen better jobs.
Very kind of you.
Ah, I was an idealist once. Now, I'm an Epicurean. I think I might guess what you are, Mrs. Farrer.
Easily. I'm a middle-aged widow trying to bring up 2 children without very much money. And don't expect me to answer philosophical problems, please.
Just as I thought. A good, sensible materialist. My congratulations. I dare say David here might be on your side, the mountaineer. He's spent all his life toiling after the inaccessible, too.
If someone would tell me what the fool's talking about...
He's talking nonsense, Uncle.
Oh, nonsense, you think? And suppose I tell you that you and your kind are dangerous meddlers.
Oh, don't be so stupid.
You play with matters you don't understand, and what happens? Other people suffer for your mistakes. Yes, you're not as clever as you think.
Doctor.
It's true. They don't know what they're doing. They plot and plan, confer and scheme, sign treaties, build armies, and where does it get us all in the end? You're ignorant, the whole lot of you. You don't know what you're doing. You strut and pose and play your games, and other people pay. Yes, that's the end of it. Young men die, and you can't deny it.
This is intolerable.
Doctor, please.
Infernal bore.
Oh, no, don't go. Please. I apologize. No, don't go. I was just talking. I didn't mean it. The fact is, I've had a drink or two. You see, and, then one talks. Oh, don't go, please.
Then I suggest we change the subject.
Yes, of course. I talk too much, I'm sorry. I won't say another word.
There was a huge moth in my room this morning. It had greenish wings and stripes, and there was a reddish color on the underwing. Now, what would that be, what do you say?
It might have been a poplar hawk moth, Uncle.
Yes, that's possible.
We used often to find them in the garden in May, sometimes on the trunk of that tree. Do you remember, Francis?
Yes.
I used to collect moths when I was a boy. I still remember some of the names, though it's a longish time ago. I was born in 1897. My birthday falls on a rather curious date, November the 11th. So, by the inescapable logic of arithmetic, I was exactly 21 on Armistice Day 1918. You'd scarcely remember that, I suppose, Julian.
Vaguely. Flags in the village, I remember, and bells.
That's right. Flags and bells. And I was 21. Of course, it all seemed very significant of something or other. Oh, yes, a new era seemed to be dawning for me, for the whole world. When my son was born, some years later, I actually said to my wife, "He's a lucky little devil," I said, "to come into the world in 1924, with all the horrors of war behind him." In those days, of course, nobody dreamed, even in their wildest nightmares.
But surely, in spite of everything, we go forward. If only by infinitely slow and painful stages. Surely there's evidence of that. Oh, it won't be in our time, Doctor, but these children, for instance, or their children perhaps, may actually live to see a world in which war is spoken of as we speak today of burnings at the stake, as something that had its place in a barbarous age and is now unthinkable, impossibly obscene. I can't believe that man is doomed to destroy himself. I can't believe it. We must work patiently. We must have faith.
You're getting quite eloquent, dear. We must find you a soapbox, then you can get it all off your chest in Hyde Park.
I beg your pardon. I'd forgotten that such subjects were taboo in this house. Excuse me.
Oh, no, I suppose he's offended. But I do get tired of these highfalutin speeches, this everlasting talk of politics and war. You never find something agreeable to talk about. Why must we have these wearisome world problems dragged into the garden, amongst the flowers? Oh, really, I won't have it.
Well, it was my fault. I started it.
Well, it was very stupid of you, Doctor. You ought to know better.
I remember when he was young, when he was still at school, how excitedly he'd talk when something fired his imagination. Quite often I didn't understand half of what he was saying, but I was perfectly happy just to sit listening and watching, especially when he was indignant or delighted, and the words would come tumbling out, and his eyes were shining.
And you can imagine what the poor man suffered, Mr. Caldwell, inside his costume.
Dreadful.
I didn't catch that. What was inside his costume?
A jellyfish, Uncle David.
Ah, thank you. Very amusing. Very amusing.
There was a very strong bloater in that paste. More tea, please, Mattie.
Oh, there's not very much, I'm afraid.
I saw rather an attractive-looking pub on the top of the cliff.
Caldwell, you interest me strangely.
I remember once
Look,
when...
there's a porpoise.
Oh, they're very graceful.
As you should see them when they get among salmon at the mouth of a river. They fly through the waves like torpedoes. And you see the unfortunate salmon jumping high out of the water to escape them. Of course, a porpoise is a mammal.
What is a mammal exactly, Matty?
I'll tell you later, dear.
Nellie, if you and Toby have finished, I'm sure Mrs. Anson would excuse you.
Of course. Off you go.
Oh, thank you.
Be careful of the slippery rocks.
There they go. Gradually one forgets how it used to feel when one could run like that, flying along, hardly conscious of one's body at all.
Last year, we took the children to a little place in Brittany. We simply lived in bathing suits.
Ah, you're a married man, Mr. Caldwell. You've got interests outside your work. Oh, I wish you could persuade Julian to marry and stop him working so hard.
Marriage is Mother's panacea for everything. If only I were married, I should be more successful, richer, taller, more handsome.
You can laugh, my dear boy, but you work too hard. In the old days, at a picnic like this, he used to be the life and soul of the party.
Who? Me?
It's true, isn't it, Francis? Yes. I remember him sitting there, exactly where he is now, juggling with tennis balls.
Juggling? Oh, you must be thinking of someone else. I never juggled in my life.
You can deny it, but it's true.
This chair is very uncomfortable.
If you'll excuse me, I'll just go and keep an eye on them.
Thank you, Matty.
The children will miss her.
Yes, they will.
And I know somebody she'll miss. The doctor.
Oh, me? Oh, ridiculous.
I keep my eyes open. Francis, if you've digested your tea, we'll take David for a stroll and leave these men to talk politics.
Mother,
And to think they get paid for their clumsy blunderings. My cook could do as well.
The cook's not bad. She can't do rice, though.
What's wrong with her rice, dear? This is something quite new.
It's sloppy.
Oh, come now. Now, we'll all go for a walk. We shall give you about 10 minutes, Mr. Caldwell, and then we shall come chattering back and disturb you again. No, that way, Francis, dear.
Oh, right.
Come along, Doctor.
Oh, I don't like to be beside the sea.
Well, I hope I haven't spoiled the picnic by coming over.
Well, not at all, Caldwell. I tried to arrange that you and I should stay at home, but my mother was very anxious that we should come. I'm home so seldom, I didn't like to disappoint her.
Well, I've enjoyed it. House by the sea. I've always dreamed of that. As I happened to be down here, I thought I'd take the opportunity of having a chat with you. It's nothing of any great importance, anyway.
What is it?
Well, we had a conference last week to make a few staff appointments and changes.
Yes?
Amongst other things, the question of extending your appointment in Paris cropped up.
My appointment? Well, how do you mean? Surely that was settled months ago.
Yes, that's
Well, the
true,
ambassador was perfectly agreeable, and I had your letter confirming it. I really can't see why the question was raised.
You understand, in the ordinary course of events, your term in Paris would finish about the end of the month.
Yes, of course, I know that perfectly well.
We came to the conclusion that it might be as well in the circumstances not to interfere with the normal routine replacement arrangements.
Do you mean...
Yes, we are going to bring you home at the end of the month. You'll get an official notification, of course.
But it's senseless. I took all the trouble to explain. You know perfectly well I'm serving on the Refugee Committee and shall be until the end of September.
Yes, I know.
Then why?
Extensions do mean a certain amount of disorganization on the establishment.
Oh, rubbish, man. That was all settled months ago. I cannot leave Paris yet. It's out of the question. I've important matters to deal with, and I cannot leave.
Yes, but it's difficult, Julia.
Difficult? And do you think it's going to be easy for Chesterton to take over from me at this moment?
Well, we discussed it very fully before coming to a decision, I assure you.
Of course, there's some reason for this.
Oh, it's just an ordinary matter of staff readjustment.
Do you think I believe that? At least give me some credit for not being a fool.
Look, really, Julian, I don't think you want to look for some sinister design behind what is, after all...
Oh, for God's sake, Caldwell, stop being tactful. I'm sorry. But surely we know each other well enough. Can't we forget our official positions just for a moment?
Yes, of course.
It was agreed that I should stay on so long as the committee was sitting. And that's a perfectly normal arrangement. If you've changed your mind, it's because for some reason or other you're determined not to keep me in Paris a moment longer than is absolutely necessary. It has nothing to do with establishment difficulties. It's evidently a question of my own personal inadequacy.
Oh, look here. You're simply imagining things, Julian. There's really no point in bringing up this kind of thing. Each of us has his own personality and idiosyncrasies, and since these can't be changed, I never see that there's much to be gained by discussing them. You've got a very good brain, for instance, but then you don't happen to be the kind who goes out of his way to make himself agreeable.
I've no time for stupidity and incompetence, if that's what you mean.
Well, certainly your standards are very high.
Is that a reproach?
Of course not. The fact is, I suppose, that in our profession, a man's usefulness may depend to a certain extent on the success of his personal relations.
Quite so. In plain language, they dislike me in Paris.
You know, you're putting words into my mouth that I had no intention of using.
Oh, split hairs, if you must, but the truth is, I'm unpopular. Do you think I don't know what they say of me behind my back? I'm unpopular and unsuccessful.
Well, I should hardly describe your career as unsuccessful. Although we can't actually give you a department at the moment, I feel fairly certain that before long...
Oh, my dear Caldwell, please.
Well, look at me, if it comes to that. I haven't exactly set the Thames on fire. But isn't that the same in every profession? There isn't room for everybody at the top of the tree, and we all have a great regard for your integrity.
Haven't I worked? Damnation, haven't I worked?
Yes, you know, that's just it. Some of us think you work too hard. For instance, you're entitled to 56 days leave a year. Have you ever taken it? Last year, you had 29.
I was busy, as you know.
It was the same when you were in Stockholm, I remember. You don't play games, do you? And I know you're not one for entertainment.
I didn't join the Foreign Office for its social amenities.
Really, Julian?
Well, it gets on my nerves to see them all so infernally sedate. Talk about British phlegm. Huh. People profess to find it a virtue, but to me there's nothing more exasperating. Why, only take Maynard and his pipe, for instance. Go to him for the simplest decision, and what happens? Always the same interminable pantomime. Ums and ahs, and clouds of blue smoke, and the whole world can wait while he fiddles and sucks and chews and blows and dribbles. If they dislike me, let me tell you what I think of them. They're second-rate, the whole lot of them. Second-rate.
Well, I dare say that's true, according to your standards. For the matter of that, the vast majority of human beings are second-rate. Now look, can an older man give you a word of advice? Don't expect so much. Try to live in the world as it is, and not dream all the time of what it may be in 500 years when we're all of us wiser and kinder and cleverer.
What do you propose to do with me?
Well, for the time being, you'll be attached to the Permanent Under-Secretary's department.
Where I can do no harm.
Oh, come
I
now.
object to being treated like this. You're simply recalling me as if I were an incompetent clerk.
Oh.
And why? Because I work too hard, if you please. Well, why should I accept this decision? No. I shall see the ambassador. I shall appeal against it. It's grotesque.
Oh, come now.
Oh, leave me alone. To hear this kind of news at a picnic, well, it's a bit incongruous among the donuts.
I'm really very sorry. But I hope you won't take it too much to heart.
Oh, no, of course not. No, the truth is, it's not so much leaving Paris that matters to me. It's just that now I understand Caldwell. Now I understand exactly what my position is. Well, at 40, it's about time to come to one's senses.
Don't you think that you're rather exaggerating the importance of this affair?
Very likely. The plain truth is that I've exaggerated the importance of my whole career. It's a misfortune in life to be a success at 21. Just win a few scholarships at the varsity, and the old fools nod their heads and say, you've got a splendid future before you, my boy. And at that age, too, of course, one believes it. Nothing's out of reach. One sees oneself working miracles. It's amusing to consider the reality. First secretary, and a misfit at that.
Yes, a lot of your work has been greatly appreciated, I assure you.
Oh, thank you, Caldwell. Thank you.
Look, you need a change. I suggest you take a month's leave pretty soon.
Change? Yes, you're right. Yes, by heaven, it's time for that. When I think of the way I've lived, and for what? People call me clever. But what have I to show for my 40 years of life? Why, the first fool you stopped in the street with a home of his own and a wife and a dog would have more to boast of than I. Well, what have I? Oh, a lot of his work was greatly appreciated. Epitaph on a well-meaning civil servant. Do you see the children playing? When one is young, one looks at the world, touches it, and enjoys it. But as one grows older, so gradually one turns away from it, scarcely sees it from one year's end to the next. I've been in America, Sweden, Italy, France, and all I've seen, all I've touched is another office desk, a different sort of ink pot. That's true. This sun, the air, the sky's brightness, I've taken care to shut myself away from them for fear they should distract me from the business of meddling in humanity's affairs. Think of the stupidity. Deliberately to shun all wonder, all pleasure, even love itself. Isn't that to qualify for a madhouse?
You're still a young man. You've time.
Time. Yes, but what have I wasted? What have I lost?
Please. Oh, I wonder if you'd mind putting these in your pocket until we get home. I've nowhere safe to put them, and they keep dropping out of my hand.
Shells. Yes, I'll look after them.
Thank you. There are 6 periwinkles and 14 cowries. Oh, and 1 dog whelk. Thank you. Toby, wait for me!
Yes, well, I must be getting along, or I shall miss my train.
Go gather by the humming sea some twisted, echo-harboring shell. Years ago, when their mother was quite young, she and I, I'll come with you up to the house.
There. He's asleep again. Go on, dear. Tell me.
That summer I was 28. He'd been away off and on for so long that his death made hardly any difference to my life. I wrote 1 letter less a week, that's all. Of course, I was sad for a time. But I always had it at the back of my mind I'd marry again.
Why shouldn't you? You were quite young.
The truth is, I wanted to be admired and courted. I wanted to find a husband, so I started to look for one. I did it quite deliberately. Perhaps that's why I wasn't very successful. Meanwhile, the years were passing.
Then you met Farah?
Yes. As he came to live in the flat opposite mine. We used to meet in the lift occasionally, and I never even looked at him. Oh, why should I? He was years younger than I. A boy. It was weeks before I discovered he used to wait and listen for my door to open and then step out to meet me. Eventually I snubbed him. Oh, quite mildly, but he blushed and stammered and was so apologetic I felt I'd been too unkind, so a day or 2 later I invited him in for a drink with some friends.
Ah, yes, of course.
And from that day he never left me alone. He sent me flowers, he sent me books and invitations. He even copied out bits of Shakespeare and Ronsard and pushed them under my door.
Couldn't you discourage him in some way?
Oh, I said all the usual things. I was far too old, we must just be friends. I meant it too at first. And then gradually, as he insisted, I began to think, well, after all, perhaps...
My dear girl.
Did you say something?
Nothing, dear.
Chatter, chatter, chatter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Nothing, dear.
He can't hear.
I suppose I was flattered. I was tired of living alone and told myself that other women had married men much younger than themselves. It isn't invariably disastrous, surely.
If only you'd come to me for advice.
You've made up your mind to do something stupid. You avoid good advice. Oh, I knew it was stupid, but I couldn't stop. And so we were married. He'd have been happy enough with a girl of 21, but with a widow of 36... he didn't seem able to treat me as an ordinary creature of flesh and blood. For a woman of my age, it was simply embarrassing. And when I tried to bring him down to earth, I could see he was hurt, shocked.
Yes.
After 3 or 4 months, the situation was so getting on my nerves, I could hardly speak politely to him or bear him near me. At last I told him that I was afraid we'd made a mistake, that I was to blame. I'd go, give him a divorce, arrange for everything. He kept saying, "But what have I done? What have I done?" A few days later, they found him unconscious, and a long letter that was published in the papers in which he forgave me.
People read about these things, but no one understands.
Oh, I know I deserved it all, but did he? What'll become of him? One thinks one lives in a vacuum, that one's sins are one's own concern, but that's not true.
Julian, dear, what have you been doing?
Nothing. Nothing.
I hope Mr. What's-his-name hasn't ordered you off to Timbuktu by the next train.
No, quite the reverse. I'm being recalled to London.
I thought you were to stay in Paris for another 6 months.
That was the arrangement, yes.
Then why has it been altered? Are they promoting you, dear? Well, it's certainly high time.
Not exactly, no.
Of course, no one can expect to understand the machinations of the Foreign Office. Aren't they pleased with your work, or what?
Oh, simply delighted.
Then why, may one
Really,
ask?
Mother, it's not worth discussing. I dare say I've trodden on a few toes, that's all.
I must say, I think they treat you quite disgracefully, considering the way you work, never sparing yourself, never taking proper holidays.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Never mind, dear. Why don't you appeal?
Appeal? It's merely a routine move. Besides, I'm perfectly satisfied. They were a dull lot in Paris. I shall be glad of a change. It's not bad news at all. On the contrary.
How much longer are we going to sit here?
What did I say? Do you want to go home, dear?
Yes, I do.
Doctor? Where on earth is he? Doctor?
Bet you £50 is with Gregson in the pub.
I might have known this would happen. Why we go on employing anyone so hopelessly unreliable? It's simply throwing money away.
Oh, he's all right.
Well, it's all very well to say that.
Let me take him for you.
No, dear, you please stay here. He's my responsibility. Now, come, dear. And when the doctor comes, Julian, tell him we wanted him and he wasn't there.
I don't want to upset anyone.
Perhaps we should all go. I'll call the children.
Certainly not. Now, the children are enjoying themselves. I told you it was going to be a long day, but you wouldn't listen to me.
There must be an end to it. Long day.
For years, my mother has been telling me that I work too hard, and now when she's proved to be perfectly right, she's indignant.
Does that surprise you? You don't know much about human nature.
No, perhaps not. I had no business to speak to you as I did this morning. I hope you'll forgive me.
Of course.
Do you know how long it is since you and I were together on this beach? It's nearly 20 years. Nothing's changed. People who think their lives important should look at rocks. Rocks that have stood, say, for 400 million years. It's pathetic, isn't it, to think how long some of us continue to deceive ourselves. Of course, my leaving Paris will not make the slightest difference to anybody or anything.
I always thought it was the wrong profession for you. You should have been a painter or a writer and worked off all your romantic notions harmlessly on paper.
Look! Look! I found this in a pool.
What is it, darling?
It's called Ascidian, Matty says.
Oh, yes, Ascidian.
Is Matty really leaving?
Yes, darling, she's going to her sister.
When?
Tomorrow, when you go back to school.
Can she come back sometimes?
Yes, I expect she can, if you'd like her to.
Yes, I should. When can she come? Can she come next summer holidays?
Yes, I dare say. Yes, I dare say she could come for a week or so next summer.
Do you mind if I tell her that?
No, you tell her if you'd like to.
Oh, thank
And
you.
don't go too far away. We'll be leaving soon.
Not yet, Matty!
She's an attractive child.
What will become of her? Has she a friendly star? I often wonder.
When I went to Washington, you were still a schoolgirl. Hearing of your engagement came as quite a shock.
I was 19.
Yes, I know. All the same, it seemed absurdly young. Nobody could be expected to know their own mind at that age.
I did.
I confess it rather annoyed me at the time. When how many men had you met, and why the hurry? Of course, it was none of my business. I realized that. And in any case, I could hardly have interfered from the other side of the world.
And suppose you'd been here. How would you have interfered? I've always been obstinate, you know.
At least we might have discussed it sensibly.
Sensible discussion. Do you think that would have made any difference?
You know how one daydreams? Imagining what might have happened had one made some different decision at some time. Well, I've wondered occasionally how you would have answered if I'd asked you years ago to marry me.
Years ago?
Say, before you met Miles Edison.
Oh, then. Oh, well, then I'd have married you if you lifted your little finger.
Is that true?
True? Oh, Julian, don't be ridiculous. Surely you knew.
But of course I didn't.
Oh, and the trouble I took to please you.
But I never thought
No,
that you...
of course not. Why should you? There was so much else to excite and interest you in those days. I remember the morning you had the notice of your appointment in Washington. How delighted you were. Everyone said how splendid it was, and all I could think of was that it was 3,000 miles away and that I'd lost you.
I didn't know.
No, you didn't know. I remember we went to Southampton to see you off. You kissed your mother goodbye, and then, for some reason or other, you turned to me, gave my hair a little pull, and said, "Goodbye, behave yourself." That was as near as I ever got to a kiss from you.
But surely you knew I was fond of you.
Fond? Were you fond? Oh, if only I'd been fond and not lost, not damned past saving in love.
But our whole lives might have been entirely different if only I'd realized...
If. That's a silly game to play. Here comes the doctor and Gregson.
Oh, those boring old men. Let's go.
No, I think we'll stay.
No, why? Come for a walk with me, please. Please.
No, Julian, no.
Why not?
Well, I never saw her again until she died. I'm talking about my sister, Mrs. Farrer. And he actually came up to see me in the hospital. And said, "Now I hope you're pleased with yourself." That's true.
Dreadful.
It's been going on like this for 20 minutes.
It's all very well to sneer, but what would you have done? I mean, imagine it. Your own sister dying in poverty.
Well, why think about it, my dear fellow? It doesn't help.
She might be walking the earth today.
Ah, she's probably much happier where she is.
That's what I tell him. Of course she's happier, far happier.
What's the matter? Is he hurt?
It's his sister.
His sister? What do you mean? She died years ago.
Exactly. That's just it.
Sometimes it comes back to me. I just can't help it.
Really, Willie, come now. You've been giving him drink, Doctor.
One glass of beer.
Well, you know what he's like. Now, that's quite enough, Willie.
Yes.
You did all you could for your sister. We've been through the whole story before several times. Now, you please cheer up.
I'll try.
Well, we're here to enjoy ourselves. A beautiful evening like this, too. Meanwhile, since you were nowhere to be seen, Doctor, I had to take the old man home myself.
I'm sorry.
You might think.
I beg your pardon.
Excuse me, Mrs. Anson. I'm afraid we've lost the kite. The wind dropped as Toby was pulling it in, and it swooped down and stuck halfway up the cliff. You can see it from here.
Oh, dear, yes, what a nuisance.
Something like this always happens just when one wants to go home.
Can't we climb up to it? If the old man was here, he'd be up that cliff.
I think I can get it.
Yeah, of course you can.
Of course you can do nothing of the sort. You're not a climber. One slip and where would you be?
I've climbed these cliffs a dozen times.
I dare say, when you were young.
Well, I'm still under 80, Mother. It doesn't look particularly difficult.
Julian, will you please oblige me by not being stupid and obstinate?
Nobody need be alarmed. Broken legs are my speciality.
That's not funny. Julian, dear, I forbid you to do it. It's so steep.
This way to the amazing exhibition. Daredevil diplomat dices with death.
Doctor,
What? Yes?
may I speak to you?
What now?
There won't be another chance.
Oh, very well. Speak on. You have our ear.
Please don't joke.
Oh, my dear girl, what is it? You're trembling.
Don't laugh, that's all.
Of course not. Come and sit down.
No, I'd prefer to stand. We've no time. Doctor, it may not be very long before your employment here is ended.
Well, yes, that is so.
I believe you are quite alone in the world.
True.
So you'd have nowhere to go from here.
Oh, as to that, a nomad existence suits me. I'm an independent old cuss.
Doctor, would you not consider letting me make a home for you?
Oh, my dear girl.
I'd not interfere with you. You could come and go as you liked if you wanted to drink, if it gave you any pleasure. I'd not try to stop you by lecturing or nagging, as long as I could look after you and make a home where you were comfortable.
Mattie, please, I beg you. My dear girl, you're not thinking what you're saying. It's out of the question. Why, consider our ages.
I'm 35.
Exactly. I'm 56, 21 years older. You're a fine young woman. You should be thinking of a man who could offer you some sort of future. A young fellow with energy and prospects.
Do you think there are many young fellows with energy and prospects who'd want to marry a penniless governess of 35?
Oh, when I say young...
I've never had a proposal of marriage in my life, not one. Of course, I'm not pretty, but uglier women than I get married, plenty of them.
Oh.
Maybe I've not the right way of speaking to men. My sister always says I'm too solemn, too serious, and I dare say she's right. But am I never to be married because I've no great sense of humour? And what have I to joke about, will you tell me?
Now, Mattie.
Some women have only to lift their eyes and take a pick of a dozen. Look at her. How many men has she had, and young too? It's not fair. It's not fair.
Shh, now, there. Shh.
Oh, sorry. I just thought, before it was too late, I might as well offer to live for someone who'd not be too particular, perhaps.
Not too particular? This is simply unheard of. What can I say?
You don't need to say anything. I'm not so dense I can't understand.
Could I let you throw yourself away on a waster, a drunkard? Look at me. A nice sort of bridegroom I'd make for any woman.
What do I care that you're poor or a drunkard? You're kind, gentle, understanding, and you'd be someone that belonged to me at last. You'd be mine. If you knew how tired I am of loving other people's children and losing them and starting again, and never a soul that's mine to keep.
Oh, come now, come. Now, let's talk this over calmly. Now, let me say, first of all, that I don't see in your situation any need for such desperate remedies as you suggest. Because a young woman has reached the age of 35, that's no reason why she should throw herself away on an old fool who can be no help or comfort to her.
Why do you speak of yourself like that?
Because it's true. I've had my life, marriage, a career, a child. I've had it all. In what's to come, I am not particularly interested. And to live with a man who's uninterested in life would be dreadful, depressing. But at 35, good heavens, there's hope. A chance meeting, a letter, some trivial little incident may suddenly transform your whole life. And I believe it will. Yes, I have a strong conviction that your star is in the ascendant.
You're very kind.
Your day will come. I'm certain of it. You know, there's a certain sort of tree that only flowers every 12 years, or 10 perhaps, I forget which. And so it is with certain lives. For years they're grey and monotonous, and then one day, unexpectedly, they blossom out in happiness. Oh, yes, he's rescued the kite. Ah, how absurd. You can see he's quite delighted with himself. Oh, very clever, very daring.
Got it! He got it! Oh, why didn't you come? Why didn't you? Halfway up, we all thought he wasn't going to be able to get any higher, and then
We should start packing up now, dear. It's nearly 7 o'clock.
If that little bush hadn't been there, what would you have done?
I should have rolled down the cliff.
Roll down the cliff, roll down the cliff.
What a feat. Now for Everest.
I still say it was very stupid. Just one slip, and look at his trousers ruined.
Oh, that's
I think we
nothing.
could mend that.
Ah, there, you see. Willing hands attend to the hero's every need. What can I do? Surely you require some medical attention? Let me feel your pulse. 98, 99, 100. He's alive.
Rolling down the cliff.
Shush, darling, you're too excited.
It's clear that I should have been a mountaineer. I've wasted my life, Doctor.
Now, pack up, please. Pack up, children. It's time to go.
That was a shabby trick you played on me, Doctor. Very shabby.
What do you mean?
There was something in that beer.
Oh, don't be such an ass.
Willie, your spectacle case.
What? Oh, thank you.
Julian, take the rug, dear.
Yes, Mother.
Bring the chair, Doctor. Come on, everybody.
To Babylon, 70.
Next summer, shall we be able to go to the sea? Shall we?
Perhaps, darling. We'll see.
It's all right. I asked her, Matty, and she said you could come next summer. Next summer.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Look at this flower. There used to be a lot in the wood, owing to the heavy clay soil. It's called Herb Robert, or Geranium robertianum. The leaf has a rather peculiar scent.
I don't care for it.
It's pungent, certainly.
It looks as if there'll be more trouble in the east.
Oh, very likely. You know, I got up early this morning and went for a walk. Everything was absolutely motionless, as if asleep. The light wasn't bright like this, but gold. And the shadow of that tree stretched all across the lawn. Such stillness.
Why get up early? Couldn't you sleep?
No. Doctor, I must tell you something. I have decided to marry.
Oh, what?
Yes. All last night I thought of what my future was to be, and at last it became absolutely clear. No more ambitions for public life with its arid frustrations. Marriage, a home, children.
Does this mean you approve of marriage in a general way, or that your affections are already fixed on some particular object?
Well, of course they are. There's only one person in the world I would dream of marrying. Frances Farrer.
Oh, my dear boy.
Well?
Oh, nothing. She's a fine woman of the world. She has courage and dignity. I congratulate you.
Thank you. Thank you. You're a good fellow. Oh, I feel so absurdly excited.
Have you declared yourself?
Well, I've had no opportunity yet, but I mean to speak to her presently. She has suffered a great deal. You can see it in her face and movements, and hear it in her voice. And do you know who is partly responsible? I am.
You?
Yes, for the way she's lived, for the way she's suffered. I'm very much to blame, Doctor. I realize that now perfectly well.
Oh, we're all involved, my dear boy, one with another. We're all involved.
It's extraordinary. When I first saw her again, I only thought that she looked older. But yesterday, on the beach, her face seemed to have changed and grown more beautiful.
Oh, that's very extraordinary, of course.
Have you got 2 10-shilling notes for £1 by any chance?
I might have. Yes. Here.
Thank you.
Ah, I see.
What?
Oh, when a man wants to make himself agreeable to a widow, he starts by bribing the children.
How is David this morning, Doctor?
Oh, he's all right.
How can you say that when last night he nearly collapsed?
You know, he's a very old gentleman. We shall have these frights from time to time. Probably the sun was too much for him.
Oh, it worried me. I couldn't sleep all night. I kept thinking, suppose he dies in his sleep. Suppose I never can speak to him again. I should never have forgiven myself.
He wanted to come with us. It would have been unkind to have left him at home. It wasn't your fault, Mother.
No, you don't understand, dear. I've been so short-tempered with him, so quick and impatient. How can he help being slow and deaf and easily tired? He's coming to the end of his days, and we must never forget that. God knows his life is dull enough. He has no one of his own generation to talk to, no one's interested in his stories, and if he makes an attempt to join in the life that's going on round him, he's soon made to understand that he's a nuisance, in a way. It's so cruel.
Age, I do abhor thee. That's the law.
No, please don't say that. I don't like it.
It's Shakespeare.
I don't care who it is. Oughtn't he to have a heart tonic?
No.
Doctor, are you thinking what you say?
You can always flog a tired horse, but you can't prolong its life. His heart is old, that's all, like the rest of him. Of course, if you care to call in another opinion...
Oh, no. You do usually help him to dress, don't you?
Why, fasten his shoes and pull on his trousers. He likes to do the rest himself.
Well, perhaps this morning he was so tired last night, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, as you wish.
Why are you up so early, dear?
I couldn't sleep either. I was restless.
We must be friends, Julian.
Of course, Mother, of course.
I was worrying so much last night about your future.
There's nothing to worry about.
You say that, dear, but I think otherwise. You must remember you're 40 now. I don't like to think of you going on into middle age unsuccessful and alone. Such a bleak outlook. Independence is all very well for a young man, but as you grow older, you will find it's just another name for loneliness.
Mother,
I'm talking, Julian.
I'm sorry, but could we discuss all that later? Do you mind?
Yes, I do mind. I'm speaking for your own good, and I'll be grateful if you'll allow me to finish.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
You think me a fool, of course, because I don't happen to interest myself in politics. Nothing that I say is worth your attention.
Oh, there's a spider on your collar.
Oh, take it away.
There, it's gone.
Why won't you let me help you, dear? Why? You'll never make an effort on your own behalf, but now that you've to be at home for a time, I could easily do some entertaining for you. I should enjoy it. And you could meet a few nice people. For instance, however long is it since you've seen the Clintons? Elizabeth is 26 now, and she's grown into such an attractive creature.
Yes, I dare say.
Very well, then I shall arrange.
Mother, will you please try to understand that I am not interested in Elizabeth Clinton?
Oh, I can see what it is. You'll never marry, never.
Mother,
You'll simply end up as one of those pathetic creatures who spend their days in clubs for company and go home night after night to empty flats. Very well, I shall say no more. But if you imagine that's a happy way to live... well, what is it, Willie? We were having a private conversation.
Oh, I beg your pardon. It was just these plans. Excuse me.
Oh, you needn't go. Now, we've finished.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, now, I said I'd show you these plans and the estimate.
Oh, yes, the pigsty.
The scale is 1 inch to 1 foot. Now, here, for instance, is the sectional view, and you can see the rather complicated drainage system.
Yes, I suppose so.
That's all very well, but how much will it cost?
The estimate is £105, but I dare say...
Oh, it's out of the question. Perfectly absurd. Why should he have such a luxurious pigsty?
I understood that you had more or less promised him.
Then I've changed my mind. £105 indeed? Well, for half that he could buy enough pork to last him for the rest of his life.
Yes, but one can't promise a person a pigsty 1 minute and then simply change one's mind the next.
All right. I'll let him have it. It's your money, after all, not mine. Let him have it by all means. And don't let's discuss it any more.
Oh, very well.
I'm tired of it all. Yes, I'm tired. There's everlasting struggle year after year to keep the place in some sort of order. And for whom? I fuss about, make plans, spend money, and who cares? Who appreciates it?
I do, Mother. I assure you I appreciate it very much.
You? What good is it to you? You never live here. When I die, you will have to sell it.
On the contrary.
Don't argue, dear. You know you will. It will be sold. All my work will be forgotten, disappear. Fact is, we should have left years ago when Ian died, and I should have taken a flat in London.
But I've suggested London a dozen times, and you've always said you would hate to live there, that your only interest was in this house and garden.
Have I? Oh, well, I dare say I have. One says anything. Anyway, what does it matter? My life will be over soon, thank goodness.
Mother,
No,
dear,
no, don't
listen.
speak to me. Leave me alone. Everybody can go away and enjoy themselves. I'm tired of you all.
Oh, Mother, darling, please.
There. I'm all right now. I apologize. Thank you, dear. I'm all right now. My back ached all night. I didn't sleep. And then that fool, that lunatic in the kitchen has broken the refrigerator again. And now, with the hot weather coming on, it really is too much.
What's this tomfoolery about my not being able to dress myself, Laura? The day I can't put my clothes on, you can knock me over the head and have done with it.
We all of us like to be helped at times, dear. Johnson always used to pull off your hunting boots, don't you remember?
Hunting boots are entirely different. I hate being messed about.
Anyway, dear, I'm glad you're better. We were so worried.
Oh, well, where's my geographical magazine?
In your chair, dear.
Oh.
Well, Francis, dear, so you're ready?
Yes, all packed. Oh, we have all enjoyed it here so much.
You must come again, with the children. You must all come again.
How kind of you. Are you better, Mr. Anson?
I'm all right. You can't kill me. I go on boring everybody year after year. Is it 8 years I've been here, Laura, or 7?
7 or 8? My dear David, it's 18.
What on earth are you talking about? It can't possibly be more than... It can't be 18.
Yes, dear, it is.
Of course, I'm such an old fool now. Time means nothing to me. The years pass and pass. But 18, really, I apologize.
Don't be so silly, dear.
I'm a sort of blasted Methuselah.
You're nothing of the sort.
Come on, Doctor. It's time for my walk.
Now, let me take you for a walk this morning, dear. Up we get.
Oh. Very kind of you. 18? Is there no end to it? One begins to feel there's been some mistake. One's been left behind, so to speak, while all one's friends...
Shh, dear, now don't. Now, where would you like to go? Just to the pond and back?
Yes, the pond and back. The pond
Doctor,
and back.
if you see Willie Gregson, tell him I'll be with him in a few minutes.
What? Yes, very well, very well.
Francis, I've so wanted to speak to you. Twice yesterday evening I tried, but each time it seemed as if you were anxious to avoid it.
We all talked so much yesterday. Too much, perhaps. Oh, really, you've changed so little, Julian. Watching you climb that cliff, you might have been 25. Do you know what it is that makes people grow older than their years? It's not hard work. It's not even failure. It's shame. Disgust with oneself. Living vulgarly. Dear, I didn't mean to talk seriously. You were out very early this morning.
Yes, I went for a walk. In the wood, I saw a tree that was blown down in a gale some years ago. Although it still lies on the ground and most of its roots are broken, its branches are covered with young leaves, and fresh roots are growing in place of the old ones.
Is that a parable?
It might be. I can't help thinking that a life, like a tree, might renew itself and put out fresh roots, as it were.
Yes. But would it ever be quite straight again? Wouldn't it always be twisted in some way? Oh, I'll be out of our depth in a minute. Yes, and it's nearly time
No,
to
don't go. You keep evading me, and I must talk to you.
Well, then, let's talk of the past. Let's talk of what's pleasant.
And the future? Couldn't that perhaps be pleasant, too? Last night, after you'd gone to bed, my mother told me something of what had happened between you and young Farrer. And the more I thought of it, the more I realized the extent of my own responsibility.
Oh, but that's nonsense.
On the contrary, my thoughtless behavior 20 years ago drove you into an unsatisfactory marriage with Edison, and all that followed was a direct consequence And that's undeniable.
Julian, you can't go through life feeling responsible for the actions of a girl who happened years ago to fall in love with you without encouragement. You can explain my behavior in 100 different ways, but nothing excuses it. Oh, I meant to show you rather amusing photographs.
Yes, but do you mind, please, not changing the subject? We've little enough time as it is, and before you go, I must tell you that... Oh, there now. I'm talking to you as if I were giving orders to a clerk. And what I want to tell you, what I want to say, is simply to beg you to consider becoming my wife.
Oh, Julian, no.
Why no?
You haven't thought...
I've thought all night, and I'm sure. And the certainty and the longing to speak to you made me so impatient. And the hours till morning passed so slowly. I walked because I couldn't stay still. I felt so exhilarated. And the morning seemed to be shining entirely for my benefit.
No.
Surely it's simply providential that you and I should have met here again now at this particular moment.
Julian, it's not providential at all. It's only an accident. You're reading into our meeting some significance that isn't there. Oh, don't think I'm not flattered and grateful. I am. But really, it wouldn't do, Julian. It's not possible.
Oh, I've been too awkward and abrupt. I understand that now, but in a year, say, when you had enough time
to... It isn't
to...
that. It isn't time I need.
Oh. Then you can only mean that it's not possible for you to love me, or to think of living as my wife. Is that it?
You think we'd be happy, but we wouldn't. You think we can go back to the beginning and start again, but it's not possible, Julian. You're making a mistake.
You say that with such appalling certainty. I know what you feel. Because you've had so much unhappiness, you can't believe in a new life, but...
A new life. How like you that is. Do you know how it would end? I should disappoint you, Julian. You believe so much, and I so little. You think of me as the girl you used to know grown older, but I'm not. I'm quite different. I'm changed. Some sort of flame seems to have burned out, and now I'm just cold and old and empty-hearted.
I don't believe it. And if you are, I'll change all that. Oh, for God's sake, believe it. Do you know that the only times that I remember with pleasure are the days when you and I spent our summers together here, in this house on the beach before I went away? It was always fine then. Or so it seems now. Oh, those days are gone, I know, and we've changed. But surely there's something left of them still alive that might grow into a new kind of happiness. No? Is it so impossible? Say something.
Oh, I shouldn't have come here. This should never have happened. If I hadn't come back, you'd never have thought of me, never have wanted to see me again. That would have been so much better.
I'm not fit to share your unhappiness, is that it? Have I really so little understanding? Stay with me, Francis. Please.
It's too late, Julian. It's too late.
But
don't say any more. Here's Matt.
I think I'd better give you the keys now, Mrs. Farrer, before I forget it. And these are the lists you wanted.
Oh, thank you, Mattie, yes.
Toby's box will want mending before he goes back next term.
Yes, he needs a new one. It's really too small.
It would be better.
Now, we arrive at Paddington at 2:30 with the children. What time's your train north?
Oh, not until 5:30.
We shall all miss you dreadfully, of course.
Partings are never very agreeable. I hope the children will continue to make progress at school.
Come and see them sometimes, Mattie.
That would be very nice. Oh, excuse me, I have something for the doctor. Here's the address you asked me for.
Address? What address?
That's the one. The luggage is all packed and downstairs, Mrs. Farrer.
Her hand was shaking. What can be the matter?
It's nothing. It will pass.
Finally, you come to the dwarfs. The only ones that can exist at such altitudes.
Yes, dear, of course. Now, you sit down, and one of us will read to you for a bit.
Thank you.
Doctor, I was reading an article on Lapland, or Canada, to him. Here, you will find the place marked.
It's here! The taxi!
Dear, not so much noise.
I'm sorry. Can I go in front with the driver, Mummy? Can I?
I'll come and see you off.
Say goodbye nicely to Uncle David.
Goodbye, Uncle David.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Come again and cheer us up.
I shall be back in a minute, David.
Goodbye.
No, I'm not going. I shall be back in a minute. Read him the bit about the dog race, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Anson.
Yes, goodbye.
I'll be back in a minute, dear.
I know. Everybody shouts at me this morning. Do they think I'm deaf?
Now then. Morning saw the whole population agog with excitement to witness the great Canadian husky dog race. Again and again, the strangely thrilling cry of mush echoed and re-echoed on the frosty air.
Mush?
That's what it says. Again and again...
whose children were those?
Mrs. What's-her-names. How do you feel?
Well, I have a bit of a pain in my chest and my head.
Have a rest. They're all gone.
A lot of noise and talk. I'm too old for it.
There'll be no noise now. You can have a sleep.
My ties...
Oh, too tight, is it? Here, I'll do it. There.
Thanks.
You're tired, old man. You asleep.
What's the matter?
He's had enough.
When Julian comes back, don't mention Francis Farrer. Talk of anything else. I'll explain later. Oh, it's one thing after another. Poor Julian. It seems as if nothing can go right for him. It's worrying. It really is. I mean, is it my fault? There are times when I wonder. Well, Julian, they've gone.
They waved to me all down the drive. Delightful children, really.
But noisy.
Oh, there is no...
Don't.
You know, a girl like that governess really ought to get married and have children of her own. Why doesn't she? She's not bad looking.
One can never understand these things. She'll be an old maid, though. One can see it coming.
Oh, very likely. Oh, well, medicine time. Oh, no, my friends.
I never realized, dear. It never occurred to me.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Evidently, she didn't feel able... She's very changed, isn't she?
Yes. She's changed a great deal. Really, dear, I don't think it would be very suitable now. Years ago, of course, it might have been a different thing.
Yes, that's right.
I'm so sorry.
Well, naturally, I'm disappointed. I had hoped, in spite of everything, that she and I... However... Meanwhile, it was good to see children about the place. Living and working continually among older people, one is apt to forget that half the world is young. Yes, we may fail, miss our opportunities, live stupidly, grow old, but always behind us come the young ones, with new energy, new ideals, new faith. And not all of them will fail. No. Some will succeed, live splendidly, achieve what we have scarcely dared to dream of.
Yes, I dare say, but what are you going to do now, dear? What?
Oh, I shall go back to my work, of course. My career isn't finished by any means. I'm pretty certain to be promoted soon, a year or two at the most. And then I shall be a councillor or head of a department. That's something, after all. And then I intend to come back here a good deal more in the future.
Oh, do, dear.
Yes, I will. I intend to learn gardening. I dare say you've got some books on the subject.
Plenty.
There's a good deal we could do. For instance, we might use the stream to make a sort of water garden, lilies and so on. And then it occurred to me this morning that if we were to cut down 3 or 4 trees over there by the front door and clear away the undergrowth, we could make a great vista stretching away to the sea and border it with azaleas and flowering shrubs. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, dear.
Yes. There's really no end to what we might do. There's no end.
In A Day by the Sea by N.C. Hunter, the part of Frances Farrer was played by Rachel Gurney, Julian Anson by Richard Herndl, Laura Anson, Margot Boyd, David Anson, Rafe Truman, Dr. Farley, Gerald Cross, Miss Matteson, Catherine Parr, William Gregson, Peter Tuddenham, Humphrey Caldwell, Gerard Green, Eleanor, Elizabeth Proud, and Toby, Adam Richardson. The producer was Norman Wright.
A Fall of Moondust by Arthur C. Clarke, adapted for radio by Andrew Lynch, with David Buck as Captain Pat Harris, Barry Foster as Engineer Jim Lawrence, Roland Karam as Tourist Commissioner Davis, Bill Simpson as Commodore Hanstein, Richard Pearson as Dr. Lawson, James Aubrey as Morris Spencer, Libby Morris as Myrie Schuster, Harry Tarb as Irving Schuster, and Jane Knowles as Stewardess Sue Wilkins. A Fall of Moondust.
Okay. Oh, that's good. We're going to be view. Are you sure you're comfortable?
Welcome aboard, sir. Madam.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Hope the ship's big enough to take me, Irving. Seems awful small.
Stop worrying, Myra.
I just don't want to get stuck in a seat.
Everywhere we go, you say that. It's not happened yet.
There's always a first time.
Look, we didn't come all the way to the moon for you to get stuck in a seat. Just enjoy the cruise.
How long is the trip expected to last, young lady?
4 hours, madam.
Do we sit anywhere?
Yes, Selene has been designed to give a panoramic view for all its passengers.
Well, I'll stay here at the front, if you don't mind.
I'm sure you'll be very comfortable. Well, welcome aboard, sir.
Hello.
Welcome aboard.
My name is Jayawardena. Do I sit anywhere?
Just sit anywhere, sir. All seats have a perfect view.
Thank you.
Have you got room for your knees?
Everything shipshape, sir?
Yes, Captain Harris. Full complement, as usual.
Good. Catering facilities checked?
Of course.
I'd like the seafood morning, if that's possible.
I'll see what I can do, Pat.
Good. I'll complete my pre-cruise checks.
These are nice seats.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, I hope I haven't kept you waiting, young lady.
No, sir. You are the last, but not late.
Ah.
You'll find a seat down on the right there.
Thank you. That'll be fine.
Excuse me. The young man in uniform who went through to the front.
Captain Harris has just gone to the bridge.
Are you the only 2 crew members?
That's right.
Oh, dear.
Don't worry. The Selene's a very simple ship to operate.
Don't think I'm making a fuss, miss, but that door seems a bit flimsy. I mean, compared with an aircraft door back on Earth.
The moon creates her own conditions. Just relax and enjoy the trip. Selene's been through the most rigorous safety checks.
You okay, Myra?
Fine, Irving. These seats are very comfortable.
Yeah, it's a neat little ship.
I think that's one of the things I like best about the moon. Everything is so clean.
We're a long way from 39th.
New York's still home. I hope the apartment's okay.
David will look after everything.
Welcome aboard, Selene. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sue, and Captain Harris and I are pleased you could join us on the only sightseeing trip across a lunar sea. We shall be away from Port Roris about 4 hours, and our first objective will be Crater Lake, where we will have a breathtaking view of the mountains of inaccessibility. To reach our destination, we shall travel across the Sea of Thirst, ironically named because it is formed from the driest dust imaginable. A vacuum-packed souvenir awaits you at Port Roris on our return.
Right.
The surface temperature of the sea at this moment is around 300 below zero.
God. You wanted to get away from the heat, Myra.
Irving.
We are rather proud of Selene. She's a unique craft even for the 21st century. Compact, extremely simple to operate, and her terminology will be familiar to most of you as it's taken from Earth maritime phraseology. We refer to her fore and aft, port, starboard, bridge, and porthole. She is propelled by electric motors that drive fans below the dust surface. But unlike conventional seacraft, there is no discomfort to be experienced by erratic motion. There are no waves, and seasickness is something we'll never experience. If during the trip you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. A 3-course meal incorporated in the price of your cruise ticket will be served in about an hour and a half from now. Enjoy your trip, everyone, and I'll now hand you over to Captain Harris.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Captain Pat Harris speaking to you from the bridge. If you would care to swivel your seats to the rear, you will observe the domes of Port Royal dropping swiftly from the skyline.
Oh, isn't that a sight?
You have all, no doubt, observed the stars from the clarity of space and been dazzled by the face of the mother planet, but this is a new experience for you. We are now traveling on neither land, nor sea, or space, but a little of each. No sea on Earth could ever be as calm as this. We'll stop for a moment and let you experience how still and placid the lunar surface can be.
Isn't it so quiet and peaceful?
Ghostly, still grayness.
This is the real face of the moon. That view hasn't changed for billions of years. It's an enormous thought, isn't it? Now, just how far do you imagine the horizon is?
That's miles away.
Believe it or not, only 3 kilometers. It looks a couple of light years away, but if you could walk on this stuff, you'd be there in 20 minutes.
Imagine.
We'll move on, and I'll leave Sue to explain how the sea was formed.
Most of the moon is covered by a thin layer of dust, usually no more than a few millimeters in depth. Some of the debris fell from the stars when meteorites rained on the unprotected surface over at least 5 billion years. Some has flaked from lunar rocks as they expanded and contracted in the fierce climatic conditions. It's more liquid than sand or anything similar. It flows quicker than syrup and just slower than water. Over the ages, it has flowed down from the mountains into the lowlands to form pools and lakes. The first explorers expected this, but the Sea of Thirst was a surprise because of its size.
Terrific.
And ahead we now see the mountains of inaccessibility, so called because they are entirely surrounded by sea.
Have they ever been climbed?
No, they haven't. Aren't they a wonderful sight? I'll go through to the bridge and put the main lights out to give you a better view and leave you to take in the haunting beauty.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Look.
I've never seen anything like it.
Interesting. What are the passengers like?
They seem an ordinary bunch. There's one man I seem to recognize from somewhere, but I can't place him.
I'll point him out when I do my walkabout. Are you busy later? After the trip, I mean.
Well, I said I'd go and see the latest Earth video with a friend. Why do you ask?
I'm thinking of trying the new restaurant that's opened in Clavier City. I thought you might like to join me.
I went 3 or 4 days ago. It's very good.
Oh. Some other time, then.
That'd be nice. I don't think you'll need to eat out tonight. There's plenty of seafood Mornay aboard.
Good.
Oh, there's a Miss Morley sat front port who asked who you were.
Yeah, I think I noticed her. Why do they always look like that?
Now then, Captain, diplomacy and charm. Remember your code of conduct. I'd better get back to them.
Out of this world.
Strange, isn't it? That man has to travel so far from the fields, lakes and forests to appreciate the real beauty of his own world.
Are you a poet?
No, man. I just never dreamed it could look so beautiful. Bluey green crescent hanging in space.
Do you think David's looking up at the moon, Irving?
I hope he's looking after the office.
Forget the office. That's what we came here for. Rest, the doctor said.
You tell me. And who's worrying about the apartment?
Not now. I'm looking at a wonderful world.
Yeah.
Are you New Yorkers?
How'd you guess?
Oh, I worked in the Bronx for a while.
You're not American.
No. Australian, one of the originals.
Ah.
Long way from the Big Apple.
Nobody calls it that anymore.
We can almost see both our homes from here. I'm Irving Schuster. This is my wife, Myra.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Duncan Mackenzie.
It's our first trip to the moon.
Really?
Our first trip anywhere for years.
Wow.
The doctor, a personal friend,
Yeah.
says, Irving, you have a fine son to take care of your business. Take a vacation. Next year, maybe, he says.
So, here we are.
Always next year.
So now it's next year. And you? First trip?
Oh, yeah. I've been promising myself this for a long time.
You're alone? You don't have a wife with you?
Myra.
Excuse me, sir. Please don't think me impertinent, but have we met before?
Oh, I'm sure I couldn't have forgotten such a charming lady.
Sorry, I rarely forget a face. Occupational hazard. You must remind me of someone else.
I just seem to have that sort of face.
I'll get the cams in my bag. Hang on.
Can you get...
Are you sure you shouldn't be at the front, Captain?
Aye, we're quite safe on automatic pilot for another 7 minutes, Miss Morley. We're travelling a well-trodden route in a straight line.
But what's that?
Sorry?
Up ahead. Captain, we're heading straight into it.
Irving, there's a hole in the sea!
It'll be planned, Myra. We'll be programmed to go around it.
Pat, what is it?
Oh, God, I don't know. Bring on the brakes.
My God!
Pat, we're sinking. What's happening?
Hang on, Sue, I'm trying to lift her. We're going down!
Look at the portholes. The dust is halfway up the glass.
Just try and keep calm.
Chief Engineer Lawrence, Mr. Davies.
Oh, Jim! Good of you to come. Take a seat.
I don't have long. What can I do for you, Rex?
You've time for some tourist office refreshment, I'm sure. Anne, would you please?
Yes.
Are you buttering me up for something, Rex?
Just being courteous to a fellow member of the Moon Management team.
Always the PR man. Come on, let's have it.
I had a stroll through the park earlier and happened to bump into the chief administrator. He's rather taken with the park, Jim, particularly impressed by the 15-metre sunflowers.
And the back-projected clouds, no doubt. It must be nice to have the time to admire them.
Oh, those clouds are lovely. You should dream a little.
I can look at clouds on Earth and listen to birds.
Well, perhaps you'd like something else. A thunderstorm, maybe?
No, thanks. So what did the chief have to say?
We discussed an idea for tourism.
Oh, you know my views on tourism. Just an additional headache we can live without.
Oh, no, we can't. It's our lifeblood here on the moon, Jim. The only way we can be independent of Earth. This idea would benefit both our departments.
Go on, Rex. I'm listening.
The water skiing champion of Australia has contacted me to ask if anyone has ever skied on the Sea of Thirst.
I thought you wanted me here for something serious.
I am serious. It could be a whole new sport. Is it technically possible? That's all I want to know.
It's probably just a matter of being able to maintain speed and maneuverability. I just don't know. We'd have to do some experiments.
Could Cellini do it?
It's possible. All I can see from my department's point of view is headaches. I'm running on a shoestring as it is.
Exactly, Jim. The tourists bring the money in. Any extra revenue generated by a fresh influx would be used to benefit both our departments.
When I've got time, I'll see what I can do, all right?
That's all I'm asking.
Excuse me, sir. Red priority column 7.
Put it through, Anne. Chief Engineer Lawrence has the same clearance as me.
It's for Chief Engineer Lawrence.
Oh, fine. Put it through, Anne. Call 317, Jim.
Thank you. Lawrence, yes? How long ago? No answer whatsoever. Try the moon crash band, Ed. You did. Right. See you in control in a couple of minutes.
Trouble?
That was Ed, my number one. It's probably a false alarm, but I'd better get down to control. Cellini hasn't made her routine call.
Oh, what do you think could have happened?
I'm going to find out.
I'll come with you.
If anything has happened to her out there, we can only reach her with the dust skis. I've said all along we should have had 2 dust cruisers operational before we started these trips.
Couldn't agree more. That's the sort of equipment we could buy with any additional revenue.
Ed, what's the problem?
The 1900-hour signal came in bang on time. That was here. Nothing at 2000. That's when they called me. I've had the instrument guys check it out our end, and it's all right. We tried to contact her on her regular frequency and drew a blank. We've scanned the adjoining bands, and again, nothing. That's when I called you.
And nothing on the moon crash band?
Not yet.
If she travelled from the 1900 signal until now, how far away from the last point of contact could she be?
Flat out, she'd only have travelled 80 kilometres, but she won't be travelling that fast on a sightseeing trip.
Right, if we draw a circle with her position at 1900 hours as its centre and an 80-kilometre radius, she's got to be in there somewhere. Then if we concentrate on this arc in the direction she's travelling, that'll cut down the odds for finding her.
Let's not provoke publicity over this. After all, it's probably just a simple breakdown.
Yes, but we'll dispatch the Duskies anyway. Even if it is a false alarm, it's good training.
How long before we know?
Well, it'll take a while to search several thousand square kilometres at night. Ed, get them started in this area. I'll prepare for us to travel to Port Roris in a suborbital, just in case we're needed.
Okay, Chief.
What could have happened?
I don't know. If it isn't a communications breakdown, there can only be a few possibilities. It was sudden. An explosion, maybe.
I'd better set up a meeting with the legal department. Do you think we should tell the Chief Administrator?
I'll leave that to you. Maybe he's wandering around your park somewhere.
Thanks, Jim. This won't do the tourist industry any good.
You should be worrying about the tourists that went out on Salini.
Oh, yes, you're right. I'll contact Port Roris and make sure they all sign their indemnity forms. If it came to the worst, we could be sued for billions.
That isn't what I meant. Let's hope they've just hit something and put their communications out of action.
Excuse me, Chief. I've had an idea.
I'm listening, Ed.
Well, why don't we try Lagrange satellite? The astronomers up there might be able to see something.
At night? From 50,000 kilometres?
It's worth a try. Salini's searchlights could still be burning, and they'd easily spot that on the sea. Contact them, Ed. I'll get our transport arranged to Port Roris.
Dr. Lawson?
Yes, what is it?
I'm very sorry to disturb you, Doctor, but we've received a priority red signal from Lunar Traffic Control, Earthside North.
Traffic control? I'm an astronomer, not a parking attendant. What do they want?
A dust cruiser, the Selene, has gone missing on a sightseeing trip across the Sea of Thirst. 22 people on board. Traffic Control thought there may be a chance we'd spot her lights through the telescope.
I don't know. I'm supposed to be carrying out serious scientific research. Not looking for a busload of lost pleasure seekers.
Yes, Doctor.
100-centimetre telescope. Beautiful instrument. Designed to look at objects billions of times further away from us than the moon. Here we are, like a ping-pong ball, perpetually balanced between Earth and the moon. Where did you say that thing was supposed to be?
The Sea of Thirst, Doctor. I've brought a map.
Map? Map? Don't need a map. Let's look at that view on the screen. That's the Sea of Rains. Those craters are Archimedes, Plato, Aristotles, and Eudoxus. Marvellous. Even on low power.
Yes. Shouldn't we be scanning the dark section, Dr. Lawson?
Of course we should. That's where we're going. It's a big place, the Sea of Thirst. You have any coordinates?
Yes, Doctor.
Well, punch 'em in. You're expected now to work this thing.
Yes, Doctor. There. It's very dark.
Well, of course it's dark. It's night time. Scan slowly.
What was that?
What? Where?
A bright light. It could have been a searchlight.
Well, trace it back. Very slowly.
There.
Much too bright. Those are the lights at Port Roris. Now, if she's on the Sea of Thirst, we should locate her with a light amplifier or a radiation detector.
Oh, so dark. I can't see.
Quiet, everyone, please. I think we've stopped moving now. Is anyone injured? No. Just make sure that everyone within touching distance of you is conscious. I'm going to reset the main lights and the purification system.
Irving, you all right?
I'm okay. Are you?
Yeah. Mr. Mackenzie?
Oh, fine. Look at the port house.
Oh, we're buried.
I see.
Oh, God, we're buried.
And Miss Morley, are you all right?
We are buried, aren't we?
Yes, we are under the surface, but we can't be very deep.
At least we now have light. How is everybody, Sue?
At the worst shaken, I think.
Well, if the food's still servable, this might not be a bad time to serve it.
I'll see what I can do.
Good. Could I have your attention, please?
Sure.
We are still in one piece, and no one is worse than a little shocked, as far as I can see. If anyone does need first aid, Sue is a trained nurse, so speak up. I think we've been unfortunate to have been caught in some sort of landslip or moonquake. There's no need to be alarmed. Even if we can't get out under our own power, Port Roris will soon have someone here. Meanwhile, Sue is about to serve refreshments, so I suggest you all relax, and I'll contact base. Selene to Port Roris. Selene to Port Roris. Come in, please.
Food's underway. Are you through?
Not yet.
What's happened? Any ideas?
I'm not sure. Some sort of landslip. Selene to Port Roris. Come in, please.
Perhaps the radio's damaged.
Possibly. I'm getting an outside pressure reading, which indicates we're deeper than I at first thought.
Well, how deep?
Well, at a rough estimate, I'd say about 10 meters.
As much as that? Is everything else all right?
All equipment appears to be functional.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. No passengers allowed in here.
No, that's all right, Sue.
I don't want to intrude, Captain. Selena is your ship. I thought I'd introduce myself in case I can be of some assistance.
Glad to have you aboard, Commodore.
Commodore?
Commodore Hanstein.
The man who led the first expedition to Pluto.
I thought I recognized you, but your name didn't ring a bell from the passenger list.
I've shaved off my beard. My alias is Hansen. Since my retirement, I've tried to do some quiet sightseeing.
Sorry about this, Commodore.
No, it's not your fault. How desperate is the situation?
I'll carry on with the meeting.
Yeah, fine, Sue. We're deeper than I first thought. My guess is about 10 meters.
Doesn't sound too good.
We aren't too far from Port Roris. They should find us fairly quickly.
My experience tells me to look on the black side. How long could we last if we had to?
Oxygen would be the limiting factor. We've enough for about 7 days, Earth days, that is, provided there are no leaks and she seems sound enough.
What about food, water, and power?
No problem. We carry the compulsory emergency supply rations. We can purify all the water we need, and there's ample power now that the main motors are shut down.
Any luck with the radio?
I think the dust's blanketed everything out. I've left the beacon on Moon Crash. If anything can get through, it'll be that.
If they had to find us any other way, any estimate how long it would take?
Well, the search would have begun as soon as our 2000 signal was missed. They'll know our general area, but we'll have sunk without trace.
In the meantime, you've got to keep the customers happy. Why not give them a pep talk about the search procedure?
Yeah, I'll do that, Commodore. Thank you.
Best not to give the impression somebody will be knocking on the door in half an hour, though. It would make it difficult if we had to wait a day or two.
Can't see a thing. Can you?
I felt sure we'd find something after the photographs had gone through computer enhancement, but it's just as if the sea hasn't been touched for hundreds of years.
Billions of years. In the Earthlight, it'll be possible to see her shadow clearly. If not, then we can assume she came to grief in this area. Put these through the enhancer, Ingrid.
Right. Crater Lake? In the middle of the mountains?
Well, it's far more logical to assume she'd have an accident where always boulders are strewn about the place than in the open sea where she'd be unobstructed.
It's still very black, Doctor.
No light at all. Scores of isolated crags and boulders. You see, all this area is blocked from us by the mountains. The only chance there is to investigate at ground level. Inform Earthside Control and give them our interim report.
Are we giving up, Dr. Lawson?
Lord, no. Just getting interesting.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes, Anne?
The copy of the report from the Lagrange satellites through on Telfax.
Any news?
No, they haven't seen anything at all.
This has happened at a very bad time. Is that the passenger list?
Yes, sir. There's an appendix.
Hell, that's all I need. Commodore Hanstein's on board, travelling under an assumed name.
The Commodore Hanstein?
Imagine what that's going to do to our public image. Lawrence should have arrived at Port Roris by now. Make sure he's got all this information.
Yes, sir.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the position. We're only about 60 kilometers from base, 3 from the mountains of inaccessibility, and we are in no immediate danger.
But how long, Captain?
As I said earlier, I've no reason to believe we won't be located quite soon.
Shouldn't someone be on the bridge by the radio?
Now, I've boosted reception. We'll hear any incoming signal throughout the ship, and they can hear us from in here.
What do we do in the meantime?
Well, we are very fortunate to have Commodore Hanstein aboard. As you probably know, he's the most traveled Earthman in history.
And I don't intend staying still for long here.
Perhaps, Commodore, you can suggest ways we can pass the time.
All right, Captain. Do we have any books on board?
Do we?
There's one. Would you mind passing it up, please? And another. Oh, fine. We seem to have an overkill of the official tourist handout. Now, what's this one about?
Oh, I'm afraid it's only a little jaunt through history.
The Orange and the Apple.
It's absolute rubbish.
We're not looking for heavy literature. The Orange and the Apple. The truth of the romance between Nell Gwynn and Sir Isaac Newton. It sounds juicy.
It was written by a promiscuous schoolgirl on Mars.
Thank you, Miss Morley. I know this one. Shane. Good old-fashioned Western. Well, that's a start. Later on, we could have some volunteer readers, Captain.
Good idea. Well, that's our entertainment taken care of. Are there any more questions?
I noticed there was a spacesuit in the airlock. Well, couldn't someone swim up to the surface? Then the search party would know where we were immediately.
Sorry, Miss Morley, but it would be like swimming in sand. You'd be absolutely blind. How would the person know which was up or down? How could he close the outer door after him? The dust would just flood in.
If there are no more questions, why don't we all introduce ourselves? I'll go round the ship, and perhaps you'll give your name, occupation, and hometown. You have a remarkable collection of talent on board, if I may say so, Captain. Any sign of our rescuers?
No, Commodore, not as yet.
Do you mind if I have a word, Captain?
No, Mr.
Mackenzie.
Yes, our Australian physicist, correct?
Correct, Commodore. I'm a little worried.
Go ahead.
What's it all about?
If my reasoning is correct, a 7 days limitation on our oxygen supply won't be our greatest danger.
Then what is?
Heat. We're blanketed by dust, and it's about the best insulator there is. The heat from our bodies and the machinery can't escape. That means it'll get hotter and hotter until we cook.
I never gave that a thought. How long do you think it'll take?
Well, not much more than a day. It'll take me about half an hour to come up with a more accurate estimate. The cabin temperature readout will give us a fair indication.
Yeah, he's right. It's gone up 2 degrees already.
Yeah, a degree an hour. I was afraid it might be as bad as that.
We'll have to increase the cooling, Pat.
Won't that make matters worse?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. All our refrigeration system does is pump heat out of the cabin. Now, there isn't anywhere for it to go.
Well, check your figures, Mackenzie, and let us know how long we've got as soon as possible.
Right.
And we'd better keep this between the 3 of us for the time being.
Hello, Chief. Hi, Ed. Welcome to Port Roris.
Anything new on Selene, George?
Oh, nothing good, Chief. We have a report from Lagrange Satellite and another from Plato Observatory, and get this. Commodore Hanstein's on board.
Aboard Selene?
Yep.
Does Tourist Commissioner Davis know?
Oh, he's taking it very personally, Chief.
I'll bet. Anything from the Duskies?
Afraid not. I'll have to pull them in soon to change crews.
Okay, but make it snappy. What does Lagrange say?
Even with computer enhancement, they can't see anything out there. I suppose all her lights could be out.
No lights, no radio. That would mean a breakdown of at least 10 circuits. What does Plato Observatory have to say?
Oh, it gets worse, Chief. At 1936 hours, they recorded a massive land slippage in the area of the Mountains of Inaccessibility. A violent moonquake.
Hell. So that's what's happened. A lot of activity?
Like nothing they ever recorded before.
Are there likely to be further tremors?
Well, they say very unlikely. Once the stress has been relieved, it isn't likely to happen again for a couple of thousand years.
The time's about right for Selene to have been slap bang in the middle of it.
If they are buried under those rocks, they'll have had it by now. Selene's hull would have cracked like an eggshell. Okay. Get the Duskies back, George. I'm calling off the search in the Sea of Thirst.
Get them fixed up with metal detectors and gas sniffers and head for the mountains when they've changed crews. It's time to pick up the pieces.
Right, Chief.
Ed, inform Dr. Lawson on LaGrange of the news. Thank him for his help and all that.
I will do.
That's it, then. I'd better speak to the administrator. And to Rex Davis, I suppose.
Doctor, there's a message from Chief Engineer Lawrence, thanking you for your efforts and saying the search has been called off. There's been a report of a moonquake causing an avalanche on the mountains of inaccessibility, and it seems that Selene is crushed under the rocks.
Blast. I was almost ready.
What's that, Doctor?
It's an old-fashioned infrared scanner linked up to the telescope. Quite enjoyed the challenge. All a waste of time now. Those poor people.
Isn't it still worth a try, Doctor? She might have survived the avalanche. Will it work in the mountainous area?
No, of course not. There's been an avalanche and landslides. All the temperatures will be uneven. Complete waste of time.
Sorry, sir. I don't know anything about them.
Come here. Very basic. Though Selene left no visible trace across the sea, she will definitely have left an infrared one. You understand?
Not really.
Oh, she'd have stirred up relatively warm dust from a few feet down and scattered it across a far colder surface. An eye that could detect heat could pick up her track for hours after she passed. It would have just been time for us to make a survey before the sun rose and obliterated all trace of the heat trail.
Couldn't we still try it?
No reason to now.
I'm still not sure how it works.
Good gracious, Ingrid, look, it's fundamental. Now, all you have to do...
Captain, Commodore, can I have a word with you?
Yeah, of course, Mac. How bad is it?
It's bad. If conditions remain the same, we could have our first death from a heat stroke within 20 hours.
As soon as that?
Doesn't give 'em much time to find us and get us out, does it?
No.
If we slept, that would lower the body temperatures.
It'd help. It would make sense to sleep now before conditions become unbearable.
And we could turn the main lights off.
Right. We must give ourselves every possible chance. May I speak with them? With your permission, Pat.
Yeah, sure, Commodore.
I come through now. I'll ask him.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we've all had a busy day, and I think most of us would be glad to get some sleep.
In these conditions?
I agree, Mrs. Schuster. You've probably all noticed that it's becoming a little warm in here, and my advice is to remove all unnecessary clothing.
What do you mean by that?
Now, comfort is much more important than modesty. We'll turn the main lights off and leave the emergency ones on. Somebody will remain awake all the time in the bridge, waiting for our rescuers.
If anyone would like a drink or anything else, please don't hesitate to ask.
Myra, take off your dress. Be comfortable. Nobody's looking. Everybody's concerned with themselves.
That stewardess, Sue. If God had given me a figure like hers, I would undress. Myra Schuster stays covered up.
Okay, Myra.
I'd like to take the first watch, Captain. I can do some more calculations.
Yeah, I'll be over there if you need me, though I doubt if I'll sleep.
How did the meeting go, Chief?
They're preparing a press release and messages to the next of kin. The administrator's going to come in for a lot of flack.
And Tourist Commissioner Davies?
Smooth as ever. He's writing the press release. Wouldn't surprise me if he didn't try to make out it was a mass suicide to save his precious tourist industry. Oh, what's the situation with the dust skis, Ed?
Oh, they've left for the mountains with the detection gear, and we're set up for a quick turnaround with crews.
Fine. Well, let's hope we can give him a decent burial. I'm going for a drink.
Pat, I'm sorry to wake you, but I can hear something.
No, I wasn't asleep. What is it?
Look, just put your ear to the hull. Can you hear it?
It's the dust moving.
Thank God. They must have found
No,
us.
I'm not sure. How's the temperature?
It isn't going up as fast as I predicted.
Because the lights and sleeping?
It shouldn't have made that much difference. I don't understand.
The noise. I think I do.
Should we wake the others?
No. This dust is so fine it'll flow like water in the right conditions. I think the heat is slowly dissipating into it and causing a convection current.
I thought they'd found us.
It's a bit of good news anyway, if Selene isn't heating up as quickly as we thought. The dust skis will be out searching.
They could even be near us right now.
Drowning your sorrows, Chief.
Oh, on this stuff? You know, we've beaten most of the killer diseases, and we can still lose 22 people out on a joyride.
I know how you feel, Chief. The first ski is back. They're turning it round at the moment.
Fine, Ed.
Oh, and Dr. Lawson from Lagrange Satellite wants to speak to you.
Didn't you tell him about the mountains?
Yeah, I told him earlier, but the message is he wants to speak to you.
Oh, well, I better call him. Ed, use the extension.
Yeah, right.
Hello? Hello?
Dr. Lawson?
Speaking.
Hello, Doctor. Chief Engineer Lawrence.
Good. Selene, dear fellow, the missing tourist bus.
Mm.
I believe I know where she is.
Yeah, in the mountains.
No, she never got that far. Anyway, it won't work there. The temperature's too uneven. No, it was while I was explaining the infrared technique to Ingrid. It's very simple, but she wanted a practical demonstration, and that's when we spotted the trail.
Doctor, where have you found Selene?
Ingrid has just sent the photographs over telefax to you.
I'll go and get them.
Look, yeah, could you start at the beginning, please?
Certainly. You see, after I was unable to locate any sign of your missing craft by conventional use of the telescope, I rigged up an infrared scanning device. Then the word came from you that you were calling off the search because Selene was probably buried under the mountains. I was a little annoyed about that. But as I was explaining the method of heat detection to my assistant Ingrid, we picked up Selene's trail. It's quite elementary.
Here you are, Chief.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I have the photographs in front of me now, yes. I see what you mean. Yes, I can see the trail, but I can't see the cruiser.
That's a puzzle, isn't it? It seems as if she's just flown away.
Doctor, she can't fly.
I know that, of course. So if she can't go up, she must have gone down.
Hey, could be right, Chief.
What are you saying, Doctor?
Well, it's obvious to me she can't fly. There's no trace of her leaving that spot, so she must be under it.
What about an explosion? She could have just disintegrated.
Well, there'd be hot fragments all over the place. My infrared scanner would be going wild.
Hell, Doctor, I hope you're right. Excuse me, one moment. Ed, contact Davis and tell him to hold any press releases. Tell him there's a slight chance she's under the sea. I want both dust skis holding here at base. Then contact Plato Observatory and see if there could be a connection between the landslide in the mountains and that point on the Sea of Thirst.
Sure, Chief.
Dr. Lawson, how accurate is your infrared scanner?
Totally. Depending on the range, of course.
To what accuracy could you pinpoint the last location of Selene?
Well, not very well on this floating ping-pong ball. Say to roughly within half a kilometre.
I see. That's still a wide area for such a small craft, but it's a very good start. I'll get the search party back out there straight away.
There is another way.
I'm listening, Doctor.
You could do an infrared scan on the surface of the sea with a great deal of accuracy, but provided we did it before the next sunrise and the heat of the sun's rays obliterated all signs.
Doctor, that's it. Brilliant.
Quite. I could be ready to leave in, say 7 minutes, if you'd like me to come down. Feel like stretching my legs.
I'll see what traffic's like in your area, have you picked up. See you soon.
Goodbye.
I've got both dust skis back here waiting, Chief. What's going on?
There may still be a chance. Selene could be buried somewhere here, under the Sea of Thirst.
Whew. Well, if her systems are still functional, they could still be alive.
That's right. Ed, find a suitable craft in the region of Lagrange to bring Doc Lawson and his machine down.
Right, Chief.
Shall I get the skis to this location?
Send one out with a surveyor's rod. There's no harm in trying. Tell them that I'm coming out myself as soon as Dr. Lawson arrives.
I'd like to drive, if that's okay. Pat and Sue are friends of mine.
Oh, sure, George. Contact Farside and ask for a loan of one of their skis. Have another crew wait for it here at a moment's standby.
Right. Chief, there's a ship, the Auriga, 10 hours out from Earth, bound for Clavius City. There's time to divert it to Lagrange.
That's fine, Ed. I'll do it. I have a feeling there'll have to be a few strings pulled. Keep Davis in touch with what's happening, but keep it low-key. We've an awful long way to go yet.
Will you quieten that bluegrass down, Lester? I have a job to hear if there are any more messages.
Just keeping my roots, man. Where is it we're going to?
Lagrange Satellite, then diverting to Port Royce.
Oh, Skipper. I had a little lady lined up in Clavius City.
I had to cancel my own arrangements too, Lester. This diversion has come from the owners via the government.
That important? Why are we going to LaGrange?
Picking a guy up. He's got to be at Port Royal as soon as possible. Better tell the passengers.
Bet it's something to do with that tourist bus gone missing.
We aren't supposed to listen to that security band.
Or be a boring trip without it. That and my banjo.
Go tell the passengers.
Okay.
Origa to LaGrange, ETA 5 minutes.
What's it all about then, Lester?
Mr. Spencer, all I know is diversion to LaGrange observation satellite, then on to Port Royal, a one-horse town. Don't know how long we'll be there. Had a hot one lined up in Clavius City. Even booked a restaurant.
Oh, you must have some idea. You can tell me, Lester.
Couldn't tell you, Mr. Spencer. I know you're a newsman. Even if I did know something, Skip would go mad.
I have a 12-month contract on the moon. I'll be making lots of important contacts. Anybody who does me a favor could be helping themselves for the future.
Well, don't tell anybody I say it.
I never reveal my sources.
I reckon it's something to do with the missing dust cruiser.
What missing dust cruiser?
Skipper and me were listening to a security band. Shouldn't have been, though. Tourist cruiser Seleni's missing. 22 on board. Messed up my stay in port.
Lester, will you get on back here? We're about to dock.
Now, don't say I said. We're picking a scientist up.
Hey, Lester, you make sure he takes this vacant seat, huh?
See what I can do, Mrs. Spencer.
That seat okay for you, Dr. Lawson?
Yes, thank you. Very comfortable. Are you sure my luggage is safe?
Oh, it'll be quite all right. What the hell is it anyway?
Scientific equipment. Very sensitive. Be careful.
Sure will.
Bit of a late change of plan, Mr.
Lawson. Dr. Lawson.
My name's Spencer. Are you visiting Port Royal or a patient?
No, I'm not a medical man. Astronomer, actually. Spot of bother in the Sea of Thirst. Fascinating.
Oh, I don't know that area too well.
Oh, I have some photographs. Now, see that line?
Yes.
Ah, you're a newsman.
Does it show that much?
Badge protruding from inside pocket. I'm a trained observer, you see. Excuse me. Oh, just catch a few minutes sleep. Knew it was going to be a busy day.
I refuse to listen to any more of the orange and the apple. It's nothing less than pornography. And with most people down to their underwear.
She's right, Myra. Most people are. It's roasting in here. You're gonna have to take your dress off. This is no time for modesty. It's time for goddamn comfort.
Irving.
Look, I'm sorry, Myra, but be sensible. Miss Morley, I can understand. You, I can't.
All right, maybe we've had a little bit too much reading. But we can't sleep all the time. Does anybody have any ideas for recreation?
Let us have an examination of the motives of people for traveling to the moon.
That's a good idea, Professor...
Jayawardena.
I came here because somebody told me I'd only weigh 20 kilos up here. That's why I came.
Oh, do you feel comfortable in a spacesuit, Doctor?
Never worn one in my life.
As long as you don't suffer from claustrophobia.
If you could see the size of my laboratory aboard LaGrange, you wouldn't ask that question. Well, it's nice to be somewhere there's a bit of gravity. This oxygen flask looks a bit small.
Oh, that's just your emergency supply. The main supply is on the dust ski. Now, let's get our helmets on.
Right, Chief.
How's that? Seems fine. Now, the only control you need worry about is the intercom. That's the panel on your right. It's switched on now, so we can talk quite freely. Any questions?
What's this red button for?
Emergencies. You won't need it, I hope. It sets off a homing radio beacon if you get lost. Don't touch anything you aren't certain of, Doctor.
Don't worry, I won't.
Okay, George. Ready to roll.
Right, Chief. All my life I've studied other worlds from afar. This is my first taste at first hand, so to speak. How long will it
How long, George?
About an hour. It's uncannily exhilarating. Silence. No feeling of motion, yet we're moving quite rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
Just how much time do we, or rather, do those unfortunate people down there have?
Well, provided the quake hasn't caused any leaks or systems damage, they're okay for about 6 days.
How far down are they likely to be?
Anybody's guess. Sea's never been plumbed out here, but the deepest dust bowl we've found so far was 41 meters. Does the depth matter to the scanner?
Does it? Obviously, she's giving heat out, and the nearer the surface she is, the more detectable it'll be.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm down here, there should be enough heat to give a reading. Not like being stuck up in LaGrange. Once she's been located, just how do you intend getting them out?
Good question, Doctor.
How do you manage to get the only genuine bottle of hooch in Port Royce, Mr. Spencer?
The power of the press, Skipper. I had a bigger job getting these lunar survey maps.
So, that's the Sea of Thirst, and that there'll be the mountains of inaccessibility where Seleni's lost.
Where she may be lost.
Huh?
Just between you and me, I believe the old man we picked up from LaGrange Satellite has evidence that she's down in that sea. I stuck close to Lawson. I know he was whizzed through customs and immigration, but the man who met him was Chief Engineer Lawrence, the man in charge of the rescue. He was overheard saying there was a dust ski ready to take them out to the spot.
Sure don't take you long to find your way around, huh?
I'm a pro. I believe that spot there is where Selene is buried. If there are people still alive down there, there's going to be one hell of a salvage operation not too far from here. Port Royce will be the biggest news center in the solar system.
Oh, where do I come in?
Right there, Captain. I want to charter your ship to land me and my video equipment on that promontory, on the western wall of the Mountains of Inaccessibility.
You realize how much that'd cost?
My station will pay. I've spoken to them, and about a bonus for you and Lester. This could be one of the biggest news stories of the century. What do you say? Can it be done?
Well, that's one good thing. There's enough food here for 6 days if we start rationing.
Rationing? It seems a long time since you asked me to go to that new restaurant.
Your friend must have been disappointed.
You never asked me who it was, did you?
I thought if you didn't want to eat with me, that's your business.
You shouldn't accept things at face value.
What do you mean if I'd asked about the friend you were seeing the video with them? I mean...
I know. But let's wait until we're out of here, okay?
Everything all right, Doctor?
No. It doesn't look too good, I'm afraid. Could we stop a moment?
Sure. George?
I heard, Chief.
What's the problem, Doctor?
The heat image is too confused. There are dozens of hot spots. I was expecting to find just the one, where the dust has been disturbed.
I see. Why was it uniform on the photographs?
I was just confused at the moment.
Selene shed a fan blade around here a week ago. It isn't very deep in part.
Of course, I should have thought of that. When we reach the depth deep enough to swallow Selene, the temperature will be more uniform.
Good. Let's get a move on.
It's going to be a matter of minutes now, Chief.
Right.
How will you be able to differentiate between hidden rock and Selene? Presuming you hit something with your probe.
Doctor, I just don't know.
This could be it. Stop.
Okay.
Just look at the screen.
I'll get the other dust ski over here. Let's get the probes rigged, George, and start praying.
Now let's all settle down.
They're doing their best.
Settle down. The heat is getting to us. We've got to be patient.
What's the trouble, Commodore?
There's a feeling we're not doing all we can to get out. I've explained that we've no alternative but to wait for rescue.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, we're at least 10 meters down. Even if we could get the airlock open, no one could overcome the dust's resistance and get to the surface.
But what about the main motors, Captain? We could try them.
I doubt us moving a centimeter, and we go forward, not up.
Well, we could all stand at the back.
That would probably just damage the hull.
But if there's one chance that it might work, isn't it worth the risk?
Yeah.
We're boiling down here.
All right, that's enough from everybody. The danger in trying to escape unaided is too great. We're safe here for at least 6 more days.
6 days.
Might not be too comfortable. In fact, it'll get hotter. But we've got to stay calm and cooperative.
Calm and cooperative. Listen to that. Shut up! Shut up, everybody!
Myra!
Be quiet! Listen! Listen!
Hey!
They found us! They found us!
Myra, fantastic.
I'll look back.
I'll go and try the radio.
I've hit something, but I can't tell what it is.
It's Selene, all right. Just look at the trace on the screen. She's giving off an awful lot of heat. The surface of the dust is moving.
Let's all just stand still.
I don't think there's any cause for alarm. I think it's probably just a convection current.
Okay, George. Follow the image of the scanner with Dr. Lawson and stake her out.
Okay.
Must be her. I've hit her again. She's deep, about 15 meters.
Pity the old-fashioned echo sounders couldn't be used.
Yes, you may have something there, Doctor. Well, the next time I hit her, I'll leave the probe in. If it is Selene, she's blanketed by dust. That's why the radio didn't work. Yeah, I've hit again. I'll try the moon crash band.
That's her. The probe's acting as the aerial.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they're alive, though, George. That signal's on automatic. Probably lasts about 3 weeks. I'll try our own frequency. Loud and clear. This is Chief Engineer Lawrence, right above you. What condition are you in?
As you can probably hear, you're a popular man at the moment, Chief. I'm Captain Pat Harris. We have no injuries. The hull is intact, and we have oxygen and food supplies for about 6 more days. Our only cause for immediate concern is temperature. It's very hot down here.
It was through heat detection we found you, Pat. And we should be making you a bit more comfortable before very long. We'll have you out as quickly as possible. I'll report back to base with the good news. I'll contact you soon and keep you all in touch with progress. Out.
That's the word, Chief. Out.
Lawrence to Port Rora's control. Come in, please.
Hello, Chief. It's Ed.
Good news, Ed. We've found them. Radio contact established and everyone's okay but suffering from the heat. They have enough oxygen and supplies for 6 days. The problem is going to be getting to them through the dust. She's about 15 meters deep and 3 kilometers from the nearest solid land, and we don't know how deep the dust is below her. I'm going to leave George here, and the doctor and I will come back to base to organize rescue equipment. We can only use the skis out here. Now, how much equipment can any one ski carry?
In total, about 5 tons, but because of balance, the largest single item they can carry is about 2 tons.
So, we can't use any really heavy gear.
Right.
Okay. I'll do some thinking on the way back. Have that ski from Farside standing by.
Will do, Chief. Good work.
Yeah, up to now it's been easy. But let's not kid ourselves. The hard part has just begun.
Are we down, Skipper?
Yes, sirree. We've landed.
It was a bit hairy, I must admit.
Yeah, nothing in the master's handbook about a spaceship traveling 100 kilometers. Even the computer wouldn't be bothered with an efficient trajectory readout. I just let her rip upwards for 1,000 kilometers and brought her down on a normal vertical approach with final auto guidance. Kind of neat, eh, Mrs. Spencer?
I didn't much care for free falling between the retros firing. I kept wondering what would have happened if they hadn't fired again.
Right into the moon.
Mighty cheerful, Lester. Here we are then, Mr. Spencer. Hope you're satisfied with the view. It's costing you enough. Oh, I hope you realize that the 1,000-kilometer jaunt just qualified us for deep space rates.
Have you no soul? There are 22 people buried out there.
Flying this rig is our living, amigo. I know how it is. All sweet talk and promises at the moment to get your story. Then when it's all old news and the accountants get involved in the cold light of day, that's another story.
Yeah, point taken. Like a scene from a dream, isn't it? The sea stretching out into space. I can see what must be a dust ski. And even the pole joining Selene to the rest of humanity.
Where's that?
Here, you'll need the binoculars. I'll get the camera set up. This is fantastic. By the time anybody else gets anywhere near here, we'll have all the Earth networks tied up. What a picture. The plane, the probe stuck up into the freezing stillness. The loneliness of man personified in this huge and hostile universe he is set out to conquer.
Fancy some chow, Skipper.
Smart idea, Lester. We could be here for some time.
Hey, isn't that a great sound? Listen. Fantastic.
Hello, Selene. Rex Davies here. I just thought I'd leave you a moment with the sounds of Clavier City Park that await your return. On behalf of the Chief Administrator, I want to assure you that all the resources available on the moon are being mobilized for your aid. Engineering and technical staff are working around the clock to help you. Chief Engineer Lawrence tells me the provisional plan is to sink pipes down to you to ensure a limitless oxygen supply. Sorry for the inconvenience and strain you've had to undergo. That's all over now. Just relax. Sit and wait, and we'll have you out in no time. Good luck. Best wishes, and we'll be in touch again soon.
I wish the commissioner wouldn't be quite so optimistic, Commodore.
I'm sure he was just thinking about her morale.
Well, it's been fine since the link was established.
I'll be glad to get out of this. I'm getting too old for these sort of adventures.
You've coped admirably, Commodore. I'm glad you're with us.
Nice of you to say so, Captain. It's good to feel useful in retirement. I'm sorry to be so miserable just when everything has taken a turn for the better. Rather a bad headache, that's all.
Yeah, I have a muzzy feeling myself. Must be to do with being cooped up for so long.
What about these drums, Ed? Will they do?
Tests show they'll support 2 tons before sinking.
Fine. Get at least twice as many as we'll need. An important point, everybody. We must have all tools and spares tied down. All tools to be attached to your belts. That's an order. Can't be wandering back to the stores once we're out at sea.
We have problems with breaking through the roof, Chief.
What's the trouble?
Well, we've tried using a bar on the mock-up, but the roof's too springy and it bounces back every time it's hit.
But will it happen when we're using a 15-meter pipe with dust packed round it? Do a test, see if it absorbs the recoil.
Yeah, there's another problem. Most of the control circuitry is in the roof, and it's too tough to put a clean hole through it. If it splinters, it could put one of her main systems out.
Well, we'll have to bore. Use a detachable bit. How's the rest of the plumbing coming along?
Oh, it should be ready in 2 or 3 hours, Chief.
Good. I'll be back in 2. Oh, last. Lawrence.
Hi, Mr. Lawrence. It's Dr. Lawson here.
Oh, hello, Doctor. Did you sleep well?
To my shame, yes, in a very long time.
Oh, you had quite a day. Is there anything you need?
No, thank you. I'm being looked after extraordinarily well. I'd just like some advice from you.
Certainly. Anything at all.
I appear during my hours of slumber to have become something of a celebrity in my own way, and I'm being inundated with questions from the media. What shall I do?
Just tell them everything that happened. Enjoy yourself, Doctor.
Well, it does seem rather decadent here in this luxurious hotel room. Tourist Commissioner Davis said I could have anything I fancied. Rather a rash statement, I thought, when I like unlimited use of all Lagrange's facilities to study the planet Gagarin 1.
I'll consider it a personal favor if you keep the newsboys off my back.
If you put it like that, I shall do my best.
I'm sure you will, Doctor. See you later.
I'm sorry to make a fuss, Sue, but if you got something for my headache...
Excuse me, I am also suffering.
We do have some mild painkillers. I'll get them.
Mr. Mackenzie, Could you come through to the bridge? The captain would like to see us.
Yes, of course.
Oh, if they're for a headache, I'd like some too.
Mac, I'm afraid we've got another serious problem on our hands.
Another one?
I'm afraid so. It appears we're experiencing a build-up of carbon dioxide.
But I thought you were safe for another few days.
Yeah, under normal circumstances, but unfortunately I think the heat's affected the CO2 conversion system.
How long do you think we got?
Impossible to say accurately, but I'd say a matter of hours.
That doesn't give Lawrence time to get here with his team.
There could be a bit of panic.
Oh, I'm not too delighted myself.
Any ideas?
Oh, there's always the sleep treatment.
It would have the respiration rate.
Well, that's all we can do then.
I'll have a word with him while you radio through, Pat.
Right. I'll come with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I have some grave news. You may have noticed some difficulty in breathing.
Now we have.
And several people have complained of headaches. I'm afraid it's the air. We still have plenty of oxygen, but the carbon dioxide we breathe out isn't escaping. The chemical conversion unit has been affected by the heat. As we see it, there's just one chance. We must render ourselves unconscious.
How can we do that?
Asleep, our respiration rate is halved, and the air will last twice as long.
Well, how do you propose we do that, Commodore?
Sue, I take it the first aid kit is the standard issue.
Yes, Commodore.
Could you pass it, please? Now, this, for those of you who might not know, is a standard sleep tube. Now, each tube is sufficient to render an adult instantaneously asleep and keep them asleep for approximately 10 hours.
I'm having none of it.
Now, please, let me finish. We don't have any other choice. 2 people will remain awake. One will be the captain.
And I suppose the other one will be you.
No. I'm taking the easy way out. Just to show you how harmless it is, I'll go first. Now, you just unscrew the top, put this end against your forearm, and press here. I'll see you all in 10 hours.
Sleep well, Commodore.
There's no need to worry about that. This stuff just...
Does the rescue base know our position? All that remains is to take a sleep tube. Ah, I see the Commodore has set us a good example.
I'm a paying passenger and I have my rights. I have no intention of taking one of those.
Miss Morley, I am not arguing with you. I am in total charge of this vessel and its occupants. I am tired, I am hot, and my head is banging. I'd much rather sleep, but it's my duty to stay awake.
Morley, we must help the captain. He must preserve the good air. Please pass me one, miss.
Thank you, Professor. Let's not waste any more time. These are microjet hypodermics. You won't feel a thing.
Here you are. Please, thank you. Pass them around. Please, this way,
I refuse to do it.
What really worries the lady, Captain, is she thinks you'll take advantage of her while she's asleep.
How dare you? I've never been so insulted.
Neither have I.
Oh, give me the damn thing. Don't come any closer. There.
Sleep tight, Miss Morley.
Everything will be all right. I know it will. Are you comfortable, Mr. Schuster?
Oh, yes, thank you, sir. Look, Mara's already asleep. See you later.
Cellini to Chief Engineer Lawrence, Port Roris Control. Come in, please.
Hello, Pat. Lawrence here. How did it go?
More or less as planned. Myself and Duncan Mackenzie are the only 2 left awake.
I'll give it to you straight, Pat. Even if we don't hit any snags, we can't reach you in under 5 hours. Can you hang on?
We'll have to. Mac's getting the oxygen supply from the spacesuit. It's the passengers I'm worried about.
All you can do is check their breathing and give them a blast of oxygen when it's necessary. We'll do our best. You can rely on that. Any more you want to say?
No, I'll call you every quarter of an hour. Cellini out.
I've got the oxygen.
You go first. All right. We'll take it in turns to keep a check on the passengers.
Oh, I never thought breathing could be so enjoyable. Here you are, Pat. How long will this last?
About 12 hours between us. Don't know how much the others will need.
What have you found to smile at?
Sorry, I was just thinking I wouldn't have much chance if you decided to keep the bottle for yourself.
I thought all you moon-born men were sensitive about that.
Oh, no, it's never bothered me. Couldn't help being born in a gravity 1/6 of yours. How could you tell?
How you're built, mainly. You all have the same tall, slender physique. And your skin. The lamps never seem to give the same tan as natural sunlight on Earth.
I've never been to Earth and never will. Couldn't take the gravity. Looked Australia plenty of times through my telescope. I have a sentiment for it. My parents took off from Woomera.
Oh, Woomer's an Aboriginal word meaning a booster stage for spears.
Wow. Well, live and learn. I'd better go check the others.
Get your story after all, Mr. Spencer, if that oxygen cylinder runs out.
You sound a heartless man, Skipper.
Just one of life's realists. That right, Lester? I hope they get the poor devils out. Feel like a goddamn vulture sitting up here on a mountain shelf.
Well, I hope it's going to be a rescue, not an exhumation.
Have to be quick. Captain Harris didn't sound too perky last time he reported in.
Cellini calling Lawrence. Come in, please.
Pat, we aren't far away. I can see the probe. It won't be long now.
At last. It's the heat as well as the carbon dioxide.
I know. Don't talk unless it's absolutely necessary. I'll leave this wave band open, and I'll do the talking. I'll let you know everything that's going on, okay, Pat?
All right.
God, this is better than I could have hoped for. We'll go on air as soon as you can take me. I'll do the intro, and then you can pick up Lawrence on the security radio wavelength and let him do all the work, huh? My cue out will be, the next voice you hear will be that of Lawrence himself.
Understood. Coming to you in 20 seconds.
Okay.
What about the epic struggle for survival and all that?
This could be the greatest event in live television, and I must insist on silence. That's if you want a big, fat bonus, huh? What do you say, Skipper?
Lester, shove that cotton-picking banjo and keep your mouth shut.
You'll be on air in 5 seconds from now. 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is Morris Spencer, coming to you live from the Sea of Thirst, Earthside, the Moon. The points of light you see on the right of your screens is Chief Engineer Lawrence and his gallant crew of rescuers. The probe sticking starkly from the surface of the sea is the only link 22 people entombed in the dust cruiser Cellini have with the rest of humanity. I'm going to leave the man in charge of the rescue, Chief Engineer Lawrence, to describe his plans to bring the 22 people to the surface, as he is in direct contact with Captain Pat Harris of the stricken craft. I'll leave the hellish conditions down there to your imagination. It's very hot, and there is a serious buildup of carbon dioxide. Let us pray to our own God that Lawrence can get them out of there in time. The next voice you hear will be that of Lawrence himself.
Uh-oh. We got big trouble, Mr. Spencer. I have Tourist Commissioner Davies on a priority channel.
Hell. Okay, I'll handle him, Skipper.
Right.
Hello, Commissioner Davies. How are you?
I don't know how you got there so quickly, Spencer, but you've got 1 minute to get off the air. Don't you have any sense of moral decency?
I'm just doing my job the best way I know how, Commissioner.
Off in 1 minute, or your channel loses its franchise.
Let's not get excited, Commissioner. What's the problem?
We have nothing to discuss, Spencer.
I've got one of the greatest news items in moon history. That's what we've got to discuss. Now, calm down, Commissioner, and let's look at it from your point of view.
What the hell do you mean?
Strictly between us, Commissioner. Think positive, huh? What way can this tragedy benefit you and your department?
I don't think I follow you.
You must be going through a pretty hard time, huh? Tourist boss with 22 people incarcerated. It doesn't look too bright for the future, does it?
What are you getting at?
I think we could be men who understand each other. You could break me and my station, but in the minute I'd take to get off the air, I could break you.
Are you threatening me?
Damned right I am. But I'm also offering you a deal.
I don't have to take this from you.
Commissioner, I have an audience of 200 million people and rising by the minute. I could tell them what a job you've done here on the moon, what tourism is like here, and what it could be. I could have your hotels and pleasure domes overflowing. We've got the solar system sat on the edge of their seats, Commissioner. What do you say?
We're here, Pat, right above you. Would you believe there's a spaceship just on the ledge in the mountains waiting for all of you to come out and take your photographs?
Well, must remember to comb my hair. Why didn't you land there and save time?
Wouldn't have saved time, Pat. The ledge is too high, and there are too many rocks to climb. We'd have spent longer getting our equipment down from there and across the sea. How are you?
Max giving oxygen to Mrs. Schuster. She's in a bad way. Seems to be getting foggy in here. Or is it just me?
We're ready to drill now.
I think the bottle's nearly empty, though.
We're on our way. The first section's 5 meters down. Hang on.
Yeah, I'll just have a sleep until you come in.
No, Pat. No, keep awake. Talk to me. How's Mac?
Who?
Mackenzie. Is he awake?
Why is it so foggy in here? I've only seen fog on videos.
God damn it, Ed. We should have made the drill detachable from the surface. He isn't going to have the strength.
We had to risk it. There wasn't time to improve it. There. It's there. We've hit the roof.
Pat, do you hear that? The first pipe is there. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I heard you. You're on the roof.
Listen very carefully. You're seconds away from fresh air, but this is very, very important. We will bang it a couple of times, and you have to tell us if it is clear of the circuitry. Do you understand? Pat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that clear?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Start the drill. We've got to risk it now. Pat, listen. This is very important. Your pressure down there is greater than up here on the surface. Do not undo the bit until we tell you, or air will escape up the pipe. Do you understand that? Do not undo the bit. We didn't have time to fit a non-return valve.
We're through, Chief.
Mac, it's through. It's through.
Thank God. Coleman, Matsui, help George with the oxygen line. Chief, I think he's not doing something. Captain Harris, do not, repeat, do not disconnect the bit until I tell you. It's too late. It's going to want a vacuum. Get that generator at full pressure, quickly.
Commissioner Davies, there's a huge jet of mist or something, like a geyser shooting up in the air.
Yes, I can see it on my set.
I must comment on it to my viewers.
Is that agreed then, Mr. Spencer?
Yes, Commissioner. It's been a pleasure doing business with you.
If that geyser means they're all dead, I still want the same arrangement. Is that agreed?
Of course.
And no comments at all from Lawrence?
That's already been actioned. We can all benefit from this, Commissioner.
Pat, are you all right?
I put a book over the end of the pipe. The air was going out instead of in. It's gotten very dark in here.
You had us all scared there for a moment, Pat. Everything's going to be all right. Okay, George. Pat, we're going to blast that book away with the sweetest smelling oxygen you've ever known.
That's fantastic, Chief. Mac! Come and lie over by the pipe. Mac, you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right. Why is it so dark?
They got through to us. The main lights are out.
I went asleep.
No, it doesn't matter. They aren't all breathing properly. Can you give artificial respiration?
Yeah, sure. Mrs. Schuster's a strange colour.
Oh, do what you can.
How's it going down there?
Hang on. Give us a few minutes. We've got to give some artificial respiration.
Mrs. Schuster's breathing.
Yeah, I think we might make it.
We're giving you oxygen at the lowest temperature we think is safe, so don't be alarmed. When we've cooled you down, let us know.
How are they, Mac?
Oh, they're all alive up to now.
I think we're going to be all right.
Pat, in about 5 minutes, we'll be sinking the second pipe. We'll bang on the roof again to make sure we are clear of your controls. It's looking good, Pat.
As you can see through the transparent dome that encases the rescuers, the first stage, dropping an independent oxygen supply to the stricken Cellini, has now been completed. Another pipe, a vent pipe, is now being lowered by Chief Engineer Lawrence and his crew to complete the respiratory circuit. As the rescue continues to unfold live on this channel, I cannot help, even with a lump in my throat, thanking the good Lord for granting us people like Chief Engineer Lawrence, working under the leadership of Tourist Commissioner Rex Davis. I've tried repeatedly to talk to the Commissioner on the air, but he won't budge from his single-minded task of getting these people out alive and well. Perhaps he'll speak to us later.
You're through, Chief.
Okay, Pat. Now unscrew the bit, and then you can relax just a little. Is there anything you require urgently?
No, I don't think so. I'm going to get the main lights back on before they all wake up.
Fine. Our eagle above you is being pressurized now, so that should make our work a little more comfortable and avoid the danger of any more air escaping. Once you're out of there, we'll ferry you back to Bates in 4s or 5s, after a preliminary check by medics. What the hell was that?
That was just a sneeze. It's getting quite cool down here now.
All right, we'll put the oxygen temperature back to normal. The ski borrowed from Farside is just arriving. Nearly there, Pat.
Okay. Breathe deep, everyone. We have fresh air again.
Pat, how are we doing?
Well, so far so good, Commodore. Breathe deep. I'm just unscrewing the vent pipe. There. Come on, Sue. Wake up.
What's happening?
Breathe. Enjoy the oxygen.
Oh, it's so cold.
We're going to be all right.
What's happened?
They got through to us, Professor. Breathe.
Thank God.
My goodness.
That's much better.
Make sure anyone who's still asleep is breathing normally and keep them warm.
I'll do a tour of inspection.
Good girl.
Oh, that air.
You okay, Mac?
Yeah, terrific. Mrs. Schuster, you had me worried for a while.
Good to see you, Mr. Mackenzie. Irving, you're sleeping in.
It's a vacation, Myron. You sure you're all right?
I'm fine. Did I snore, Mr. Mackenzie?
Myron, 40 years married. You still amaze me.
Well, I'll get the main lights back on. Just relax.
All right. How did he propose to get us out, Pat?
I think you better ask Chief Engineer Lawrence, Commodore. Come under the bridge with me.
Hey, what's happening anyway?
Pat,
Yes, Chief.
we've stabilized pressures now. We'll have to give you a boost now and again, but most of the time the pipes will be open-ended.
Great. I'd like to introduce Commodore Hanstein to you.
Very pleased to talk to you, Chief. Thanks for the fresh air.
My pleasure, Commodore.
What's the plan to get us out, Chief?
At the moment, we've just rigged up an igloo above you. That means we don't have to work in spacesuits. And when you come up, you'll be in a pressurized atmosphere. We're going to use a large sectional cylinder that'll sink under its own weight. We've more than enough sections to reach you, and the pressure of the tube will make the seal. Then we'll have a sort of well shaft down to you, and I have the dubious honor of cutting through Cellini's roof.
That sounds straightforward enough.
We're starting now. The sections are sealed with a rather flimsy material that stops the dust coming up, but won't stop me getting down.
We seem to be in capable hands, Pat.
Yes, I think we are.
Oh, you look tired, Pat.
Well, I feel it. Mackenzie was a great help. Is everybody all right?
They've all come through it very well.
We're down more than 8 meters, more than halfway.
Pat?
Yeah, man?
How far down was the oxygen pipe when it first entered the cabin?
About a meter.
Take a look now.
I see what you mean. Chief, have you pulled the vent pipes up at all?
No, there's been no need.
We're still sinking. The dust must never have settled.
We're within half a meter of you. Almost there.
When that tube hits us, it might shove us down.
Lawrence, we're still sinking. You'll have to give us more airline and make it quick.
What the hell's that? The suction pump from Cellini's out of the ship and in the dust. We're pulling dust. Switch it off. Cellini, what's happening?
Pat, the rear pipe's out. Dust spraying in. And we're tilting. The airline's out. Dust's coming in from both.
Did you get that?
Yes, okay. Here, get those pipes out and new bits on the end. We'll have to reach
Keep your head down. It's easier than that. Myra, can you listen?
It's so dark. The dust is floating everywhere.
Now we must jam the holes. Use my shirt. Commodore, will you block the other one, please?
I can't see. My eyes are full of dust.
Hang on, I'm coming your way.
The lights are still on. It's the dust.
You all right, Commodore?
I've managed to jam the hole, I think, but I can't see a thing. My eyes are clogged up with the dust.
Pat, they drilled again, but it's gone into the front panel.
Can you still hear me?
Lawrence, can you hear me?
Yes, Pat, what the hell is going on?
You've drilled into the control panel. Take it up and come rear meter. Everybody stay calm. Cover your mouths and noses up with clothing.
Right, we're drilling again.
Yes, go ahead. Mac, be ready to detach the bit.
Right.
Yeah, you're through to us.
Good. At least you've got oxygen. All right, now let's get that cylinder down to the roof.
She's on an uneven keel. It won't seal properly now.
Get it down.
Mac, the bit. Okay.
He needs to understand, Chief.
They've had a gun.
I'm tying a rope around my ankle.
Could you be quiet, please? Be quiet, everyone, please. We have to listen to
First with the grinder.
Shush.
I'll cut a hole in the hole, then you pull me up again. Then drop the rope ladder.
It's too risky, Chief. It won't seal. You might get stuck. If the Selene sinks anymore, you'll drown in the dust.
Shut up, Ed. I can't think of anything else. Put the power under the grinder. George, give me a hand with the rope. I'm lying down, right?
Bits off, Pat. We have air again.
Good. Stand back, they're cutting through.
Captain! It is more than a meter deep at this end.
It's pouring into the bridge.
I'm through. Keep that damn rope tight, Ed. I don't want to drop in. Pull me up. Pull me up. Dust pouring in. I'm choking.
I think the bridge is beginning to smolder.
That's where they drilled into the panel. Close the door. If we get a spark, we could explode.
Pull me up, Ed. Get me out.
Oh, my God. Chief, it just exploded.
Grab the rope ladder. It's coming down to you.
You see the ladder there?
Dust in my eyes. I can't see a thing, Ed.
There's the ladder. Now quickly start climbing. Come on, next, quickly.
Help me! Help me, madam!
Girl.
Someone help, please!
Are we getting out?
Next, quickly!
Hold on tight, Commodore. I'll get you out.
The bridge door isn't going to hold!
How many people are out soon?
11. Halfway there.
Well, keep it moving. Hey, come on, Myra. Get up there.
I'm not leaving you, Harvey. I'll get stuck.
Pull her up. She can climb.
Goodbye, Myra. What's happened? I can't see.
The bridge door's gone. There's a tidal wave of dust from the bridge.
Hey, grab that hand quickly. Someone's gone out.
Okay.
Come on, Miss Morley. I've got
Come on,
you.
darling. Yeah. Come on, darling.
How many more?
There's just the four of us. If anybody's buried, they're lost.
You next, Commodore.
Right.
Sue's still here, she should...
Get up there and don't waste time. You next, too.
That's 20 with the go.
Go, Mac.
Hang on the ladder, Pat, or you'll go under.
Don't worry about me. I'll be okay.
There's just the captain left. Drag him up. Drag him up. Come on, then. Or we'll lose him.
Paul!
He's coming up.
Oh, are you all right, Pat?
Welcome aboard, Pat. Lawrence here.
I can't open my eyes, Chief, but it's good to hear you.
I can't see you either, but the medics are just arriving. Make them comfortable, lad.
You did a great job, Lawrence.
I've never been so frightened in all my life. Thought for a moment I was going to join you.
What the hell caused it in the first place?
Moonquake. A chance in a million.
And I always thought I had a nice, safe job.
Confirmation has just arrived that all 22 passengers and crew buried in the dust cruiser Selene have been rescued unharmed by Chief Engineer Lawrence and the team put together by Tourist Commissioner Davis. They're all alive and well. After a chance in a million moon dust fall, the rescue operation has been a total success. And we now have a live interview with the man responsible for all tourism on the moon, Rex Davis. Commissioner.
Please, call me Rex. I must apologize for not speaking to you earlier, but I had other things on my mind. Even though I had 100% confidence in Jim Lawrence and his crew, I felt it my overriding responsibility to be on hand at all times.
We understand, Rex. Was there ever a time when you thought they may be lost?
No, not for a second. If this mishap has taught us anything, it's that the personnel on the moon are equipped to deal with any emergency. And as man becomes even more adventurous, we will be tested again and again, and again and again we will prove ourselves equal to the task. Why, even now, there's a man who wants to pioneer dust skiing as a sport.
Do you mean like water skiing?
Exactly. Out there on the Sea of Thirst. Isn't that an exciting prospect?
It is indeed, Rex. I see, as we speak, more of the team of highly trained medics are arriving at the rescue point, just as planned. When do you think the passengers and crew will be available for interview, Rex?
Oh, now, Morris, we don't want to rush these people. Let's give them a chance to experience some lunar hospitality, all courtesy of the tourist board, of course.
Well, I think you know best, Rex. Who is this enterprising man who wants to pilot?
England, 1529. King Henry VIII is on the English throne. Cardinal Wolsey is Lord Chancellor, the most prestigious office in the land. Sir Thomas More is Speaker of the House of Commons, one of the most intelligent and influential men in England, and, moreover, the King's friend. A man for all seasons.
It is perverse to start a play made up of kings and cardinals in speaking costumes and intellectuals with embroidered mouths with me. If a king or a cardinal had done the prologue, he'd have had the right materials. And an intellectual would have shown enough majestic meanings, coloured propositions, and closely woven liturgical stuff to dress the House of Lords. Well, I'll give you a proposition of my own. Now, where's my steward's costume? There's company to dinner. Duke of Norfolk and Master Richard Rich. Ah, here we are. Matthew, the household steward of Sir Thomas More. A common man. A 16th century butler. The 16th century is the century of the common man. Like all the other centuries. And that's my proposition.
The wine, please, Matthew.
It's there, Sir Thomas.
Is it good?
Bless you, sir. I don't know.
Bless you, too, Matthew. Every man has his price.
Master Richard Rich.
But yes, in money, too. No. All pleasure, titles, women, bricks and mortar, there's always something. Childish. Well, in suffering, certainly. By a man with suffering?
Impose suffering and offer him escape.
Oh,
For a moment I thought you were being profound.
Good evening, Matthew.
Evening, sir.
No, not a bit profound. It then becomes a purely practical question of how to make him suffer sufficiently.
Richard, you should go back to Cambridge. You're deteriorating.
Well, I'm not used. Do you know how much I have to show for 7 months' work?
Work?
Work! Waiting's work when you wait as I wait. Hard. For 7 months, that's 200 days, I have to show the acquaintance of the Cardinal's outer doorman, the indifference of the Cardinal's inner doorman, and the Cardinal's Chamberlain's hand in my chest. Oh, and also one half of a good morning delivered at 50 paces by the Duke of Norfolk. Doubtless he mistook me for someone.
He was very affable at dinner.
Oh, everyone's affable here. Also, of course, the friendship of Sir Thomas More. Or should I say acquaintance?
Say friendship.
Well, there. A friend of Sir Thomas and still no office? There must be something wrong with him.
I thought we said friendship. The Dean of St. Paul's offers you a post. With a house, a servant, and £50 a year.
What? What post?
At the new school.
A teacher.
Well, a man should go where he won't be tempted. Look, Richard, see this goblet? Look. Look.
It's beautiful.
Italian. Do you want it? Oh, why, no joke. Keep it. Sell it.
Well, thank you, of course. Thank you, but
it was sent to me a little while ago by some woman. Now she's put a lawsuit into the Court of Requests. It's a bribe, Richard.
Oh. So you give it away, of course.
Yes. Well, I'm not going to keep it. And you need it. But of course, if you feel it's contaminated...
No, I'll risk it.
Why not be a teacher? You'd be a fine teacher, perhaps a great one.
And if I was, who would know it?
You, your pupils, your friends, God. Not a bad public, that.
Oh, and a quiet life. You say that.
Oh, Richard, I was commanded into office. It was inflicted on me. Can't you believe that?
It's hard.
Be a teacher.
I tell you, Alice, he stooped from the clouds.
We'll settle this, my lord. We'll put it to Thomas. Thomas, no falcon could stoop from a cloud, could he?
Well, I don't know, my dear. It sounds unlikely.
There.
I've heard. Well, I've seen. Falcons do some very splendid things.
But how could he stoop from a cloud? He couldn't see where he was going.
You see, Alice, you're ignorant of the subject. A real falcon don't care where he's going.
That's curious.
It was the very first cast of the day. The sun was behind us, and from side to side of the valley, like the roof of a tent, was solid mist.
Oh, mist?
Well, mist is cloud, isn't it?
No.
The opinion of Aristotle is that mists are an exhalation of the earth.
He stood 500 feet.
Like that.
Like an act of God, isn't he, Thomas?
He's tremendous.
Tremendous.
What was that of Aristotle's, Richard?
Nothing, Sir Thomas, is out of place.
I've never found much use in Aristotle myself. Not practically. Great philosopher, of course. Wonderful mind.
Exactly, Your Grace.
Huh?
Master Rich is newly converted to the doctrines of Machiavelli.
The Italian. Nasty book, from what I hear.
The doctrines of Machiavelli have been largely mistaken, I think. Indeed, properly apprehended, he has no doctrine. Master Cromwell has the sense of it, I think, when he says
You know Cromwell.
Slightly, Your Grace.
The Cardinal's secretary.
No.
What?
It's a fact.
When, Howard?
2-3 days.
A farrier's son?
Well, the Cardinal's a butcher's son, isn't he?
It'll be up quick and down quick with Master Cromwell.
Yeah.
Letter for you, Sir Thomas.
Oh, thank you, Matthew. Talk of the Cardinal's secretary and the Cardinal appears. He wants me. Now.
At this time of night?
The King's business.
The Queen's business?
More than likely, Alice, more than
What's
likely.
the time?
11 o'clock, sir.
Is there a boat?
Waiting, sir.
Go to bed, my dear.
Yes.
You'll excuse me, Your Grace.
Of course.
Richard.
Certainly,
Now, you'll go to bed. Dear Lord,
Dear Lord,
give us rest tonight. Or if we must be wakeful, cheerful. Careful only for our soul's salvation. For Christ's sake, amen. And bless our Lord the King.
And bless our Lord the King.
Amen. Goodbye, my dear.
Take care, Thomas.
Howard, are you at Richmond?
No, down the river.
Then good night.
Sir Thomas, I wondered if...
Oh, Your Grace. Here's a young man desperate for employment. Something in the clerical line.
Well, if you recommend him...
No, I don't recommend him, but I point him out. He's at the New Inn. You could take him there.
All right. Come on.
My lord... Sir Thomas, thank you. Be a teacher, Richard.
Your Grace, it's 1:30. Where have you been?
1 o'clock, Your Grace. I've been on the river.
Since you seem so violently opposed to the Latin dispatch, I thought you'd like to look it over.
Oh, thank you, Your Grace.
Before it goes...
Your Grace is very kind. Thank you.
Well, what do you think of it?
It seems very well phrased, Your Grace.
The devil it does. And apart from the style, Sir Thomas?
I think the council should be told before that goes to Italy.
Would you tell the council? Yes, I believe you would. You're a constant regret to me, Thomas. If you could just see facts flat on, without that moral squint, with just a little common sense, you could have been a statesman.
Oh, Your Grace flatters me.
Don't frivol. The king...
Yes.
He's been to play in the muck again.
Indeed.
Thomas, the king wants a son. What are you going to do about it?
I'm very sure the king needs no advice from me on what to do about it.
Thomas, we're alone. I give you my word. There is no one here.
I didn't suppose there was, Your Grace.
Oh. Do you favor a change of dynasty, Sir Thomas? Do you think 2 Tudors is sufficient? God's sake, Grace. Then the king needs a son. I repeat, what are you going to do about it?
I pray for it daily.
God's death, he means it. That thing out there is at least fertile, Thomas.
But she's not his wife.
No. Catherine's his wife, and she's as barren as a brick. Are you going to pray for a miracle?
There are precedent.
Yes. All right. Good. Pray. Pray by all means. But in addition to prayer, there is effort. My efforts to secure a divorce. Have I your support, or have I not?
A dispensation was given so that the king might marry Queen Catherine for state reasons. Now we are to ask the Pope to dispense with his dispensation also for state reasons.
I don't like plodding, Thomas. Don't make me plod longer than I have to. Well?
Then clearly all we have to do is approach His Holiness nicely.
I think we might influence His Holiness's answer.
With this dispatch?
With that, and in other ways.
I've already expressed my opinion on that.
Then good night. Oh, your conscience is your own affair. But you're a statesman. Do you remember the Yorkish Wars?
Very clearly.
Let him die without an heir, and we'll have them back again. Let him die without an heir, and this peace you think so much of will go out like that. Very well, then. England needs an heir. Certain measures, perhaps regrettable, perhaps not. There is much in the church that needs reformation, Thomas. All right. Regrettable, but necessary to get us an heir. Now explain how you, as Councillor of England, can obstruct those measures for the sake of your own private conscience.
Well, I believe when statesmen forsake their own private conscience for the sake of their public duties, they lead their country by a short route to chaos. And we shall have my prayers to fall back on.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? To govern the country by prayer.
Yes, I should.
I'd like to be there when you try.
Yes.
Who will deal with all this paper after me? You, Fisher, Suffolk?
Fisher for me.
Aye, but for the king. What about my secretary, Master Cromwell?
Cromwell?
You'd rather do it yourself?
Me rather than Cromwell.
Then come down to earth. And until then, allow for an enemy here.
As your Grace pleases.
As God wills.
Perhaps, your Grace.
More. You should have been a cleric.
Like yourself, your Grace. Ah, Matthew.
Allow me, Sir Thomas.
Thank you. Is Lady Alice in bed?
Yes, sir.
Lady Margaret?
No, sir. Master Roper's here.
At this hour? Who let him in?
He's a hard man to keep out, sir.
Where are they?
Here, Father.
Good morning, William. It's a little early for breakfast.
I hadn't come for breakfast, sir.
Will wants to marry me, Father.
Well, he can't marry you.
Sir Thomas, I'm to be called to the bar.
Oh, congratulations, Roper.
My family may not be at the palace, sir, but in the city they...
Roper, the answer's no. And will be no, so long as you're a heretic.
That's a word I don't like, Sir Thomas.
It's not a likable word. It's not a likable thing.
The church is heretical. Dr. Luther's proved that to my satisfaction.
Luther's an excommunicate.
From a heretic church. Church? It's a shop. Forgiveness by the florin. Job lots now in Germany. Yes, and divorces.
Divorces?
Oh, half England's buzzing with that.
Half England? The Inns of Court may be buzzing. England doesn't buzz so easily. Listen, Roper. 2 years ago, you were a passionate churchman. Now you're a passionate Lutheran. We must just pray that when your head's finished turning, your face is to the front again.
Don't lengthen your prayers with me, sir.
No. One more or less. Is your horse here?
No, I walk.
Well, take a horse from the stables and get back home. Go along.
May I come again?
Yes, soon.
Good night, sir.
I'll see you around the station.
Is that final, Father?
As long as he's a heretic, Meg, that's absolute. Nice boy. Terribly strong principles, though.
Now, it's somewhere here. Yes. Whether we follow tradition in ascribing Wolsey's death to a broken heart, or accept Professor Larkham's less feeling diagnosis of pulmonary pneumonia, its effective cause was the king's displeasure. He died at Leicester on the 29th of November, 1530, while on his way to the Tower under charge of high treason. England's next Lord Chancellor was Sir Thomas More, a scholar, and, by popular repute, a saint. His scholarship is supported by his writings. Saintliness is a quality less easy to establish, but from his willful indifference to realities which were obvious to quite ordinary contemporaries, it seems all too probable that he had it.
Rich, what brings you to Hampton?
I came with the Duke last night, Master Cromwell. They're hunting again.
It's a kingly pastime, Master Rich. I'm glad you found employment. You're the Duke's secretary, are you not?
My work is mostly secretarial.
Or is it his librarian you are, I bet?
I do look after His Grace's library, yes.
Oh. Well, that's something. And I don't suppose you're bothered much by His Grace in the library. It's odd how differently men's fortunes flow. My late master died in disgrace, and here I am in the King's own service. There you are, in a comparative backwater. Yet the new Lord Chancellor's an old friend of yours.
He isn't really my friend.
Oh, I thought he was.
In a sense, he is.
Well, I always understood he set you up in life.
Master Cromwell, what is it that you do for the king?
Yes, I should like to know that, Master Cromwell. Signor Chapuis. You've met His Excellency, Rich, the Spanish ambassador, the Duke of Norfolk's librarian.
But how should we introduce you, Master Cromwell, if we had the happiness?
Oh, sly. Do you notice how sly he is, Rich? Well, I suppose you would call me the King's ear. It's a useful organ, the ear, but in fact it's even simpler than that. When the King wants something done, I do it.
For example, Master Cromwell?
Beware these professional diplomats. Well, now, for example, next week at Deptford we are launching the Great Harry. 1,000 tons, 4 masts, 66 guns, an overall length of 175 feet. It's expected to be very effective. All this you probably know. However, you may not know that the King himself will guide her down the river. Yes, the King himself will be her pilot.
The King?
He will have assistance, of course, but he himself will be her pilot. He will have a pilot's whistle upon which he will blow, and he will wear in every respect a common pilot's uniform, except for the material, which will be cloth of gold. These innocent fancies require more preparation than you might suppose, and someone has to do it. Meanwhile, I do prepare myself for higher things. I stock my mind.
Master Cromwell, don't we all? This ship, for instance, it has 56 guns, by the way, not 66, and only 40 of them heavy. After launching, I understand the King will take his barge to Chelsea.
Yes.
To Sir Thomas More's. Will you be there?
Oh, no. They'll talk about the divorce. The King will ask him for an answer.
He has given his answer.
The King will ask him for another.
Sir Thomas is a good son of the church.
Sir Thomas is a man.
No sign of him, my lord.
God's body, Alice, he must be found.
He must be in the house. He's not in the house, Mother. Then he must be here in the garden.
He takes things too far, Alice.
Do I not know it?
It will end badly for him.
I know that, too.
My lady...
Mercy, where is my father?
No, sir.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Jesus.
My lady, the King.
Yes, fool. And if the King arrives and the Chancellor's not here...
my lady, it's not my fault.
Lady Alice, Thomas will get no good of it. This is not how Wolsey made himself great.
Thomas has his own way of doing things, my lord.
Yes, Thomas is unique. But where is Thomas?
Thomas! Father,
my Lord Chancellor, what sort of fooling is this? Does the King visit you every day?
No, but I go to Vespers most days.
He's here.
But isn't this visit meant to be a surprise?
For you, yes, not for him.
Father,
You propose to meet the King disguised in a cassock as a parish clerk? A parish clerk, my Lord Chancellor. You dishonour the King and his office.
The service of God is not a dishonour to any office. Believe me, my friend, I do not belittle the honour His Majesty is doing. Your Majesty does my house more honour than I fear my household can bear.
No ceremony, Thomas, no ceremony. Passing fancy. I happen to be on the river. Look, mud. I fear we come upon you unexpectedly, Lady Alice.
Oh, no, Your Grace. That is yes. But we are ready for you. Ready to entertain Your Grace, that is.
The river's given me an appetite.
Oh, if Your Grace would share a very simple supper.
It would please me very much.
This is my daughter Margaret, sir. She has not had the honour to meet your Grace.
Why, Margaret, you told me you were a scholar.
Answer, Margaret.
Among women, I pass for one, Your Grace.
I'm something of a scholar, too. Did you know?
All the world knows Your Grace's book, asserting the 7 sacraments of the Church.
Ah, yes. Between ourselves, your father had a hand in that. Hey, Thomas?
Here and there, your Grace, in a minor capacity.
He seeks to shame me with his modesty. Look, we'll follow Lady Alice. Thomas and I'll follow.
Yes, Your Grace.
Wait. Margaret. Are you fond of music?
Yes, Your Grace.
Blow this whistle. Oh, blow. Harder. I brought them with me, Lady Alice. Take them in.
Yes, Your Grace. Come, Meg. Let us attend to the position.
Listen to this, Thomas. Do you know it?
No, your Grace,
Listen up. Listen. Be seated, Thomas. You are my friend, are you not?
Your Majesty.
And thank God I have a friend for my Chancellor. Readier to be friends, I trust, than he was to be Chancellor.
My own knowledge of my poor abilities...
I will judge of your abilities, Thomas. Did you know that Wolsey named you for Chancellor?
Wolsey?
Aye, before he died, Wolsey named you, and Wolsey was no fool.
He was a statesman of incomparable ability, your Grace.
Was he? Was he so? Then why did he fail me? Be seated. It was villainy, then. Yes. Villainy. I was right to break him. He was all pride, Thomas. A proud man, pride right through. And he failed me. He failed me in the one thing that mattered. The one thing that matters, Thomas, then or now. And why? He wanted to be Pope. Yes, he wanted to be the Bishop of Rome. I'll tell you something, Thomas, and you can check this for yourself. It was never merry in England while we had cardinals amongst us. Touching this matter of my divorce, Thomas, have you thought of it since we last talked?
Of little else.
Then you see your way clear to me?
That you should put away Queen Catherine, sire. Oh, alas, as I think of it, I see so clearly that I cannot come with your grace, that my endeavour is not to think of it at all.
Then you have not thought enough! Great God, Thomas, why do you hold out against me in the desire of my heart, the very wick of my heart?
There is my right arm. Take your dagger and saw it from my shoulder, and I will laugh and be thankful if by that means I can come with your grace with a clear conscience.
Oh, I know it, Thomas, I know.
Your Majesty, I crave pardon if I offend.
Speak, then.
When I took the Great Seal, your Majesty promised not to pursue me on this matter.
Ah, so now I break my word, Mr. Moore. No, I'm joking. I joke roughly. I often think I'm a rough fellow, yes. A rough young fellow. Be seated. That's, magnolia. Yes, we have one like it at Hampton. Not so red as this, though. I'm in an excellent frame of mind. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. You must consider, Thomas, that I stand in peril of my soul. It was no marriage. She was my brother's widow. Leviticus, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 16.
Yes, your grace, but Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy is ambiguous.
Your grace, I am not fit to meddle in these matters. To me it seems a matter for the Holy See.
Thomas, does a man need a pope to tell him when he sins? It was a sin, Thomas. I admit it. I repent. And God has punished me. I have no son. Son after son she's borne me, Thomas, all dead at birth or dead within the month. I never saw the hand of God so clear in anything. I have a daughter. She's a good child, a well-set child. But I have no son.
If your Majesty
It is my bounden duty to put away the Queen, and all the Pope's spectres and Peter shall not come between me and my duty. How is it that you cannot see? Everyone else does.
Then why does your grace need my poor support?
Because you are honest. What's more to the purpose, you are known to be honest. There are those like Norfolk who follow me because I wear the crown. There are those like Master Cromwell who follow me because they are jackals with sharp teeth and I am their lion. And there is a mass that follows me because it follows anything that moves. And there is you.
I am sick to think how much I must displease your grace.
No, Thomas. I respect your sincerity. Respect? Oh, man, it's water in the desert. How did you like our music? That air they played, it had a certain... Well, tell me what you thought of it.
Could it have been your grace's own?
Discovered! Now I'll never know your true opinion. And that's irksome, Thomas, for we artists, though we love praise, yet we love truth better.
Then I will tell your grace truly what I thought of it.
Speak.
To me it seemed delightful.
Thomas, I chose the right man for Chancellor.
Yet I must, in fairness, add that my taste in music is reputedly deplorable.
No, your taste in music is excellent. It exactly coincides with my own. Touching this other business, mark you, Thomas, I'll have no opposition.
Your Grace.
No opposition, I say. No opposition. Your conscience is your own affair, but you are my Chancellor. There, you have my word. I'll leave you out of it. But I don't take it kindly, Thomas. And I will have no opposition.
I am your Grace's loyal minister. If I cannot serve your grace in this great matter of the Queen...
Queen? I have no queen. Catherine is not my wife. No priest can make her so, and they that say that she is my wife are not only liars, but traitors. Mind it, Thomas.
Am I a babbler, your grace?
You are stubborn. If you could come with me, you are the man I would soonest raise. Yes, with my own hand.
Oh, your grace overwhelmed me. 8 o'clock, your grace.
Oh. Lift yourself up, man. Have I not promised? Shall we eat?
If your grace pleases. What will your grace sing for us?
8 o'clock, you said. Thomas, the tide will be changing. I was forgetting the tide. I'd better go.
I'm sorry, your grace.
I must catch the tide, or I'll not get back to Richmond till the... No, don't come. Tell Norfolk. Lady Alice, I must go. I want to catch the tide. Of the truth, Lady Alice, I have forgotten. In your haven here, her time flows past outside. Affairs call me to court, and so I give him my thanks and say, good night.
Good night, your grace.
Good night, your grace. What's this? You crossed him.
Somewhat.
Why?
I couldn't find the other way.
You're too nice altogether, Thomas.
Woman, mind your house.
I am minding my house.
But, Alice, what would you want me to do?
Be ruled. If you won't rule him, be ruled.
I neither could nor would rule my king. But there's a little area where I must rule myself. It's very little. Less to him than a tennis court.
Oh.
Look, Alice, it was 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, Lady Anne likes to dance.
Oh.
I think so.
And you stand between them.
I? What stands between them is a sacrament of the church. I'm less important than you think, Alice.
Thomas, stay friends with him.
Whatever can be done by smiling, you may rely on me to do.
Oh, you don't know how to flatter.
I flatter very well. My recipe's beginning to be widely copied. It's the basic syrup with just a soupçon of discreet impudence.
I wish he'd eaten here.
We shall be living on that simple supper of yours for a fortnight. Alice, set your mind at rest. Your husband is not the stuff of which martyrs are made.
Sir Thomas.
Oh, no.
Will Roper, what you want? William, I told you not to.
I'm not easily told, Meg.
I asked you not to.
Sir, I wish to speak to you. My spirit is perturbed.
Yes, it will. Why?
I've been offered a seat in the next Parliament.
Oh, well.
Ought I to take it?
No. Well, that depends. With your views on church reformation, I should have thought you could do yourself a lot of good in the next Parliament.
My views on the church, I must confess. Since we met, my views have somewhat modified. I modify nothing concerning the body of the church. The money changers in the temple must be scourged from thence, with a scourge of fire if that is needed. But an attack on the church itself? No. I see behind that an attack on God.
Roper.
The devil's work to be done by the devil's ministers.
For heaven's sake, would you remember my office?
If you stand on your office.
I don't stand on it, but there are certain things I may not hear.
Sophistication. It's what I was told. The court has corrupted you, Sir Thomas. You're not the man you were. You have learned to study your convenience. You have learned to flatter.
Alice, you see, I have a reputation for it.
God's body, young man, if I was the Chancellor, I'd have you whipped.
Master Rich is here, Sir Thomas.
Oh, no.
Good evening, sir.
Richard?
Good evening, Lady Alice.
Good evening.
Lady Margaret.
Good evening, Master Rick.
Do you know William Roper the Younger?
By reputation, of course.
Good evening, Master.
Rich.
Oh.
You have heard of me?
Yes.
In what connection? I don't know what you can have heard. I sense that I'm not welcome here.
Why, Richard, have you done something that should make you not welcome?
Why? Do you suspect me of it?
I shall begin to.
Cromwell is asking questions. He's continually collecting information about you.
I know it. Stay a minute, Matthew.
Yes.
He's one of his sources. Of course, he's one of my servants. Signor Chapuis, the Imperial Ambassador, collects information, too. That's one of his functions. You look at me as though I were an enemy. Why, Richard, you're shaking. I'm adrift. Help me. How? Employ me. No. Employ me. No. I would be steadfast. Richard, you couldn't answer for yourself, even so far as tonight. Good evening, Sir Thomas. Arrest him.
Yes.
For what?
He's dangerous.
If a libel, he's a spy.
Yes, arrest him. Father, that man's bad.
There is no law against that. There is God's law. Then God can arrest him.
Oh, sophistication upon sophistication.
No, sheer simplicity. The law, Roper, the law. I know what's legal, not what's right. And I'll stick to what's legal.
Then you set man's law above God's.
No, far below. But let me draw your attention to a fact. I'm not God. The currents and eddies of right and wrong, which you find such plain sailing, I can't navigate. I'm no voyager. But in the thickets of the law, oh, there, I'm a forester. I doubt if there's a man alive who could follow me there, thank God.
While you talk, he's God.
And go he should if he was the devil himself until he broke the law.
So now you'd give the devil benefit of law.
Yes. What would you do? Cut a great road through the law to get after the devil?
I'd cut down every law in England to do that.
Oh? And when the last law was down and the devil turned round on you, where would you hide, Roper, the laws all being flat? This country's planted thick with laws from coast to coast. Man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down, and you're just the man to do it, do you really think you could stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I'd give the devil benefit of law for my own safety's sake.
I have long suspected this. This is the golden calf. The law's your God.
Oh, Roper, you're a fool. God's my God. But I find him rather too subtle. I don't know where he is nor what he wants.
Yes. It may be that I am a little intoxicated, Rich, but not with alcohol. With success. And who has a strong head for success? None of us gets enough of it, except kings, and they're born drunk.
Success? What success?
Yes.
Collector of revenues for York?
You do keep your ear to the ground, don't you, Rich? No, better than that.
A high constable?
Better than that.
Better than high constable?
Much better. Sir Thomas Paget is retiring.
Secretary to the council?
It is astonishing, isn't it?
No. Most common, I mean, one sees it. It's logical.
No ceremony, no courtship. Be seated, as His Majesty would say. Yes. See how I trust you.
Oh, I would never repeat or report a thing like that.
What kind of thing would you repeat or report?
Well, nothing said in friendship. May I say friendship?
If you like. Do you believe that you would never repeat or report anything, etc., etc.?
Oh, yes.
No, but seriously.
Yes.
Rich. Seriously.
It would depend on what I was offered.
Everyone knows it. Not many people can say it. Well, congratulations.
On what?
I think you'd make a good collector of revenues for York Diocese.
What do I have to do for it?
Nothing. It isn't like that, Rich. There are no rules. With rewards and penalties, so much wickedness purchases so much worldly prospering. Are you sure you're not religious?
Almost sure.
Get sure. No, it's not like that. It's much more a matter of convenience, administrative convenience. The normal aim of administration is to keep steady this factor of convenience, and Sir Thomas would agree. Now, normally, when a man wants to change his woman, you let him if it's convenient and prevent him if it's not. Normally, indeed, it's of so little importance that you leave it to the priests, but the constant factor is this element of convenience.
Whose convenience?
Oh, ours. But everybody's, too. However, in the present instance, the man who wants to change his woman is our sovereign Lord Harry, by the grace of God, the 8th of that name, which is a quaint way of saying that if he wants to change his woman, he will. So, that becomes the constant factor. And our job as administrators is to make it as convenient as we can. I say our job on the assumption you'll take this post at York I've offered you.
Yes.
It's a bad sign when people are depressed by their own good fortune.
No, I'm not depressed.
You look depressed.
I'm lamenting. I've lost my innocence.
You lost that some time ago. If you've only just noticed, it can't have been very important to you.
That's true. Oh, my, that's true, it can't.
We experience a sense of release, do we, Master Rich? An unfamiliar freshness in the head as of open air.
Collective revenues isn't bad.
Not bad for a start. Now, our present Lord Chancellor, there's an innocent man.
The odd thing is, he is.
Yes, I say he is. Tell me, Rich, this goblet that he gave you, how much was it worth? Come along. Rich, he gave you a silver goblet. How much did you get for it?
50 shillings.
Could you take me to the shop?
Yes.
Where did he get it? It was a gift from a litigant. A woman, wasn't it?
Yes.
Which court? Chancery?
Court of request.
There. That wasn't too painful, was it?
No.
Now, that's all there is, and you'll find it easier next time.
What application do they have, these tidbits of information you collect?
None at all, usually.
But sometimes.
Well, there are these men, you know, upright, steadfast men who want themselves to be the constant factor in the situation, which, of course, they can't be. The situation rolls forward in any case.
So what happens?
If they've any sense, they get out of the way.
What if they haven't any sense?
What, none at all? Well, then they're only fit for heaven. But Sir Thomas has plenty of sense. He could be frightened.
Don't forget he's an innocent, Master Cromwell.
I think we'll finish there for tonight. After all, he is the Lord Chancellor.
You wouldn't find him easy to frighten. You've mistaken your man this time. He doesn't know how to be frightened.
Doesn't know how to be frightened? Why, then he never put his hand in a candle, did he? Oh!
You enjoyed that. You enjoyed it.
Years have passed. It's now the middle of May, 1532. Well, during that time, a lot of water's flowed under the bridge, and among the things that have come floating along it is... here we are. The Church of England, that finest flower of our island genius for compromise. That system, peculiar to these shores, which deflects the torrents of religious passion down the canals of moderation. That's very well put. Typically, this great effect was achieved not by bloodshed, but by simple act of Parliament. Only an unhappy few were found to set themselves against the current of their times, and in so doing to court disaster. For we are dealing with an age less fastidious than our own. Imprisonment without trial, and even examination under torture, were common practice then.
Must you wear those clothes, Will?
Yes, I must.
Why?
The time has come for decent men to declare their allegiance.
Of what allegiance are those designed to express?
My allegiance to the Church.
Well, you look like a Spaniard.
All credit to Spain, then.
You wouldn't last 6 months in Spain. You'd have been burned alive in Spain during your heretic period.
I suppose you have the right to remind me of it. That chain of office that you wear is a degradation.
I've told you, if the bishops in convocation submitted this morning, I'll take it off. It's no degradation. Great men have worn this.
When do you expect to hear from Canterbury?
About now. The Archbishop promised me an immediate message.
I don't see what difference convocation can make. The Church is already a wing of the palace, is it not? The King is already its supreme head, is he not?
No.
denying the Act of Supremacy.
No, I'm not. The Act states that the king
is supreme head of the Church in England.
Supreme head of the Church in England so far as the law of God allows. How far the law of God does allow it remains a matter of opinion, since the Act doesn't state it.
A legal quibble.
Call it what you like. It's there, thank God.
Very well. In your opinion, how far does the law of God allow this?
I'll keep my opinion to myself, Will.
Yes? Well, I'll tell you mine.
Don't. If your opinion's what I think it is, it's high treason, Roper. Will, you remember you've a wife now, and may have children.
Why must you remember that?
To keep myself discreet.
Then I'd rather you forgot it.
You are either idiots or children.
All saints, my lord.
Our father, Signor Chapuis, has come to see you.
Your Excellency.
All saints, my lord. All saints.
That's it, of course. Saints. Roper. Turn your head a bit. Yes, I think I do detect a faint radiance. You should have told us, Will.
Come, my lord. You too at this time are not free from some suspicion of saintliness.
I don't like the sound of that, Your Excellency. William, Margaret, the Imperial Ambassador is here on business. Would you mind?
Oh, of course.
What do you want?
Rumour has it that if the Church in Convocation has submitted to the king, you will resign.
I see. Supposing the rumour to be right, would you approve of that?
Approve, applaud, admire.
Why?
Because it would show one man, and that man known to be temperate, unable to go further with this wickedness.
And that man known to be Chancellor of England, too?
Believe me, my lord, such a signal would be seen...
Signal?
Yes, my lord. It would be seen and understood.
By whom?
By half your fellow countrymen.
Really?
Sir Thomas, I have just returned from Yorkshire and Northumberland, where I have made a tour.
Have you, indeed?
Things are very different there, my lord. There they are ready.
For what?
Resistance.
Sir Thomas, excuse me, sir. His Grace the Duke of Norfolk. It's all over, sir. They've decided to...
One moment, Roper. I'll do this. Thomas.
Oh. I was on the point of leaving, Your Grace. Just a personal call. I have been trying to borrow a book, but without success. You're sure you have no copy, my lord? Then I'll leave you. Gentlemen, ladies...
Goodbye, Eric.
Sir Thomas.
I'll do it, Roper. Convocation's knuckled under, Thomas. You have to pay a fine of £100,000. And, we've severed the connection with Rome.
The connection with Rome is nice. The connection with Rome. Did anyone resist?
Bishop Fisher.
Lovely man.
Your Grace, this is quite certain, is it?
Yes. Funny company, Thomas?
It's quite unintentional. He doesn't mean to be funny. Help me with this chain.
Not I.
Shall I, sir?
No, thank you, Will. Alice?
Hellfire! God's blood and body, no! Master Moore, you're taken for a wise man. Is this wisdom? To betray your ability, abandon practice, forget your station and your duty to your kin? And behave like a printed book?
Margaret, will you?
If you want.
There's my clever girl.
Well, Thomas, why? Make me understand. Because I'll tell you now, from where I stand, this looks like cowardice.
All right, I will. This isn't reformation. This is war against the Church. Our King, Norfolk, has declared war on the Pope because the Pope will not declare that our Queen is not his wife.
And is she?
I'll answer that question for one person only, the King. And that in private, too.
Man, you're cautious.
Yes, cautious. I'm not one of your hawks. Have I your word that what we say here is between us and has no existence beyond these walls?
Very well.
And if the King should command you to repeat what I have said?
I should keep my word to you.
Then what has become of your oath of obedience to the King?
You laid traps for me.
No. I show you the times.
Why do you insult me with these lawyer's tricks?
Because I am afraid.
And here's your answer. The King accepts your resignation very sadly. He is mindful of your goodness and past loyalty, and in any matter concerning your honor and welfare, he will be your good lord. So much for your fear.
You will convey my humble thanks to the King.
I will. Good day, Alice.
Goodbye, my lord.
I'd rather deal with you than with your husband.
So there's an end of you. What will you do now? Sit by the fire and make goslings in the ash?
Not at all, Alice. I expect I'll write a bit. I'll write, I'll read, I'll think. I think I'll learn to fish. I'll play with my grandchildren when son Roper's done his duty. Alice, shall I teach you to read?
No, by God.
Son Roper, you're pleased with me, I hope.
Sir, you've made a noble gesture.
A gesture? It wasn't possible to continue, Will. I was not able to continue. I would have if I could. I make no gesture. By God, I hope it's understood. I make no gesture.
Poor silly man. Do you think they'll leave you here to learn to fish?
If we govern our tongues, they will. Look, I've a word to say about that. I have made no statement. I've resigned, that's all. On the king's supremacy, the king's divorce, which he'll now grant himself, the marriage he'll then make. Have you heard me make a statement?
No. And if I'm to lose my rank and fall to housekeeping, I want to know the reason. So make a statement now.
No. Alice, it's a point of law.
Thomas.
Accept it from me, Alice, but in silence is my safety under the law. But my silence must be absolute. It must extend to you.
In short, you don't trust us.
Look, I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm Cromwell. I'm the king's head jailer. And I take your hand and I clamp it on the Bible, on the blessed cross. And I say, woman, has your husband made a statement on these matters? Now, on peril of your soul, remember. What's your answer?
No.
And so it must remain.
Thomas.
Oh, it's only a lifeline. We shan't have to use it, but it's comforting to have. No. When they find I'm silent, they'll ask nothing better than to leave me silent. You'll see.
But he makes no noise, Cromwell. He's silent. Why not leave him silent?
Not being a man of letters, Your Grace, you perhaps don't realize the extent of his reputation. This silence of his is bellowing up and down Europe. And now, may I recapitulate? He reported the ambassador's conversation to you, informed on the ambassador's tour of the North Country, warned against a possible rebellion there.
He did.
We may say, then, that he showed himself hostile to the hopes of Spain.
That's what I say.
Bear with me, Your Grace. Now, if he opposes Spain, he supports us. And with a little pressure, he can be got to say so. And that's all we need, a brief declaration of his loyalty to the present administration.
I still say let sleeping dogs lie.
The king does not agree with you.
What kind of pressure do you think you can bring to bear?
I have evidence that Sir Thomas, during the period of his judicature, accepted bribes.
What?
God damn it, he was the only judge since Cato who didn't accept bribes. When was there last a chancellor whose possessions after 3 years in office totaled £100 and a gold chain?
Sir Richard, it is, as you imply, a common practice, but a practice may be common and remain an offence. This offence could send a man to the Tower.
I don't believe it.
Richard, you know His Grace, the Duke of Norfolk?
Indeed, yes. We're old friends.
You used to look after my books or something, didn't you?
Come here. This woman's name is Catherine Anger. She comes from Lincoln, and she put a case in the Court of Requests in...
A property case, it was.
Be quiet. A property case in the Court of Requests in April 1526.
And got a wicked false judgment.
And got an impeccably correct judgment from our friend Sir Thomas.
No, sir, it was not.
We are not concerned with the judgment, but with the gift you gave the judge. Tell this gentleman about that. The judgment, for what it's worth, was the right one.
No, sir. I sent him a cup, sir. An Italian silver cup I bought in Lincoln for 100 shillings.
Did Sir Thomas accept this cup?
I sent it.
He did accept it. We can corroborate that. You can go. Go!
Is that your witness?
No. By an odd coincidence, this cup later came into the hands of Master Rich here.
How?
He gave it to me.
Can you corroborate that?
I have a fellow outside who can. He was Moore's steward at that time. Shall I call him?
Don't bother, I know him. When did Thomas give you this thing, Rich?
I don't exactly remember.
Well, make an effort. Wait. I can tell you. It was that spring. It was that night we were there together. You had a cup with you when we left. Was that it?
It may have been.
Did he often give you cups?
I don't suppose so, Your Grace.
Well, that was it then. And it was April. The April of 26, the very month that cow first put a case before him. In other words, the moment he knew it was a bribe, he got rid of it.
The facts will bear that interpretation, I suppose.
Oh, this is a horse that won't run, Master Secretary.
Just a trial canter, Your Grace. We'll find something better.
Look here, Cromwell, I want no part of this.
You have no choice.
What's that you say?
The King particularly wishes you to be active in the matter.
He's not told me that.
Indeed. He told me.
But why?
We feel that since you are known to have been a friend of Moore's, your participation will show that there is nothing in the nature of persecution, but only the strict processes of law, as indeed you've just demonstrated. I'll tell the King of your loyalty to your friend. If you like, I'll tell him that you want no part of it, too.
Are you threatening me, Cromwell?
My dear Norfolk, this isn't Spain.
Is this another personal visit, Chapuis, or is it official?
It falls between the two, Sir Thomas.
Official, then?
No. I have a personal letter for you.
From whom?
From King Charles. You will take it?
I will not lay a finger on it.
It is in no way an affair of state. It expresses my master's admiration for the stand which you and Bishop Fisher of Rochester have taken over the so-called divorce of Queen Catherine.
I have taken no stand.
But your views, Sir Thomas, are well known.
My views are much guessed at. May I? Alice? Alice?
Thomas?
This is a letter from King Charles. I want you to see it's not been opened. I have declined it. You see, the seal has not been broken.
I do, Thomas.
I wish I could ask you to stay, Your Excellency. The bracken fire is a luxury.
One I must forego. May I say I'm sure my master's admiration will not be diminished?
I am gratified.
Your Excellency. Luxury.
Well, it's a luxury while it lasts. There's not much sport in it for you, is there? Alice, the money from the bishops. I wish, oh heaven, how I wish I could take it, but I can't.
I didn't think you would.
Alice, there are reasons.
We couldn't come so deep into your confidence as to know these reasons why a man in poverty can't take £4,000.
Alice, this isn't poverty.
Do you know what we shall eat tonight?
Yes, parsnips.
Yes, parsnips and stinking mutton for a knight's lady.
But at the worst, we could be beggars and still keep company and be merry together.
Merry?
Why, merry. Oh, don't you see, if I'm paid by the church for my writings...
This had nothing to do with your writings. This was charity, pure and simple, collected from the clergy, high and low.
It would appear as payment.
You're not a man who deals in appearances.
Oh, am I not, though? If the king takes this matter any further with me or with the church, it will be very bad if I even appear to have been in the pay of the church.
Bad?
If you will have it, dangerous.
But you don't write against the king.
I write. And that's enough in times like these.
You said there was no danger.
I don't think there is, and I don't want there to be.
There's a gentleman here from Hampton Court. You're to go before Secretary Cromwell to answer certain charges.
Charges?
Well, that's all right. We expected that. When?
Now.
That means nothing, Alice. That's just technique. Well... I suppose now means now.
I'm sorry to invite you here at such short notice, Sir Thomas. Good of you to come. Will you take a seat?
Thank you.
I think you know Master Rich.
Indeed, yes, we're old friends. That's a nice gown you have, Richard.
Master Rich will make a record of our conversation.
Good of you to tell me, Master Secretary.
Believe me, Sir Thomas... No, that's asking too much. But let me tell you all the same, you have no more sincere admirer than myself. No need to write yet, Rich.
If I might hear the charges.
Charges?
I understand there are certain charges.
some ambiguities of behavior I should like to clarify. Hardly charge it.
Make a note of that, will you, Master Rich? There are no charges.
Sir Thomas. You know, it amazes me that you, who were once so effective in the world and are now so much retired from it, should be opposing yourself to the whole movement of the time.
It amazes me, too.
The king is not pleased with you.
I am grieved.
Yet, do you know that even now, if you could bring yourself to agree with the universities, the bishops, and the parliament of this realm, there is no honour which the king would be likely to deny you?
I am well acquainted with his grace's generosity.
Very well. Sir Thomas, Rich. Sir Thomas, in the May of 1521, the king published a book, a theological work. It was called A Defence of the Seven Sacraments.
Yes, for which he was named Defender of the Faith by His Holiness the Pope.
By the Bishop of Rome, or do you insist on Pope?
No, Bishop of Rome, if you like. It doesn't alter his authority.
Thank you. You come to the point very readily. What is that authority? As regards the church in other parts of Europe, for example, the Church of England, what exactly is the Bishop of Rome's authority?
You will find it very ably set out and defended, Master Secretary, in the King's book.
The book published under the King's name would be more accurate. You wrote that book.
I wrote no part of it.
I do not mean you actually held the pen.
I merely answered, to the best of my ability, certain questions on canon law which His Majesty put to me, as I was bound to do.
Do you deny that you instigated it?
It was from first to last the King's own project. This is trivial, Master Cromwell.
I should not think so if I were in your place.
Only two people know the truth of the matter, myself and the king. And whatever he may have said to you, he will not give evidence to support this accusation.
Why not?
Because evidence is given on oath, and he will not perjure himself. If you don't know that, you don't yet know him.
Sir Thomas More, is there anything you wish to say to me concerning the King's marriage with Queen Anne?
I understood I was not to be asked that again.
Evidently you understood wrongly. These charges
are terrors for children, Mr. Secretary, not for me.
Then know that the King commands me to charge you in his name with great ingratitude and to tell you that there never was nor never could be so villainous a servant nor so traitorous a subject as yourself.
So I am brought here at last.
Brought? You brought yourself to where you stand now.
Yes. Still, in another sense, I was brought.
Oh, yes. You may go home now, for the present.
Thank you, Master Cromwell. Richard.
I don't like him so well as I did, Rich. There's a man who raises the gale and won't come out of harbour.
Father! Father!
Do you know, sir, have you heard?
We've been looking for you, Father.
There's to be a new act through Parliament, sir.
Act?
Yes, sir, about the marriage.
Oh.
Father, by this act, they're going to administer an oath.
An oath? On what compulsion?
It's expected to be treason.
What is the oath?
It's about the marriage, sir.
What is the wording?
We don't need to know the wording. We know what it will mean.
It will mean what the words say. An oath is made of words. It may be possible to take it or avoid it. Have we a copy of the bill?
There's one coming out from the city.
Then let's get home and look at it.
But, sir...
Now listen, Will, and Meg, you listen too. God made the angels to show him splendor, as he made the animals for innocence and plants for their simplicity. But man he made to serve him wittily in the tangle of his mind. If he suffers us to fall to such a case that there is no escaping, then we may stand to our tackle as best we can.
But, sir...
And yes, Will, then we may clamour like champions if we have the spittle for it. And no doubt it delights God to see splendor where he only looked for complexity. But it's God's part, not our own, to bring ourselves to that extremity. Our natural business lies in escaping. So let's get home and study this bill.
Now look, I don't suppose anyone enjoyed putting him in prison any more than he enjoys being there. Well, not much more. Jailer. It's a job. The pay scale being what it is, they have to take a rather common type of man into the prison service. But it's a job like any other job. A bit nearer the knuckle than most, perhaps.
What, again?
Sorry, sir.
Oh, what time is it?
Just struck one, sir.
This is iniquitous.
Sir.
All right. Who's there?
The Secretary, the Duke of Norfolk, and Archbishop Cranmer.
I'm flattered. Lead me to them.
Sir Thomas, you have seen this document before?
Many times.
It is the Act of Succession. These are the names of those who have sworn to it.
I have, as you say, seen it before.
Will you swear to it?
No.
Thomas, we must know plainly whether you recognize the offspring of Queen Anne as heirs to His Majesty.
The King in Parliament tells me that they are. Of course I recognize them.
Will you swear that you do?
Yes.
Then why won't you swear to the Act?
Because there is more than that in the Act.
Is that it?
Yes.
Then we must find out what it is in the Act that he objects to.
Brilliant.
Your Grace, may I try?
Certainly, Archbishop. I have no pretensions to be an expert in police work.
Sir Thomas, it states in the preamble that the King's former marriage to the Lady Catherine was unlawful, she being previously his brother's wife, and the Pope having no authority to sanction it. Is that what you deny? Is that what you dispute? Is that what you are not sure of?
Thomas, you insult the King and his council in the person of the Lord Archbishop.
I insult no one. I will not take the oath. I will not tell you why I will not.
Then your reason must be treasonable.
Not must be. Maybe.
It's a fair assumption.
The law requires more than an assumption. The law requires a fact.
Is it material why you won't swear?
It's most material. For refusing to swear, my goods are forfeit, and I am condemned to life imprisonment. You cannot lawfully harm me further. But if you were right in supposing I had reasons for refusing, and right again in supposing my reasons to be treasonable, the law would let you cut my head off.
Oh, yes.
Oh, well done, Sir Thomas. I've been trying to make that clear to His Grace for some time.
Oh, confound all this. I'm not a scholar, as Master Cromwell never tires of pointing out. And frankly, I don't know whether the marriage was lawful or not, but damn it, Thomas, look at those names. You know those men. Can't you do what I did and come with us for fellowship?
And when we stand before God, and you are sent to paradise for doing according to your conscience, and I am damned for not doing according to mine, will you come with me for fellowship?
So those of us whose names are there are damned, Sir Thomas?
I don't know, Your Grace. I have no window to look into another man's conscience.
Sir Thomas, you don't seem to appreciate the seriousness of your position.
I defy anyone to live in that cell for a year and not appreciate the seriousness of his position.
Yet the state has harsher punishment.
You threaten like a dockside bully.
How should I threaten?
Like a minister of state, with justice.
Oh, justice is what you're threatened with.
Then I'm not threatened.
Master Secretary, I think the prisoner may retire. Unless you, my lord...
No, I see no purpose in prolonging the interview.
Then, good night, Thomas.
Might I have one or two more books?
You have books?
Yes.
I didn't know. You shouldn't have.
May I see my family?
No. Jailer?
Sir?
Have you ever heard the prisoner speak of the King's divorce or the King's supremacy of the Church or the King's marriage?
No, sir, not a word.
If he does, you will of course report it to the Lieutenant.
Of course, sir.
You will swear an oath to that effect?
Certainly, sir.
Archbishop?
Place your left hand on this and raise your right hand. Take your hat off. Now, say after me. I swear by my mortal soul.
I swear by my mortal soul.
That I will report truly anything said by Sir Thomas More.
That I will report truly anything said by Sir Thomas More.
Against the King, the Council, or the State of the Realm.
Against the King, the Council, or the State of the Realm.
So help me God.
Help me
Amen.
God. Amen.
And there's 50 guineas in it if you do.
Yes, sir.
That's not to tempt you into perjury, my man.
No, sir. 50 guineas isn't tempting. 50 guineas is alarming. If he left it at swearing, but 50, that's serious money. If it's worth that much now, it's worth my neck presently. I want no part of it. They can sort it out between them. I feel my deafness coming on. Wake up, Sir Thomas.
What?
Your family's here.
What? Margaret! You can visit me! Meg! Alice! Roper! For God's sake, they've not put you in here!
No, sir, just a visit. A short one.
James, let them in! Can you do that?
Yes, sir. I'm allowed to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Father.
Oh, good morning. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Will.
Husband, how do you do?
As well as need be, Alice. Very happy now.
It is an awful place.
Oh, except it's keeping me from you, my dears. It's not so bad. Remarkably like any other place. Yes. Too near the river.
We brought you some things. Some cheese. And custard. And these other things.
A bottle of wine.
Oh, is it good, son Roper?
I don't know, sir.
Well? Sir, come out. Swear to the act. Take the oath and come out. Is this why they let you come?
Yes. Meg's under oath to persuade you.
That was silly, Meg. How did you come to do that?
I wanted to.
When a man takes an oath, Meg, he's holding his own self in his hands, like water. And if he opens his fingers then, he needn't hope to find himself again. Some men aren't capable of this, but I'd be loath to think your father one of them.
So should I.
Then?
There's something else I've been thinking.
Oh, Meg.
In any state that was half good, you would be raised up high. Not here, for what you've done already.
All right.
It's not your fault the state's 3/4 bad.
No.
Then, if you elect to suffer for it, you elect yourself a hero.
That is very neat. But look now. If we lived in a state where virtue was profitable, common sense would make us good, and greed would make us saintly, and we'd live like animals or angels in the happy land that needs no heroes.
So that means
but since, in fact, we see that avarice, anger, envy, pride, sloth, lust, and stupidity commonly profit far beyond humility, chastity, fortitude, justice, and thought, and have to choose to be human at all, why then perhaps we must stand fast a little, even at the risk of being heroes.
But in reason! Haven't you done as much as God can reasonably want?
Well, finally, it isn't a matter of reason. Finally, it's a matter of love.
You're content, then, to be shut up here with mice and rats when you might be home with us?
Content? If they'd open the smallest crack, I'd be through it.
2 minutes to go, sir.
No.
I thought you'd like to know.
No.
Till 7 o'clock, sir. Sorry.
No.
2 minutes.
Now listen, you must leave the country. All of you must leave the country.
Leave you here.
It makes no difference, Meg. They won't let you see me again. You must all go on the same day, but not on the same boat. Different boats from different ports.
After the trial, then?
There'll be no trial. They have no case. Do this for me, I beseech you.
Yes.
Alice, I command it.
Right.
Alice, if you can tell me that you understand, I think I can make a good death if I have to.
Your death's no good to me.
Alice, you must tell me that you understand.
I don't believe this had to happen.
If you say that, Alice, I don't see how I'm to face it.
It's the truth.
You're an honest woman.
What's good may it do me? I tell you what I'm afraid of. That when you're gone, I shall hate you for it.
Well, you mustn't, Alice. That's all. You mustn't. You...
As for understanding, I understand you're the best man I've ever met or I'm likely to. And if you go, well, God knows why, I suppose. Though as God's my witness, God's kept deadly quiet about it. And if anyone wants my opinion of the king and his council, they've only to ask for it.
Sorry, sir. Time's up. Okay, Mr. Thomas, sir. Never know. You must understand my position. Now, we now come along. This is getting the ball in his hands. We got to say goodbye. No trouble.
Alice, goodbye, my love.
Goodbye. What you like now.
Goodbye.
No.
Goodbye.
You're doing your husband no good. You understand my position, sir. There's nothing I can do. I'm a plain and simple man and just want to keep out of trouble.
Oh, sweet Jesus! These plain, simple men!
Sir Thomas More, you were called before us here at the Hall of Westminster to answer charge of high treason. Nevertheless, and though you have heinously offended the King's Majesty, we hope, if you will even now forethink and repent of your obstinate opinions, you may still taste his gracious pardon.
My lords, I thank you. Howbeit, I make my petition to Almighty God that he will keep me in this my honest mind to the last hour that I shall live. As for the matters you may charge me with, I fear from my present weakness that neither my wits nor my memory will serve to make sufficient answers. I should be glad to sit down.
Be seated. Master Secretary Cromwell, have you the charge?
I have, my lord.
Then read the charge.
It is the same charge, Sir Thomas, that was brought against Bishop Fisher. The late Bishop Fisher, I should have said. Late Bishop Fisher was executed this morning.
Master Secretary, read the charge.
That you did conspire, traitorously and maliciously, to deny and deprive our liege Lord Henry of his undoubted certain title, Supreme Head of the Church in England.
I have never denied this title.
You refused the oath tendered to you at the time.
Silence is not denial. And for my silence I am punished with imprisonment. Why have I been called again?
On a charge of high treason, Sir Thomas.
For which the punishment is not imprisonment.
Death comes for all of us, my lords. Yes, even for kings he comes, to whom amidst all their royalty and brute strength he will neither kneel nor make them any reverence, nor pleasantly desire them to come forth, but roughly grasp them by the very breast and rattle them until they be stark dead, so causing their bodies to be buried in a pit and sending them to a judgment, whereof at their death their success is uncertain.
Treason enough here.
The death of kings is not in question, Sir Thomas.
Nor mine, I trust, until I'm proven guilty.
Your life lies in your own hand, Thomas, as it always has.
For our own deaths, my lord, yours and mine, dare we for shame desire to enter the kingdom with ease, when our Lord himself entered with so much pain?
Now, Sir Thomas, you stand upon your silence.
I do.
A silence betokening the most eloquent of denial.
Qui tacit consentire. The maxim of the law is, silence gives consent. If, therefore, you wish to construe what my silence betokened, you must construe that I consented, not that I denied.
Is that what the world, in fact, construes from it? Do you pretend that is what you wish the world to construe from it?
The world must construe according to its wits. This court must construe according to the law.
I put it to the court that the prisoner is perverting the law, making Smoky what should be a clear light to discover to the court his own wrongdoing.
The law is not a light for you or any man to see by. The law is not an instrument of any kind. The law is a causeway upon which, so long as he keeps to it, a citizen may walk safely. In matters of conscience.
The conscience!
The word is not familiar to you.
My God, too familiar. I am very used to hear it in the mouths of criminals.
I am used to hear bad men misuse the word of God, yet God exists. In matters of conscience, the loyal subject is more bounden to be loyal to his conscience than to any other thing.
And so provide a noble motive for his frivolous self-conceit. My lords, I wish to call Sir Richard Rich. Sir Richard?
I do solemnly swear that the evidence I shall give before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God, Sir Richard.
So help me God.
Take your stand there, Sir Richard.
Now, Rich, on 12th of March, you were at the Tower.
I was.
With what purpose?
I was sent to carry away the prisoner's books.
Did you talk with the prisoner?
Yes.
Did you talk about the king's supremacy of the church?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said to him, supposing there was an act of Parliament to say that I, Richard Rich, were to be king, would not you, Master Moore, take me for king? That I would, he said, for then you would be king.
Yes.
Then he said...
The prisoner?
Yes, my lord. But I will put you a higher case, he said. How if there were an act of Parliament to say that God should not be God?
This is true. And then you
Silence.
said...
Continue.
I said, but I will put you a middle case. Parliament has made our king head of the church. Why will you not accept him?
Well?
Then he said, Parliament had no power to do it.
Repeat the prisoner's words.
He said, Parliament has not the competence. Or words to that effect.
He denied the title.
He did.
In good faith, Rich, I'm sorrier for your perjury than for my peril.
Do you deny this?
Yes. My lord, if I were a man who heeded not the taking of an oath, you know well I need not to be here. Now I will take an oath. If what Master Rich has said is true, then I pray I may never see God in the face, which I would not say were it otherwise for anything on earth.
That is not evident.
Is it probable? Is it probable that after so long a silence on this, the very point so urgently sought of me, I should open my mind to such a man as that?
Sir Richard, have you anything to add? Nothing, Mr. Secretary.
Sir Thomas?
To what purpose? I am a dead man. You have your desire of me. What you have hunted me for is not my actions, but the thoughts of my heart. It is a long road you have opened. For first men will disclaim their hearts, and presently they will have no hearts. God help the people whose statesmen walk your road.
Then the witness may withdraw.
I have one question to ask the witness. That's a chain of office you are wearing. May I see it? The Red Dragon. What's this?
Sir Richard is appointed Attorney General for Wales.
For Wales? Why, Richard, it profits a man nothing to give his soul for the whole world. But for Wales...
And now I must ask the court's indulgence. I have a message for the prisoner from the king. Sir Thomas, I am empowered to tell you that even now...
No, it cannot be.
The case rests, my lord.
The jury will retire and consider the evidence.
Considering the evidence, it shouldn't be necessary for them to retire. Is it necessary?
No, my lord.
Then, is the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, my lord.
Prisoner at the bar, you have been found guilty of high treason. The sentence of the court...
My lord, when I was practicing the law, the manner was to ask the prisoner before pronouncing sentence if he had anything to say.
Have you anything to say?
Yes. To avoid this, I've taken every path my winding wits would find. Now that the court is determined to condemn me, God knoweth how, I will discharge my mind concerning my indictment and the king's title. The indictment is grounded in an act of Parliament which is directly repugnant to the law of God. The king in Parliament cannot bestow the supremacy of the church because it is a spiritual supremacy. And more to this, the immunity of the church is promised both in Magna Carta and the king's own coronation oath.
Now we plainly see that you are malicious.
Not so, Mr. Secretary. I am the king's true subject, and pray for him and all the realm. I do none harm. I say none harm.
I think none harm. And if this be not enough to keep a man alive in good faith, I long not to live. I have, since I came into prison, been several times in such a case that I thought to die within the hour. And I thank our Lord I was never sorry for it, but rather sorry when it passed. And therefore my poor body is at the king's pleasure. Would God my death might do him some good. Nevertheless, it is not for the supremacy that you have sought my blood, but because I would not bend to the marriage.
Prisoner at the bar, you have been found guilty on the charge of high treason. The sentence of the court is that you shall be taken from this court to the tower, sent to the place of execution, and there your head shall be stricken from your body, and may God have mercy on your soul. I can come no further, Thomas. Here, drink this.
Howard, my master had easel and gall, not wine, given him to drink. Let me be going.
Father! Father!
Master, have patience. Trouble not thyself. Death comes for us all, even at our birth, death does but stand aside a little. It is the law of nature and the will of God. You have long known the secrets of my heart.
Sir Thomas, Archbishop.
Friend, be not afraid of your office. You send me to God.
You're very sure of that, Sir Thomas?
He will not refuse one who is so blithe to go to him.
Behold the head of a traitor! Thomas Cromwell was found guilty of high treason and executed on the 28th of July, 1540. Norfolk was found guilty of high treason and should have been executed on the 27th of January, 1547. But on the night of the 26th of January, the king died of syphilis and wasn't able to sign the warrant. Thomas Cranmer, that's the Archbishop, was burned alive on the 21st of March, 1556. Richard Rich became a knight and solicitor general, a baron and Lord Chancellor, and died in his bed. So did I. And so I hope will all of you.
Mr. President and members of this honourable court, I appear before you at the suit of the King as the prosecutor of Lieutenant Colonel Brereton, prisoner at the bar. It's unnecessary that I should occupy the time of the court in expatiating on the nature of the charges here preferred against the prisoner. I shall therefore content myself with observing that among those charges are some which carry a culpability such as I verily believe to be altogether unprecedented in the case of a British officer. Bristol riots, with their disgraceful consequences, have formed a theme for discussion in every public print and in every private society throughout the kingdom.
I hear he's pleading not guilty to all charges.
Wasted time, I should have thought.
It was a case of pure cowardice. The man was petrified with fear.
I thought him courageous.
He was totally incompetent, quite unable to deal with the situation.
It was more than incompetence, Mr. Ludlow. Brereton is a dangerous man.
A Man of Too Much Honour by Elizabeth Holford, with Alan Moore as Colonel Brereton and Howard Gurney as Milford. A Man of Too Much Honour.
Now, Mr. Pinney, Are you mayor of this town?
I am.
Now, will you tell the court what were the circumstances in which you decided to ask for detachment and soldiers to be sent to Bristol in October last, 1831?
Well, the occasion was, as the court knows, the jail delivery which had been fixed for Saturday, October the 29th. Sir Charles Wetherell, who is recorder of the city, was due to open the assize on that date. And we, that is the magistracy, soon realised that his arrival would excite strong, in fact, violent public feelings. The friends of reform had stirred up the lowest elements of the city against him. There were noisy meetings, placards appeared on walls, and some of them very abusive.
Sir Charles Wetherell is, of course, also a member of Parliament, is he not?
Exactly, yes, and it was in that capacity that he'd spoken out against reform and apparently incensed the people of Bristol.
And I'll be pleased to tell the court what steps were taken by the magistracy to guard the recorder.
Well, it's difficult to decide what to do. Various ideas were put forward, and finally, Lieutenant Claxton suggested that the seamen of Bristol should be asked to form a protecting force. They are usually, I may say, a most well-behaved body of men. He held a meeting on board his ship, the Earl of Liverpool, on October the 18th. I was with Alderman Milford on that evening, and we got the news at his house.
Mr. Pinney, a word in your ear, if I may.
Oh, yes, certainly.
Let us withdraw, shall we, and leave the ladies to applaud. The town clerk here has just received word of Lieutenant Claxton's meeting.
Yes, I've arranged to have intelligence brought to me here immediately. I thought in the circumstances you'd wish to hear as soon as possible.
Yes, and what was the intelligence?
Bad news, I'm afraid, Mr. Pinney. The seamen have absolutely refused.
Oh, dear.
Yes, there've been noisy scenes.
Yes, not a riot, I suppose?
Not quite. They held a meeting and have passed a resolution saying they were loyal to the king, but will not be made a cat's paw of the corporation.
Cat's paw, indeed. This is the political union. This is Herapath's language. These damned radicals are stirring up the whole town.
They're stirring up the whole country. I hear there were several people killed in the riots at Derby. They broke into the city jail, you know.
Yes, and they set the castle on fire at Nottingham.
That is why we must have adequate protection for the assize opening. I think we should go back to the plan suggested at our last meeting.
Well, then, ask the Home Secretary for a detachment of dragoons.
Yes, I hear he's likely to be sympathetic. They say he's very perturbed about the unrest up and down the country.
Encore! I never thought my first act as mayor would be to send for the military.
These are unusual times, Mr. Pinney. When I was in London last week, I heard talk of revolutionary armies being raised in the north of England. Drilling at night under the cover of darkness.
Do you believe it?
Well, everyone in London does. The only question is how many men are involved. Some say 50,000, some say more. Miss Milford.
What shall I sing for an encore, Papa?
Mr. Pinney, my eldest girl, Emma. She has joined us since dinner.
How do you do, sir?
Last time I saw you, Emma, you were in pinafores, and now I suppose you've come out.
Well, I'm half out. When there are even numbers, I dine in the nursery. What shall I sing?
Oh, anything you like, dear, with not too much trilling.
I'll do my best.
Charming. I can't believe she's grown up so quickly.
Yes, you'll be losing her to some young man before long.
My wife has some ideas on the subject, I believe. It's agreed, then. We send a deputation to Lord Melbourne.
Yes, I suppose we must.
And I have another suggestion. We should ask Herapath to get his political union to provide a civil guard for the recorder.
Yeah, but do you think they would?
But they should. They're pledged to help bring in reform without breakdown of law and order.
Well, it would ensure keeping them out of mischief on that day.
Yes.
But would you trust them? It seems to me the political unions are getting altogether too much power.
Well, I trust Herapath. He is a gentleman after all.
Yes, though how a member of such an old family and a distinguished scholar, too, could degrade him.
Quite. He's a good mind wasted. Then, of course, he is a dissenter. Those who turn against the established church are the first to want to overthrow the established traditions of the country.
Yes, but would the political union agree to our bringing in the military?
There's probably no need to be very specific about that when we talk to Herapath.
Who would be in command of the soldiers?
I imagine they'd be under our local recruiting officer. That would be, what's his name? Brereton. Colonel Brereton.
No, I don't think I know him.
Well, I met him. Seems an amiable fellow. 50-ish. Lost his wife 2 years ago. She was quite a young woman, I believe. Left him with 2 little girls.
Doesn't go into society much, does he?
Don't suppose he could afford it on his pay.
Well, if we are to send a deputation, I suppose it should be soon.
Without delay. If only 12 days. Perhaps the town clerk will...
Certainly. I'll arrange everything. Now, whom should we ask to go? Well, Emma, did you enjoy the party?
Yes, Papa. It was very pleasant.
Oh, we had a delightful evening. Lady Emily is charming, and she quite agrees with me about the Clifton assemblies.
Assemblies?
That we must keep them exclusive. You know what a worrying time my committee has had with quite the wrong people trying to get invitations. But what a pity you had to withdraw for so long, my dear. You missed all the music.
We had corporation matters to discuss. Yes, there's some problems over the opening of the assize, but however, all is being arranged quite satisfactorily. Whether all shall have adequate protection when he comes down.
Why is he so unpopular?
Well, because as a good Tory, he spoke out in Parliament against the Reform Bill. Which the Lords have now had the sense to throw out. And some irresponsible and unprincipled men have worked on the poorest people in the town to feel they have a grievance against him.
The Whigs and Radicals?
Oh, the Whigs are quite respectable. We dine with several Whig families, do we not, Mr. Milford? Indeed, the Mayor is a Whig.
Prime Minister's a Whig. The Whigs are prepared to allow reform to come in as a matter of political expedience. The Radicals are the dangerous men. They want to overthrow the whole Constitution.
Everyone talks about reform, but I'm not very sure what it is.
Well, my dear, it's hard to explain in a way you'd understand. Parliamentary reform is what is chiefly talked about. You see, members of Parliament have always been elected by the peers of the realm, landowners and property owners, responsible people who know how affairs should be run. Now, these radicals want to overthrow the tradition of hundreds of years and extend the vote to a lot of tradesmen who know nothing about it.
So only the wealthy should vote?
Wealth brings responsibilities. That's why the magistracy of this town is made up of our sort of people. And it's the same with the government of the country.
I suppose we got our wealth through the slave trade.
Emma, don't keep plaguing Papa with questions.
Oh, we did very largely. It's a great pity it was ever put a stop to. Your grandfather and others of his generation built up the commerce of this town and made it what it is, a second city in the land. I've tried to follow in his tradition, and I hope your brother will do the same.
Bristol owes a lot to families like ours. Now, don't forget that, Emma.
No, Mamma.
Yes. Well, off with you to bed now and get your beauty sleep.
Good night, sir. Good night, Mamma.
Good night, my love.
Emma asks rather too many questions. She should be thinking of young men and dances at her age. When is her next ball, by the way?
Next week. The biggest of the season. Oh, I do hope the assize opening will not interfere with it.
We'll make sure it doesn't, my dear.
To the Quartermaster of His Majesty's Forces. Sir, I am in receipt of your letter of the 24th of October, informing me of the arrival in the Bristol area of 3 troops of dragoons to be placed under my command.
May I interrupt you, Tom?
Gus, my dear fellow, nobody told me you'd come.
I've been taking a professional look at your little daughter.
And how do you find her? Sit down.
Remarkably well, except when she remembers to cough. She's very fond of that cordial your good housekeeper gives her.
Then you don't think it's serious?
Certainly not. I've prescribed some pink medicine which will do no harm. You have 2 very healthy little girls, Tom, and worry inordinately about them.
Perhaps I do. But they are motherless. Mrs. Prickforth does her best. But they miss Olivia's love and care.
I know. I'll look in and see them as often as you like, if it reassures you.
Thank you. You'll take a glass of wine with me.
With pleasure.
You know, Gus, she was so young still. I would so willingly have died in her stead.
But you couldn't. Fate seldom makes the right demands on us, it seems. Don't brood on it.
Oh, I am pretty content most of the time. I have 9 good years to look back on. Makes a deal of difference, you know.
I see I've interrupted your letter writing.
Oh, it's the wretchedest thing. The magistrates have taken fright about the opening of the assize next weekend. 3 troops of dragoons are on their way here to be under my command.
I'm not surprised the corporation have taken fright. They're so damned unpopular that people will be glad of any excuse to throw rotten eggs at them.
I wish they'd make other arrangements for their own protection. It's not very pleasant to have to confront one's fellow townsman at the head of a detachment of dragoons.
Oh, I don't suppose it'll come to a confrontation. One look at those splendid red and gold uniforms and fearsome steeds, and the populace will retire to their homes.
Unless it has the opposite result.
I hear the political union is having one of its pro-reform meetings this week. That may have an inflammatory effect.
These causes should be let alone. Reform will come, it's bound to come. If only people would keep cool heads about it.
If everyone were as equable as you, Tom, the world would be a more comfortable place.
Good night to you. Good night. Good night, Banshee. Oh, thanks for your excellent speech. Good night.
Hey, Mr. Herapath. That was a good speech you gave. I like what you said about the longer reform was delayed, the more the people would demand. It helps us to be patient. The Lord knows we've waited long enough.
I'm glad you support us, Mr...
Davis, sir.
Davis.
Christopher Davis. It's the bishops that are to blame, I reckon. They threw out the bill. They talk of Christianity, but they don't care anything for the poor. There are ragged children here running about the streets with no one to care for them. It breaks my heart to see them. And when there are rich folk living in great houses...
I know, Mr. Davis.
Stuffing themselves with food and got their money by owning slaves...
I agree. But even when we get the reform bill passed, these things won't change at once, you know.
They'd like to make us their slaves, that's what I say. They take our money and they never count for it. They get a man down from London who despises us, to judge our poor wretches in prison. And now they're bringing in soldiers to crush us if we dare speak against them.
Bringing in soldiers? Where did you hear this?
It was true, sir. A man who came down in the mail coach this afternoon told my wife's cousin he passed columns of soldiers on horseback, coming this way. This man, my wife's cousin's friend, he pulls down the window and asks one of the soldiers where they're going. And he tells them they're to be quartered near Bristol and be on hand in case of any trouble when the recorder comes.
Why was I not told of this, Alderman Milford, when I was asked to persuade my members to form a guard for Sir Charles?
It was a recent decision.
One unprecedented in English history, I should think. I hope the magistrates will reconsider it.
It's too late for that, I fear. The dragoons have already arrived and taken up their quarters.
They will be the greatest provocation. There's feeling enough already in Bristol against the recorder.
Feelings roused not by you and your radical friends, my dear Herapath. People would be perfectly contented if you had not persuaded them they had grounds for resentment.
Perfectly contented? I'm afraid you and your like are living in a dream, Mr. Milford. Do you really imagine the people of Bristol are contented with a harsh and corrupt corporation which takes their money for its banquets and does nothing for them? They've borne it long enough. There is a spirit of inquiry in the land, and it has reached Bristol. The old precepts will not do. They will be swept away whether you like it or not. We are at the threshold of a new era of reform. You must stand back, sir, or be swept under.
You won't frighten me with your demagogy, Herapath. Keep it for the rabble who come to your meetings.
Then let me give you a plain statement. Sir Charles must not come to Bristol. It's disgraceful that a politician should be allowed to hold office as a judge. He should resign now and not hold the assize.
Sir Charles is determined to come, and we consider he has every right.
I see I'm wasting my time. You are bent on provoking the people. I'll take my leave.
You'll not go back on your agreement to provide a guard for the recorder?
You surely do not imagine my union would support you in these circumstances? I could not ask it. However, they'll do nothing to disturb the peace on Saturday, I can assure you of that. How the rest of the populace will react to having soldiers in the city, I can only guess at. The responsibility will be yours.
Papa? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a visitor.
Professor Herapath is just leaving.
Good morning, Professor Herapath. I met you at Miss Bell's house, my old governess. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Shall I give your regards to Miss Bell? Or rather, Mrs. Hale, when I see her?
Please do.
Good morning, Alderman Milford. Miss Emma.
Good morning.
There's no need for you to greet Professor Herapath so cordially, Emma. He is Vice President of the Political Union, which is a dangerous and disruptive element in the town, and opposes the corporation at every possible opportunity.
Is he a revolutionary? He seemed so very nice when I met him at Miss Bell's.
And that's another thing. I've explained before, I don't wish you to visit there.
Oh, but I'm very fond of Miss Bell.
You have a childish attachment to your former governess, I don't doubt. But she holds views which I do not approve of, and she has married a dissenter.
Oh, but
Look, I'm not prepared to discuss it further. I'm busy and I've much to think about. What did you want?
Mamma would like to know if we may have the carriage. We have some shopping to do before the assembly.
The assembly, of course. You're buying a new gown?
No, a new sash.
Order a new gown if you wish, my dear. It's an important occasion for young ladies.
Thank you, Papa.
My dear, may I introduce Captain Gage of the 14th Dragoons and Captain Warrington of the 3rd Dragoon Guards. My wife and my daughter Emma.
Honoured, ma'am. Miss Milford.
Good evening, gentlemen.
It was most kind of you to get us invitations, ma'am.
We are very glad to have you in the city, are we not, Mr. Milford? I've been hearing such dreadful tales, I don't sleep easy in my bed. Lady Emily's sister was sitting down to dine with her family when some bestial-looking men broke into the house, armed with blunderbusses, and snatched the food off the table under their very eyes. I must say there are bands of ruffians setting fire to ricks not 30 miles from here.
Never fear, my dear. These gentlemen will protect us. I see the mayor has looked in. I must go and have a word with him.
You need have no fears for Saturday, ma'am. If there's any trouble, we shall charge and disperse them in 5 minutes. Shan't we, Warrington? A crowd is no match for a detachment of mounted dragoons, I assure you.
I hope the horses won't be hurt. You rode past our windows when you came in yesterday and they looked so beautiful.
I regret you were only looking at the horses, Miss Milford. I'm sure I remember your face at the window.
Really?
Yes, certain of it.
I don't remember you, but I saw you, Captain Warrington.
I don't think I recollect the... Warrington never sees anybody. He looks straight ahead. A great mistake.
You'll be greatly in demand here. We haven't near enough young men and no officers.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please take your partners for a quadrille?
May I have this dance, Miss Milford? Will you excuse us, ma'am?
Oh, certainly. Don't dash about and get too hot, my love.
Your deal, Gus.
Colonel, thought we might find you in the card room. I don't think you've met our new mayor. Mr. Pinney, may I introduce Colonel Brereton, our local field inspecting officer.
How do you do, sir?
And Major Loinsworth, Surgeon to the Army.
Evening. Oh, very glad to meet you both. I feel somewhat out of touch after having been abroad so long.
Bristol's a pleasant place to come back to, I found.
Indeed, yes, in spite of the present unrest, and that'll soon pass, I'm sure. Indeed, I believe we're not near so unsettled as most of the country. Of course, I'm in favour of reform myself, unlike my friend Milford.
We agree to differ.
Yes, well, we mustn't allow ourselves to be bullied by these radicals. And I'm very glad to know you'll be in charge of the troops, Colonel.
I shall keep them well out of the way. But of course we shall be at the ready in case you need us.
Oh, I sincerely hope that won't be necessary. The Home Secretary was insistent they should only be used if absolutely unavoidable.
We won't go further than a few hisses and boos. This is the West Country, after all.
Well, I hope you're right, Major. Well, gentlemen, I must be on my way. I only just looked in. I don't care for late hours.
I shall not be let off so lightly, I fear. My daughter is dancing with one of your young officers and looks as though she's enjoying herself. Wait until your daughters are of dancing age, eh, Colonel?
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Our new mayor seems a rather nervous character.
I'm sure his fellow magistrates will take good care of him.
I wonder why they chose a Whig when they're all Tories.
For the same reason as we've got a Whig government, to see reform through quietly.
Well, there doesn't seem much hope of that, judged by the present state of affairs.
Well, Tories hold the radicals to blame for that.
A plague on both the houses, I say. And they create this sort of situation and expect us to keep the peace.
Isn't that one of our younger lads wandering about?
Oh, good evening, Captain Warrington. I thought you were dancing with Emma Milford.
That was Captain Gage, sir. We were both introduced, but he...
was quicker off the mark, eh?
I am not much of a dancing man.
That's a poor excuse. You must secure her for the next dance. She's a pretty girl.
You were honoured to be introduced. The Milfords rank exceedingly high in Bristol. Alderman Milford owns a vast deal of shipping and a vast deal of estates in the West Indies. So did his father. They're a wealthy Tory family. You can go no higher here.
Mr. Milford was kind enough to be friendly towards us.
He's a good friend to have. Powerful man. Would you care to join us for a game?
It's very kind,
He
gentlemen.
doesn't want to play cards, Gus. He's going to snatch Emma Milford from the arms of Captain Gage. Isn't that so, Captain?
I was hoping to do something with the soldier.
Yes, well, away with you then. Bold tactics.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
What a serious young man.
You know, I was serious at his age. Had dreams of glory. Planned to rival Wellington, no less. And I've ended by just being another undistinguished officer with nothing to be proud of. Still, I've always tried to look after my men. I don't think I've ever lost a man unnecessarily.
Wish I could say the same as the doctor. You gonna play or not?
I'm sorry, I can't concentrate on this game. I suppose I'm a little tired.
You haven't long been out of bed. You look rather yellow still.
Do I? At all events, I don't feel like a late night. I think I'll be on my way now.
I'm ready to go as well. Oh, we're getting old, Tom.
I have my gig here. You'll ride with me as far as your house.
You dance very well, Captain Warrington. Don't look so anxious.
I'm afraid I've had little practice. I have been soldiering since I was of dancing age.
You speak as though officers never attended balls. Why did you choose to go into the army?
I never thought of doing anything else. My father and brother were soldiers, my grandfather was, and my great-grandfather. I can't imagine what I should have done if I had not been able to get a commission.
Have you ever killed anyone, Captain Warrington?
Well, yes. In the course of battle, you know. If we didn't kill them, they would kill us.
Yes, I suppose so. Oh, now will we take hands again?
Oh.
That's right. You're becoming very proficient. But do you feel very nervous?
Dancing?
No, going into battle.
Not really. There's no time to think.
I see.
You ask rather surprising questions, Miss Milford.
I have to take what opportunities I can to find out about things. I left school last summer.
What do young ladies do in Bristol when they have left school?
Oh, I drive out with Mamma, take piano lessons, go to assemblies like this one. Not a very exciting life.
Do you want an exciting life?
I should like there to be something more than just marrying and living all my life in or near Bristol, which is what I probably will do.
What else could you do?
Oh, you sound like everybody else, except Miss Bell. She was my governess for 2 years when I was a little girl, and she made everything interesting. She said one should always be going forward. Every new generation had something to contribute, women as well as men.
She sounds like a blue stocking.
She said one should always think things out for oneself, never take anything for granted. So perhaps that has made me restless. My father didn't approve of her views at all, and when he found out she belonged to a society for the emancipation of slaves, she had to go. I thought I should never get over it.
Do you ever hear from her?
Oh, yes. She married and lives not far from us now.
And your parents allow you to visit?
Papa has forbidden it, unfortunately. That will make it quite difficult.
But you will still go?
Yes. I don't like deceiving my parents, but this matters to me very much.
I think you are a most remarkable girl, Miss Milford.
I'm afraid I'm rather ordinary. You will soon hear that I've married the son of some other alderman and have an establishment of my own in the best part of Bristol.
Emma, my love, your father would like to go home now.
Oh, then I suppose I must say good night, Captain Warrington.
If you would care to call some afternoon, we shall be pleased to see you. We're always at home between 2 and 4 o'clock.
Thank you, Mrs. Milford. I shall be delighted.
When will you come? Tomorrow?
I'm afraid I have to be on duty until after the weekend.
Monday, then?
I shall be most happy.
And do bring your friend.
Captain Gage,
Of course.
if you wish it.
Emma, the carriage is waiting.
Coming, Mamma. Good night. I shall see you on Monday.
Frost in the air.
Very sharp. Only 7 weeks till Christmas. What the devil's that?
Whoa, there, steady go. Whoa, whoa.
A bell and no bishops!
Oh, Charlie Weatherall! We'll send him home!
We're sent him home on Saturday! But Bristol bloody don't want him!
Mind, how dare you frightening the mare? Whoa, steady go.
Look out,
Steady, you great fool! Steady now! Steady, steady. Steady.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Holding a day's work. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night to you. Come on, Gil. Here you go. Come on.
Hey, give on the bell!
Luckily, there was one sensible man among them.
I know that man. I know his face. He has a business down by the docks. Davies, that's the name. Good-hearted fellow. Does a good deal for the ragged children down there. But he can't take a drop of drink. Talks a lot of nonsense when he's drunk. Ah, here's my door.
Oh, dear. Oh.
Will you come in for a little while?
Not this evening, Gus. The children will be expecting me. Mrs. Prickforth said they never go properly to sleep until I've been in to kiss them goodnight.
Perhaps you'll dine with us next week.
After the weekend, yes. You know, I shall be glad when this assize opening is safely over.
You'll have two zealous young captains of dragoons to aid you.
Well, that's one thing which worries me. Zeal is not quite what is wanted in this situation.
Don't imagine we're going to have serious trouble, Tom.
I don't know. Our society here has a very elegant veneer, but it's built on the labor of a lot of underfed, dissatisfied people. One day this civilized surface will crack, and then what's underneath will come rushing out.
I think you're over-anxious.
Well, I don't mind admitting to you, Gus, that I fear a mob. Do you remember anything of the French Revolution? Not this recent bloodless affair, but the one in '89.
Only what my parents told me.
I was a boy of 7 or 8 when it began. I still remember the stories I heard from some of the refugees in our village. People went mad, Gus. Ordinary, decent citizens went wild with a lust for blood, behaved like savages, like wild beasts. I began to have a recurrent nightmare. A head of a pike being carried towards me by a crowd of villainous-looking people, a ghastly face streaming with blood. I always woke up sweating and screaming.
Do you still have the nightmare?
No, I think I lost it when I joined the army. I tell you, nothing I ever saw or heard in all my years as a soldier filled me with such terror.
This is not Paris, Tom.
Are the people here so very different? All that's needed is the spark to set them off. Then they won't be just the ordinary local people that we know. Yes, I do fear it.
I hope to God you may have no reason to.
So do I. Good night, Gus.
On the morning of Saturday, October the 29th, the recorder being due to arrive at 10 o'clock, Colonel Brereton gave orders that we were to proceed with our troops to the courtyard of the jail and to the cattle market, and to remain there out of sight of the crowds, which were already gathering, unless given specific orders by himself or a magistrate. The recorder duly arrived and was met at Totterdown by some of the magistrates in the sheriff's coach.
These precautions are a great nonsense. They like me well enough in Bristol. Fated me last time I came because I'd spoken out against the Catholics. Cheering crowds wherever I went, whether all forever and so on.
All the same, I think we should waste no time getting across to the sheriff's coach.
Oh, very well. Who are those ruffianly-looking fellows? They all seem to be carrying sticks as staves.
Special constable, Sir Charles. They'll be guarding your coach.
Good God. I see the good people of Bristol are out in force. What are they shouting?
Not whether all forever, I fear.
Colonel Brereton, I'm glad you've managed to keep your troops out of the way so far.
I hear there's been some trouble with the special constables.
Yes. As soon as the recorder was inside the Guildhall, they turned on the crowd and started belaboring anyone they could get hold of. Most of them people who'd done nothing but stand and stare.
I was afraid of this.
They took some prisoners. Yeah, but they were forced to give them up. The people are very angry.
Did Sir Charles get safely to the mansion house?
Yes, but the crowd went with him.
I better get back to the barracks. We may be needed.
How many out there now, Mr. Milford?
Oh, more than there were. Several hundred. The square's full and they're pressing up against the railings below us. That was a stone.
It's a bloody disgrace. The mansion house under siege. I never heard of such a thing in England. There are a lot of turncoats. Fated me last time I was here. The military should be sent for.
Yes, well, Mr. Hillhouse has already gone.
They're pulling up the railings. God, just hear that.
3 of them are advancing on the door.
Look, we shall all be murdered.
You'll have that door down in a few minutes. We must barricade ourselves in. Get some heavy piece of furniture against the door.
The table, by God! Come on, some of you, help me!
Lock up the windows.
Yes, there's some feather beds upstairs.
Hey, they're climbing in through a downstairs window. Look, there's 3 of them. Hey, and another 5 feet. God, they'll be up here in a minute.
Listen, they're going downstairs.
The banquet, the wine cellars.
All our stocks are wine.
God.
The troops have arrived.
Praise God. Colonel Brereton is dismounted. He's taken off his hat and he's waving it to the crowd.
An extraordinary thing to do.
Yeah, they seem to be allowing him to come in.
Allowing? Things are coming to a pretty pass in this country.
Here, we better move that table back.
Remove the barricade. That's right.
There we are. Well, gentlemen, you appear to be besieged.
Thank the Lord you're here, Colonel. The mob's growing more violent every minute. They're getting into the kitchens and downstairs rooms.
I've sent some men in to chase them out. It shouldn't be difficult. They seem to be quite a good-tempered crowd. I think the first thing we must do, Mr. Mayor, is to get Sir Charles away from here and out of the city.
I can't leave. I have to open the assizes on Monday.
The people won't be quiet until you do leave, Sir Charles. I cannot take responsibility for your safety.
Yeah, the Colonel is right. You're not safe here, Sir Charles. Your life's in danger.
How do you propose I take my leave? They've got us pretty well surrounded.
Are you a climbing man, sir?
What?
Good head for heights. There's a flat roof over the dining room. Only a small drop from the back windows. From there you could make your way to the next house where no doubt you could be lent a change of apparel and make your escape unrecognized.
This is terrible, terrible. Could you do it, Sir Charles?
By God, I'll have a try.
Splendid.
You should make haste.
Look, I'll show you the flat roof, Sir Charles. You come with me.
Very well. But by God, I'll come back and put all these fellows in the stocks.
Colonel Brereton, the riot act has been read, and we must ask you to clear the square and disperse the mob by force if necessary.
You want me to open fire?
We expect you to use whatever means are necessary to clear the square.
I shall not open fire without a direct order from a magistrate. The responsibility must be yours. Mr. Pinney, as mayor, you are chief magistrate. What are your orders?
What would you advise, Colonel?
I am strongly against it. Most of these people are bystanders doing nothing worse than a little shouting. None of them are armed.
They're throwing stones.
Yeah, and some of them have got iron railings.
You're a reformer, aren't you, Mr. Pinney?
Yes, I am.
You don't want to be remembered as the mayor who ordered a massacre?
No, indeed, I don't, Colonel. I am most anxious that all should pass off peacefully, if possible.
Good. Well, I think my men can walk them away in a little while without any loss of life or limb. Then you will all be able to go home if you want. We shall patrol the square through the night and be responsible for the peace of the city.
Now listen to me, my good fellows. The recorder is leaving Bristol. You have sent him away as you wanted to do. Now please disperse and go quietly to your homes. But let us first give 3 cheers for the king. Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip!
Hey! Are you for reform, sir?
Of course I am, as much as you are. But you won't get reform by throwing stones and breaking windows. Why, I know you. You stopped my horse from bolting the other evening.
That's right, sir. Davis. Christopher Davis. There's a feast laid out in there, sir. Fowls, game, pastries, a great mountain of food for a few gluttonous men, while poor folk are starving. It's a wicked shame.
These things will be put right in time, but we must leave it to the men in Parliament.
You know where I got this bottle of wine? I got it from the cellars. They got racks and racks of it bought with our money. Well, I won't drink this bottle.
Now you've made your protest. Be as sensible as you were the other evening and go home before any worse trouble breaks out.
I will. But tell me first, are you for reform?
I've told you I am.
You're a good man. A very good man. Although you're wearing a uniform. Let me shake you by the hand.
Oh, shaky hand. What does he mean by shaking hands with those ruffians? Fancies himself a popular figure, perhaps?
Oh, that tall fellow near him is drinking a bottle of our wine. And he's waving his umbrella now and shouting something. Oh, he's a respectably dressed man, too.
Someone should take his name. We are going to need some names when this is over.
Keep walking your men through the crowd, Captain Gage. We shall soon disperse them.
If you must use swords, use the flat only.
It's a large crowd, sir. Could we not fire a couple of shots and send them off?
We could, but we are not going to do so. It only took 10 minutes to clear St. Peter's Field at Manchester of 10,000 people. But they left hundreds of innocent bystanders dead and dying on the grass. I don't want that sort of victory in my city.
Will you please all disperse and go to your homes?
Well, gentlemen, the crowd is beginning to disperse. I think quite soon you will be able to go home.
It's taking some time, isn't it?
It does take some time to clear crowds without using unnecessary force. We must be patient a little longer. Now what's happening?
Oh, they're bringing in 2 wounded soldiers, one streaming with blood.
Colonel Brereton, 2 of my men have been hit by flying stones. One is badly injured.
Poor fellows. You'd better tear up some curtains to make some bandages. We'll get them to the infirmary as soon as possible.
Do you still call this a good-tempered crowd, Colonel?
There are some rough elements, obviously. But it is still mainly a good-humoured crowd, and they are beginning to go home.
Sir, can I take a couple of men and cut down the assailants?
Much better not. We must not be provoked into answering violence with violence. Walk your men through the crowds again. If you must attack, use the flat of your swords only.
This is the strangest operation I've ever taken part in.
Colonel Brereton, you going to stand by and see your men knocked about by these ruffians?
I am very sorry about the men, of course, but better 2 men injured than a riot breaking out. I'll go and speak to the crowd again.
That will do no good. The young captain was quite right. The man who threw those stones should be cut down or shot.
Well, why didn't you tell the colonel to fire, then, if that's your view?
But that was your duty. You are chief magistrate.
Oh, I do wish we'd never allowed Sir Charles to come here.
Unless you immediately disperse, I shall be forced to use violence.
The people are beginning to move away.
All quiet here, Captain Warrington?
Pretty quiet, sir, at last.
Good. Some youths are breaking windows at the council house. I sent Captain Gage off to scatter them. Otherwise, I think the city is fairly peaceful.
It's midnight.
Yes, and the night is cold. People will be glad to get home to their beds. There's nothing much to stay out for now the magistrates have all gone home. And they know the recorder has left Bristol.
Have you heard any news of him, sir?
Yes, he's safely out of the city. Disguised himself as a postilion, apparently, and got away unrecognized.
I didn't imagine there was so much political feeling in Bristol.
I'm afraid most of the crowds we had this evening know little of reform. It's a word to pin their hopes on. Many of them are wretchedly poor, you know, and the law deals harshly with them. A man can be transported for 7 years for demanding food in a menacing way. You can't blame them for supporting any prospect of change.
Are you in favour of reform, sir?
In favour? You might as well ask whether I'm in favour of the railways. I think reform will come as the railways are coming. And no doubt it will be an excellent thing. There's plenty that needs putting right in the country. You young people will see a lot of changes. Well, if it continues as quiet as this, I shall be able to celebrate my daughter's birthday tomorrow.
Her birthday, sir?
Yes, I hate disappointing the children. After all, one is only 6 years old once.
I suppose so.
You're not married yet?
No, sir.
Well, don't waste too much time about it. Don't follow my example and wait till you're nearly 40. Gives a centre to one's life, you know. Sense of proportion. My God, what's that? I hope the 14th haven't got into difficulties.
I'll go and see, sir. Come on, boy.
It will crack. It will crack.
There's been a bit of trouble, sir.
What sort of trouble?
They started throwing stones at the troops, and Captain Gage opened fire. A passerby was accidentally shot.
Shot?
Shot dead, sir.
God damn it. Now all hell will break loose.
On Sunday morning, October the 30th...
would you please speak up, miss?
Oh, yes. On Sunday morning, October the 30th, my parents and I drove to morning service. It had not been possible to have the civic procession, but my father thought it important that we should go to church as usual, to show we were not intimidated by a rabble. As we approached Queen's Square, we heard a great noise, and saw that there were crowds there, mostly poor and ragged-looking people shouting and booing. 2 squadrons of dragoons were drawn up, and I saw Captain Gage and Captain Warrington.
We should be attacked. I knew it wasn't safe to go out. For heaven's sake, my dear, let us go home at once before we're all murdered.
Quiet, my dear. There's no danger. Beatson, you must turn round at once. We must get back.
What is going to happen? Will they open fire? I hope they will not fire on those poor little people.
Be quiet, child. Bateson, there are crowds surging up behind us. Better draw into that alleyway. Quickly, man, quickly.
Sorry, sir. Captain Gage is leading his troop away.
Can't imagine why.
Oh, look at those poor little children. I didn't know there were people like this in our town.
Ah, there's Colonel Brereton. What in God's name is going on, Colonel?
Rioting has broken out again. It's now much more serious. I had to withdraw my picket from the Mansion House to arrest them early this morning. A crowd collected and broke in. The special constables were useless.
What about the mayor? Is he safe?
He managed to escape across the roofs. I believe he's now at the council house with some of the magistrates. I'm afraid the 14th are the chief cause of the trouble. They shot a passer-by during the night and the crowd are furious with them. I've just sent them back to their quarters.
That leaves only 1 squadron here. It's quite insufficient.
The 3rd are still respected by the crowd, and with their help I hope to prevent things getting any worse. That's all we can do until reinforcements arrive tomorrow.
It is not all you can do, Colonel. Your men must open fire and clear this mob from the square.
If they fire with the mob in this mood, the whole city will be given up to slaughter.
Your men will soon scatter these people.
I think not. They've been on duty for 24 hours and are very tired. Their horses also. They will be murdered, every one of them. I cannot see my men uselessly sacrificed and the city becoming a battlefield.
Colonel Brereton, I am a magistrate and I am ordering you to open fire.
I am afraid I must refuse.
You refuse?
I will take full responsibility.
This is insupportable.
We shall be attacked. I know we shall.
You are quite safe at present, ma'am. But I should advise you, Mr. Milford, to get your wife and daughter home as soon as possible. You can go quite safely by the back streets, I think. I must get back to my men.
Is it a riot? I've never seen a riot.
And I hope to God you'll not see one now. Bateson, take the ladies home. When you're back, see that all the doors and windows are locked and barred. Sir? No one is to go out. Now, my dear, there's no need to be alarmed. You will be safe indoors.
What, are you not coming, Papa?
No, I must go to the council house and see the mayor. Something has got to be done.
Soldiers coming across our street.
It's the 14th. They have blue uniforms. Oh, they're being pelted with stones.
Freeze! Face about! And present arms!
Oh, no! No, don't fire!
Freeze! Recover arms! Will you please clear the street? Get the carriage out of the way. You're in my line of fire.
Oh, Captain Gage!
Rear threes! Present arms! Fire! Present arms! Fire!
Oh, how horrible! There's blood all over the street! Oh, that poor man! Well, can we not stop and do something for him?
Of course we can't stop. Get us home, Bateson, as quickly as you can.
But what is being done?
We've done what we can. Some of us have been knocking on doors, urging people to come and help us defend the city, but, well, very few have come forward.
Some of the people were very abusive. We should have some plan ready. I said we should have a plan.
You suggested asking the political union, and they wouldn't help us. And now I'm sure you shouldn't trust them if they did offer.
Yeah. Good morning.
Oh, Colonel, what's the latest news?
Not good, I'm afraid. 14th Dragoons have fired again, against my orders, have killed at least one man and wounded several. The mood of the mob is now very violent against them. They're endangering their lives and everybody else's. I should like permission to send the 14th out of the city.
Out of the city? But we shall be defenseless.
We shall have the 3rd Dragoon Guards, a well-disciplined force. Surely there is some civil guard you can call upon. Where are the special constables?
They all seem to have dispersed. We can't trace them at all.
We can call on the posse comitatus tomorrow.
By tomorrow, I hope to have military reinforcements. It's today that we need them.
Oh, it's been very difficult. We've done what we can. No, I don't think we can agree to the 14th being sent away.
No, certainly not. The city's in peril. They must stay and defend it.
You don't understand the temper of this mob. Already they have nearly unseated 3 of my men. Once they are pulled off their horses, the dragoons wouldn't last 2 minutes.
Colonel, that drunken rabble is breaking windows and doors in Queen's Square, and they must be stopped. There's a great deal of property at stake.
I am more concerned with lives than property, Mr. Milford. I'd rather a few windows were broken than my men torn to pieces.
Yes, soldiers, it's their duty to defend the city.
Against an invading army, yes. This is not an invading army. My soldiers are men like other men. They have families, lives to be lived. Why should they be slaughtered to save your property? If you're so anxious about your goods, you should have made adequate arrangements. I have been given 93 men to control these thousands. If I am to manage it, I must have your support. I repeat, I want permission to send the 14th out of town.
We cannot give it. I speak for the whole corporation.
Yes.
Then I must send them away on my own responsibility.
You seem to forget, Colonel Brereton. You are supposed to take your orders from us.
You have given no reasonable orders. I have been on duty all night trying to save the peace of this city while most of you slept in your beds. I have asked for help and you offer nothing. Now I shall rely on my own judgment. In my opinion, you are not fit to be magistrates. You're just a bunch of incompetent tradesmen. Good day to you, gentlemen.
Do you think in the event of revolution breaking out we could rely on Colonel Brereton?
Good Lord, no. I'd rather deal with the radicals than him. At least we know where they stand. Colonel Brereton has taken the law into his own hands, and God knows where it will end.
Well, Gus, how are things here?
4 men cut by flying stones and pieces of iron, but none seriously hurt. I suppose you know that several people have been taken to the infirmary with shot wounds and saber cuts?
Yes. I am going to send the 14th out of town. They're a danger to us all.
The magistrates have agreed?
No.
Is that wise, Tom?
I think so. I can't rely on them for direction. I must take decisions for myself. If these people are provoked again, there will be burning and plunder and murder in the streets on a scale I dare not imagine.
You've asked for reinforcements?
Yes, but they cannot arrive before tomorrow, and they may have difficulty in getting through to us. I hear there have already been risings at Bath and Merthyr Tydvil in sympathy with the rioters here. They will try to delay the troops from setting out.
So, this is the situation you dreaded?
Yes, but now that it has come, I find myself ready for it.
What do you propose to do?
Well, first, send Gage and his troop out of the city. Then I shall speak to the mob.
Captain Gage, was a troop of the 14th Dragoons ordered into Queen's Square under your command on Sunday morning, 30th of October?
Yes, about 10 o'clock.
And did Lieutenant Colonel Brereton sometime afterwards order the 14th to leave the square and return to their quarters?
Colonel Brereton ordered me to retire immediately with the troop to their quarters, as it was evident we were the whole and sole cause of the disturbance.
And were you later ordered by Lieutenant Colonel Brereton to leave Bristol with a squadron of the 14th Dragoons?
I was ordered by Lieutenant Colonel Brereton to leave Bristol on Sunday, as I imagine between 1 and 2 o'clock.
State the manner and the place in which that order was conveyed.
I received the order verbally from Lieutenant Colonel Brereton in the yard of Fisher's livery stables. The words were, Captain Gage, march your squadron immediately out of Bristol. If you do not, the whole squadron will be murdered. At that moment, my own horse and 7 privates were at Lee's livery stables. Some delay ensued from my having to send for them. Colonel Brereton came to me a second time.
For God's sake, Captain Gage, will you get out of town?
May I ask where we are to go, sir?
Anywhere you please, only go away.
Hey, what about Keynsham there?
Keynsham will do as well as anywhere else. There are livery stables there. Now, Captain Gage, mark your squadron off at the trot.
Sir, prepare to mount.
What's happening here now, Captain Warrington?
The crowds are increasing all the time, sir. They seem very hostile.
Walk your men round the square again, Captain. Try to disperse them, but on no account use force. We are few and we are all tired. They are thousands. If you're attacked, you may use the flat of your swords, but nothing else. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, but...
Well?
If I may suggest, could we not charge them? My men are not too tired. They are ready and eager to have a try.
I'm sure they are. Have you any experience of a mob, Captain?
Not as large as this one, sir.
If its mood turns really black, it could have us off our horses in no time, and they make mincemeat of us. A mob has a will of its own voice, and its own mindless actions. It is essential we keep them reasonably good-tempered until the other troops get through to us. Now, I'd like you to clear a way through to the center of the crowd. I'm going to speak to them. See what I can do by persuasion.
You'll be in great danger, sir.
I'm not worried about that.
But surely
There is a tide in the affairs of men which take on at the flood. You know your Julius Caesar, Captain?
Sir?
A great play. I've been in the shallows too long. Move forward, then. Give me a bit of space. My good fellows! I know there has been some shooting.
Down with the blues!
That was against my orders. And there will be an inquiry. I have sent the 14th out of Bristol. The recorder left Bristol last night and will not be coming back. You all know me, you know I tell the truth. Now, for God's sake, leave this square and go quietly to your homes. This is Sunday, a day of peace. 3 cheers for the king. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip.
He's telling the truth. He's a good man.
You here again, Mr. Davis? Have you no wife and family waiting for you at home?
My wife's in church. She's a good woman. Believes all the clergy tell her. But I say they're hypocrites.
If she's a good woman, you should be thankful. Go home and eat your Sunday dinner she's cooked for you.
There's many as will have no Sunday dinner.
You will do no good by staying here. The Riot Act has been read many times. You are all breaking the law. For God's sake, go home. And persuade these men to do so too, if you have any influence.
Oh, you're right, sir. I believe you're right. What am I doing here? My wife told me not to come.
To the bridewell! Burn it down!
Go to your homes! There must be no more destruction, I beg you! Go to your homes!
To the bridewell! Free the
Look at that, Mr. Herpath. The blaze of liberty. The prisons burnt down. They burnt the treadmills, set all the poor wretches free. Isn't it glorious?
You're drunk, Mr. Davis. For heaven's sake, stop shouting and get away from this mob. You'll be noted.
I've done nothing wrong. I waited years to see this. You can't oppress the people forever. This is the best moment of my life.
I hope we go to Laughers Gate Jail next. The Bishop Palace.
No toss for it, did it? Edge to jail, tails to palace. Oh, palace tigs.
Down with the churches, I say! And mend the rotten pavements with them!
No more fires! People will be injured and killed!
Leave us alone, and we'll leave you alone!
Colonel Brereton, what's to be done?
I've done all I can. Why in heaven's name did you start all this?
We tried to arouse people to a sense of their rights. This is anarchy. Mindless destruction.
Whatever you meant to do, you've raised a whirlwind.
I believe we could still save the day if we could get some cooperation from the magistrates. I've just been to the council house to offer the help of my union, but they're too scared to accept. All they're thinking about is how to save their own property. However, I shall get some men together and do what I can.
I wish you good luck.
Mr. Ludlow, you are town clerk of this town, are you not?
I am.
Did you hear, or were you engaged in a discussion which took place between some of the civil authorities and Lieutenant Colonel Brereton as to the expediency of recalling the 14th Dragoon?
I was.
Now be pleased to relate what passed.
Well, many of the citizens were attending in the large outer hall of the Guildhall. An account had been brought that the Bridewell, or the jail, or both, had been attacked by the mob. The citizens asked why the soldiers were not brought up, and said, "We will hazard our lives if supported by troops, but we will not act without them." I spoke to Colonel Brereton before the persons in the hall, representing the dreadful state the city was in. I distinctly said to him, "Colonel Brereton, I demand that you bring back the 14th.
I cannot do it, sir.
Cannot?
I cannot, and I will not bring them back. There would not be a man left alive the next morning.
If no one else reports your conduct to the authorities, Colonel Brereton, I will do so myself.
Do what you please, but I must get back and try to control the mob.
We must report his behaviour to the Horse Guards.
And the newspapers. He must be exposed in all the newspapers.
I agree. There'll be questions asked, you know. Most probably questions in the House of Commons. We must make sure the blame goes to the right quarter.
If we're not all destroyed first by his insane actions.
Looks like a burning hell. Crowds getting drunk on stolen wine. Some have died in the flames, I believe. There's not a constable in sight and not a magistrate to be found.
Isn't it time to bring back the 14th, Tom?
No! I have absolutely refused. So far, the mob have only attacked property, not persons. If the 14th come back, they'll be slaughtered. The heads will be carried on pikes through the city, and that would only be the beginning. I will save this town from revolution if I can.
Steady. You can hardly stand. When did you last get any rest?
I don't know. Friday night, I suppose. What day is it now?
It was 1 o'clock on Monday morning. You've been on duty nearly 48 hours. You must get some sleep.
Can't. I'm in charge. There is no one else.
You can leave Captain Warrington on duty. Go to the adjutant's quarters and get 4 or 5 hours good sleep.
Warrington's ill, poor fellow. He's got an ague. It's been raining for hours. It's a wonder it doesn't put the fires out. I've told him to stay on call.
He's a young man. Let him take over for a bit.
Is Captain Warrington to be found here?
Here I am. Who wants me?
Ah, Captain. We come with an urgent message from the mayor.
Thank you. Well, this is addressed to Colonel Brereton. He'll be back at 6. I'll hand it to him now.
We can't wait until 6 o'clock, Captain. This is very urgent. We understand that you are in command of the troops in the Colonel's absence. Please open it.
Very well. I direct you as commanding officer of His Majesty's troops to take the most vigorous, effective and decisive measures in your power to quell the existing riot and prevent further destruction of property. Signed, Charles Pinney. I cannot act on this, gentlemen. It must wait for my commanding officer.
In his absence, you are in command. Will you please order out the troops and charge the rioters?
Colonel Brereton has expressly forbidden the use of any force.
Never mind, Colonel Brereton. You are in charge now.
I am under Colonel Brereton's orders.
This is no time to wait for orders. A second city in the land is blazing. The mayor has asked you to defend it.
Where is Mr. Pinney? The paper is only headed Bristol 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's advisable to keep the mayor's whereabouts secret at the moment.
You can take it from us. He is in Bristol.
What is the matter with you? Are you ill?
I have a fever, a chill. But I am quite ready and able to go out if I have proper authority. If I do order up the troops, I shall require a magistrate to go every step of the way with me.
That wouldn't do.
No, with the rioters in their present fury, it is better the magistrates are not seen in the city.
Then I cannot order out the troops.
Are you refusing to set out?
Without proper authority, yes.
You will regret this, Captain Warrington. Come along, John. We're wasting our time here. There will be a reckoning when this madness is over, Captain. Do not be in any doubt of that.
Colonel Brereton. Colonel Brereton. I'm very sorry to disturb you, sir, but the magistrates insisted that I woke you.
What o'clock is it?
5 in the morning, sir.
It's very light.
The fire, sir. They say you can see a pin drop 7 miles away.
Is the rioting still going on?
Why, yes, sir. The whole of the centre of the city is alight. Nothing is being done.